Well, this is Bernie2016tv. We're testing a few things here. What you're looking at is my bird feeders site. Hi, nice to see you today. We're still waiting on Livestream to get back to us with some issues. They're having some problems right now. We're pushing out via an RMTP stream, which is a little different. But it's working, and I'll be getting in contact with people soon about this. So, hang tight. Okay. Thank you, Rich. My bad. I'm sitting here babbling to myself. This is why we're doing testing. I had all the audio muted while I was talking to live stream. So there. You should start to hear audio out of me now. We're live. This is the test link. I dropped it in the community. If you're a reporter and you want to come on camera, you have to join that hangout, and then we'll take it from there. In the meantime, you're going to see pictures of the birds. There's a hummingbird right there at my feeder. Very nice. I should actually get a closer thing there. It's doing some strange stuff with the auto exposure on that camera, I have to say. Hi, Rich. Thank you for helping me with the audio. It's probably about a 20 to 30-second delay on this between what we say in the Hangout and what everybody hears. But that's okay. It gives everybody time to react and stuff like that. Lots of exciting things happening. All right. So now we just wait. I sent out a few messages to some people. I'm going to be messing around with some things, bouncing in and out, but I'm just going to leave this live. And we can share that link around. What I'm going to try to start doing here is pulling in some YouTube playlists, and we'll just start running some YouTube stuff. Yeah, the CPU is running too hot. Still. Oh, the issues with live stream. No, Richard, I sent out some blasts through video and through Twitter. I've spoken with very few individuals. I'm not sure that I've spoken with Ian or Sam. If you're Ian or Sam, I'm here. I have lots of people contacting me all the time now. I'm trying to get everybody to go to the community. Please communicate in the community. All of the information is there in links in the sidebar, or watch the latest video. This is how I'm communicating. I can't possibly email. I don't use email. It's not effective. And email is silos. We need to keep everything in the community so that everybody can see it and we know what's going on. I'm not going to email people privately anymore or directly like that. If you want to be a part of this, you need to come to the community. You need to watch the videos. You need to read the mission statement. You need to join us here. You need to grab the link, and you need to reach out to me in the Google Hangout. This is what we're doing. We have to organize in one place. I can't go scatter all around. So if we need to push this message out in a different way or bigger, I'm here, and I will be broadcasting all day, and I'll be walking in and out as I get things ready for the big event on Wednesday, and we'll just get it all taken care of and work out technical issues with live stream and all of this other fun stuff. So thank you all, and we'll go from there. Hey, Rich Parker.
How's it going, man?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. It's a Monday, trying to keep four wheels on the ground.
Yes. Well, nice to have you audio-wise in here.
Yeah, definitely. Feed looks great. Pretty hummingbird.
Oh, good. You can even see it. That's nice.
Yeah.
That camera is a $23 1080p camera.
Brilliant. I am trying to find Ian and Sam in the Hangouts, and I'm going to try and get their attention through that. I don't know if it's worthwhile to send out, or if you have the ability to send out a blast to all of the members of the Google Plus community, just to let them know that we're up.
Probably. I mean, when I do a blast as an FYI or anything, it should hit every member of the community.
Yeah,
But
I
they have
suppose.
control over their
Gotcha.
notifications.
Gotcha. So theoretically, any post generates an email anyway, right?
Yeah. Well, usually they give you an option. Again, it depends on their. Yeah, it generates an email. Depends on if they want to see it. I need to push this out in Twitter. Poor Lenny was ready to go this morning, and I wasn't. And Livestream actually had to. They rolled back the version on here. They can't solve the problem, and that's why I'm going RMTP.
Gotcha.
Sucks. Yes, it does. Check.
Yep. Sound test. Sound test for Bernie. We're running tests all day. Yeah, we're good. Yep. Test. I got you. I'm hearing everything. I did mute the live stream itself, though. Yep. Got a live feed. Yeah, so John is not simply rambling mindlessly in front of the camera for himself. He's running audio tests to isolate the control dialogue with from the live broadcast itself. So we're testing independent audio streams so that when we talk, it doesn't go over the live broadcast. All right, we're going to test some overlays. Let's see some overlays. By the way, I uploaded a number of the video blocks, the ones that I had picked. I zipped them up, and they're in the video folder on the drive. Yeah.
Check. All right. Now you guys can hear me, and so can I. So,
Sweet.
not really for me, but yeah, sweet. What you're looking at here is a three-way picture. Bird feeder, myself, and the studio cameras. And there's a running RSS of Twitter. And we'll just we'll go through some of these.
Nice.
There we go. And changing them out. The little bug looks great.
Perfect.
I'll leave it here, and then you can see it when it shows up.
Cool.
Let me know how well you can read the text in that
Text
Twitter
is
feed.
crystal clear.
Great. Excellent. What are all these messages? It keeps peaking. Oh, audio meter. We don't want that. Audio meter. Peak, peak. Who's speaking?
The bug's a little blurry.
Yeah, it is. I used the 100 pix and
Okay.
scaled it down in there. I don't know what the deal is with that. Maybe a GIF image?
Not sure.
I wish I knew what they used, what kind of file format like real networks used. I'm pretty sure it's not what we're doing. Let's see.
What did you scale it down to?
Well, I don't know. I just
You just
literally
eyeballed it.
it's within the UI. So
Yep.
here, I'll actually bring that up. This is the mess that I look at. And it's got my here. There we go. That's actually going to look really confusing. So what we'll do is edit that shot. Here. I'm going to put one of the overlays on it.
Nice. That is the command center.
Yes, it is. Load up there. So I'm going to, yeah, you'll see this. Let's see what it looks like here. There we go. So there's a really bad overlay. There we go. I'll leave that up for a while. That'll give you an idea of how it looks like, or how I had it looking like. Whether this is good or not, who knows? Oh, and that is clocking out the CPU too. It should not be clocking out the CPU. Yeah, Livestream's got to fix this. Whatever they put on here before, I could do all of this, and we're running at about 40%. Right now, the CPU's at 99.
Gotcha.
So I got to get this fixed before Wednesday, or I guarantee you we're just going to shut down in the middle of the show.
Yeah.
Wow, that's just not good. What am I running? Well, we've had no response so far. It's okay. Everything kind of got off to a bad start. Trying to think of who else I talked to, Richard, that we could talk about. Oh, I have to reach out to Lauren Steiner. She emailed me earlier.
Yeah.
I'm really trying to force everybody into the community. I'm trying to force you all into the community, please, for communication's sake.
Well, she's using a Gmail address, so I think we maybe just need to point her to the right URL. I don't know.
Yeah. Interesting. I bet the ingestion settings are... No, it should be constant. So you're saying it looks fine?
Which bit?
The stream right now.
Yeah, it's got some, probably every about 4 seconds. It's kind of, it appears to be an issue with the camera. It flashes,
Flashes?
gets
Yeah,
overexposed really fast.
that's that $23.
Yeah, otherwise there's no chop. It's just the delay. But it's, yeah, it's a fluid shot. It's good.
Okay. All right, let's set up to play media 2. Slowed up media. Why would this need to be in the transcoding queue? Seriously, people? All right. We'll do something else. Go. That's going to cause serious problems. Yeah. Going to have to play that from another machine. All right, I'm going to have to load those things up. No, Chad, I am not watching the chat. I guess I'm going to watch the chat now. And yeah. All right, so I'm on the event page, or the YouTube page, and I'm looking for comments. There they are. Look at that. Okay, so yeah, I don't know how people are watching it right now. I pushed that one link. This is not connected to a regular Google Plus event or a regular event that I would make. I literally just started streaming this RMTP, Chad, because they live stream and YouTube are having issues. I'm waiting for live stream to get back with me on it. They can't push the stream directly. I have to go with old school configuration, and yeah. So somebody's functioning as us in YouTube, because I didn't do that. So congratulations.
Yeah, yeah, I'm live in both.
Oh, that was you. Okay. Okay, there we go. So we can both access the channel at the same time. It hasn't
Yeah.
changed out our icon either. That's interesting. So what we're waiting for is any reporter, live reporter, to come in, and then we can do some different things. Until then, I'm going to work on getting different graphics loaded, and yeah, just keep going. We'll be doing this all day. You may not see anything interesting here other than the hummingbirds. I'm going to try to get some video playlists loaded. If somebody could point me to a nice playlist of Bernie stuff, then I could work out getting that on camera.
Yeah, I dumped I think it's just a simple text file in Google Drive. It's called Rich's Bernie YouTube URLs or something to that
Oh,
effect.
fantastic. Fantastic.
Hey, sorry I'm late.
Hey.
I was working on that email about getting a list of curators together, and I know you were just talking about that, so I did an email blast out to everyone who had signed up using the form.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
So I'll let you know if I get any responses back. I think I CC'd everyone on that, or BCC'd everyone, so you should see that too.
Great. Let's see. Now there are way too many of you talking.
And we got dual audio.
Yep.
How's the weather out there? What's going on?
Hi, Richard.
No, my playback was single, and now you seem single as well. Cool. So right now, John's going to be floating in the control room, kind of isolated from everybody else. You'll hear me having conversations with him, and Janine as well, but you won't be able to hear John. So if we sound like mindless robots, it's not entirely unfounded. It's all part of the master plan to get Bernie out there. So deal with our insanity for a bit, and hopefully we can get some live tests on the ground in Madison. If you know anyone who is in the Madison area who has any desire to broadcast their message, go ahead and get them connected to this channel. Hop in the chat, let us know where they are, download Hangouts on their phone, and we can make them live immediately. That's what we're doing today. Yeah. Maybe through Janine's.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you hear an echo from me right now?
No.
Okay.
Nope. But I'm getting a little echo of my own.
Likewise. Yeah, I hear you double.
John, is there a reason we can't see your video?
Yeah.
Like, I can see you down on the bottom, but I also see that there's 3 of you, so I didn't know if that was why.
So, let me fix the delay here. Check.
I'm going to mute for a second.
That's fine.
Okay.
Check. 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 It shouldn't be double like this. Just get into this and stop this. Check. Check.
Sure. Can everyone hear me? John had the sound muted for a little while, so if you can hear us, can you please comment on the chat room? Yeah, I have the YouTube live feed up as well on a different screen. Yeah, it's definitely muted. I'm getting yes, I hear now from Wade and Chad. Okay, everybody, right now, can you hear John at all? You shouldn't be able to hear him. Yeah, Richard actually just said, can you all hear John talking at all? So I'm assuming they can't hear you. No, cannot hear John. Okay. This is just one of the examples of how the Twitter feed can look. That's what you're showing right now. So what we're seeing where it says, well, right now, RT, Bernie2016 TV, yes, and hey there, Lollipop Crumbs, et cetera, et cetera. Great. Great. So that's all just for people who can't hear you. Do you want me to repeat that? Yeah. Okay. So on the screen, everyone, you can see some of the tweets that are coming through to Bernie2016tv hashtag. So if you can see that, that's what that is. Okay.
You guys should be able to hear me now. I apologize for earlier. There was a lot of issues, and oh no, yeah, that works. So here, let's do this. Oh, I lost my picture on my mini. What happened there? I have to get that back up. All right then. What's going on now? I will send anybody the link. Hit me up in chat. Actually, I dropped that link in the community, so if anybody's ready, they can come to the Hangout at any time. And I'm going to load up some different graphic sets, and we'll do some picture-in-picture. Can you hear me, Janine?
Yeah, I can hear you.
There we go. Sorry about that if I was talking over you.
Nope.
Okay.
And they can hear you.
They could hear me.
Yeah.
It should be the best of both worlds. They can hear me, I can hear you, and I definitely can't hear myself, which was what was driving me crazy before. So, and then all I have to do, okay. So we'll get somebody else loaded up in that camera right there as soon as they show up.
I think we have
Anything else
Rich
going
back.
on, Janine?
Do you mean regarding Bernie TV?
Yeah, anything? What's going on?
Oh, um, just trying to get some of the people who've signed up already organized. I familiarized myself with the form, so that's a good thing. Other than that, I know this weekend here in Rhode Island we have a parade that we're going to have a Bernie float in.
Sweet.
And so that should be a lot of fun. It's being organized partly by the Progressive Democrats group here in the state and by the Rhode Island for Bernie group. So should be a lot of fun though.
Awesome. Can you look a little more direct? It looks like you've got a camera at an angle and then you've got a screen over here.
I do.
Yeah.
Is this better? Okay.
Yeah, that is totally cool. I mean, yeah, I get it. And you're not really broadcasting right now. I just wanted to make sure you're, stay aware of the center of the camera and
yeah.
Blah, blah. So.
Hello, this is Janine coming to you from Rhode Island.
That's right. You don't even need this anymore. Although I saw there's a company that just made a selfie. It's like a microphone, just like that, and you just jam your phone into it, and go, right?
Wow.
And I thought, well, there it is. I mean, that's the citizen reporter unit right there.
That's actually a good idea.
It is.
Because usually audio can be rough sometimes on phones, but if you have a nice little microphone, that'd be cool.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, hang on. I'm going to push this shot here. I need to get my picture back in a shot so I can show you guys what a picture-in-picture really looks like. There's
No, I can see you. I can see your three screens there. Okay, somebody is saying the picture is very bright. I think that's because when I'm facing this way, I'm facing a window. Yep. Right. Yeah, the bar looks really cool. I did because somebody said, Chad said something funny. Yes. Okay, great. I can be a backup, or if it gets busy, I can help out. Oh, okay. Great. No, that's fine. With So when you create the Hangout, though, you'll have the content tracker there available on the left-hand side, and then up. Yep. Okay. Yep. It just popped up. Okay. Yeah. All right. So we need to add some sources. So I need to add the YouTube. Should I just search for the hashtag? No, in order to add sources, it's saying there's like a little thing on the side, and I'm going to put the Bernie2016tv hashtag and see if it finds sources. Um, hmm, yep, okay. Do you see it? Okay. I have to find how to get Twitter and YouTube in here, but because it's not an event, I don't think we can do that. I think only if it's an event can you pull in other sources other than Google+. At least that's what I read earlier. All right, okay. I'll play around with it too. I'm going to try the URL. So I apologize if there's going to be some feedback. Okay, I think I got it. All right, John, I was able to bring in the YouTube. Yeah. Yep. I think there might, trying to see if there's a delay. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to.
Oh, loving seeing these embedded posts here. Stream looks great. Yeah, John, let me know. I'm almost 100% sure that resizing the logo in the UI is what kind of screwed the photo quality. So let me know if you need a build out of several more smaller versions of the imagery. Yeah, in Google Drive in Media. Yeah, I zipped them up. I think it's a total of 20 files. Probably half are full backgrounds, the other half are lower thirds. And you may already have them just from previous use, but I just spent some time going through the top rated and found the cleanest ones pretty much. Stream looks great. 100%. Awesome. Yep, that's in the drive as well. No, it's all good. It's like you have a lot to do or something. I think you're trying to fool all of us. I think you have your feet up on your desk and you're just sitting back drinking a beer. And I don't think you're taking this seriously, John. Cool. So in Drive, if you hit Media, there's a video folder. The uppermost two listings are proper channels with collections of burning videos, and then individual videos are linked underneath that. And I'm getting paged on a hot topic elsewhere. I gotta step aside for a sec. I hear you. Correct. No video. I'm on audio with you right now. I don't have any of the video up because I'm working on other stuff, unfortunately. Now I have the live feed muted in YouTube. Okay, just want to let you know.
I need to hang up and rejoin because something happened with Comment Tracker.
Okay.
All right, I'll be right back.
Be punished. It is not acceptable that young African Americans
I can see Bernie's video, by the way,
in a city in America and are being brutalized by police. That has got to end. So I look forward to working with you all.
I can see it, but I can't hear it.
Political revolution that this country
It's all the same
Thank
thing.
you all very much.
Now we can hear. What I'm hearing right now, though, I'm hearing audio from the video and us. Not through the Hangout, on my separate laptop that's running YouTube. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Whoa. Thank you. Thank you. Well, let me begin by thanking Robin.
Good day, everyone. It's Nigel.
Wonderful introduction.
Hey, Nigel.
All the folks up
Hi, Nigel.
Hey, just thought I'd jump in. I got a short break here. I'll jump into the main one tonight at 7.
You know, this is an extraordinary turnout, and I thank all of you for being here. A few weeks ago, we decided we were going to do an event in LA, and I said to my staff, look, we're going to LA. Why don't we see if we can get a room in Denver? And let's see if we can, bring a couple of hundred people together. See if we can find some supporters. And after about 10 minutes after the email went out, we knew we had to change the venue. And here we are tonight, so thank you.
No worries.
Begin by telling you what no other candidate for president is going to tell you. And that is that this campaign is not about me. It's not about Hillary Clinton. It's not about Jeb Bush. It's not about any other candidate. This campaign is about you, your kids, and your parents. It is about
Hey, John, when you added
political
a
movement
Twitter stream, did you use
who
your Bernie2016 Twitter account, or did you?
that this nation and our government belong to all of us and not just a handful of billionaires. People throughout our history fought and died to defend democracy. And democracy means today that we need a political movement of millions of people.
I think some people are having issues with audio. Yeah. The Twitter stream about doing multiple hashtags and things like that. I think that's fine, at least to start, and then we can always add more later once we're kind of pulling in the swing of things. The only thing I do notice is that with the stream, the last time it updated was 14:53 here, so that's what, like almost 20 minutes ago. Okay. No,
Yeah,
sorry, I meant in the content tracker. In the content tracker, the little sidebar. So sorry, in content tracker in the Hangout, you know how I was clicking on to show certain comments so that they could appear on the screen. That stream has not updated since adding in. So, but on the chat on YouTube, I can definitely see activity. I'm going to just add a comment. Okay.
And John, while you're doing that, so this is a place we're going to come into Wednesday night, right? Straight into this hangout. Okay. Awesome. Nice. It's good to see so many volunteers and skills come out all of a sudden, right? It's like we got some traction there. People with graphics experience, web experience, app experience. It's great. People, yeah.
This is Janine.
This is Nigel.
I can hear you.
I don't know.
And who organize. Democracy is not about the last election in which 63% of the American people and 80% of young people did not vote.
I cannot hear you.
That's not democracy.
I cannot see it. She's seeing it through the hangout, right? The hangout
From
screen.
one end of
No,
this
no.
country to the other stand up and say
Okay.
that there is nothing that a great nation cannot accomplish.
I see Bernie.
Now is not the
Yeah,
time.
I checked it. His audio was coming through.
We
Right.
have been thinking small for too many years. We
Check.
are the wealthiest
Check.
in the
And that was gonna be
history
freaky
of the
for people.
world. Now is the time to think big and to understand.
And so now I should be coming through. Yeah, I'm coming through. Unfortunately, if I were to listen to myself right now, it would make massive echo and scare people. So live audience should be able to hear me. Live audience should be able to hear Janine and Nigel. Live audience should be able to hear Bernie.
Understand all that we can.
But Hangout audience cannot hear Bernie right now. And so we need to fix that. And that is done in a couple different ways. Let's try media 2.
Accomplish for all of our people.
I cannot hear in Hangout.
This country today, in my view, faces more serious problems than at any time since the Great Depression. And if you add to that the planetary crisis of climate change, it may well be that today, in our time,
Can you hear that? No, you can't.
No.
we are going to solve those problems.
I have to laugh. Richard saying burning so hard right now.
Yeah?
Yep.
I need Alex. She remembers how to hook this up.
Americans don't feel that and don't know that. And the reason for that is that almost all of the wealth rests in the hands of a tiny number of people. America now has more income and wealth inequality than any major country on earth, and the gap between the very, very rich
I have to get with Alex. God damn it. All right. No, maybe they're not hearing Bernie. I need to know if the crowd's hearing Bernie right now.
Okay.
No, there they are now.
No, they are not.
Never mind, I figured I was wrong.
Let me be as clear as I can be. There from 90%.
No, maybe they're not hearing Bernie. I need to know if the crowd's hearing Bernie right now.
Profoundly wrong. When today 99% of all new income created goes to the top 1%. There is something profoundly wrong when we have seen a proliferation of millionaires and billionaires at the same time as millions of Americans are working longer hours for lower wages, and we have by far the highest rate of childhood poverty of any major country on earth.
Correct.
Something profound.
Well, are you talking about in the Hangout? Okay. Okay. I have not heard him inside the Hangout. Okay.
There is something profoundly wrong when one family in America, the Walton family, owns more wealth than the bottom 130 million Americans. This grotesque level of wealth and income inequality is not only immoral, is not only bad economics, is not only unsustainable, it is not what the United States of America is supposed to be.
No. All right. The audience should be hearing Bernie, or they were. Let's get that set back again.
And you know what? Together we're going to change that. Now it ain't going to be easy. Billionaire class controls much of the economy. They control much of our political life. They control much of the media. But what we are doing tonight is sending a message to the billionaire class, and that is, you can't have it all.
That makes no sense, because it's slowly in the Hangout. I can see it. Flowing in the Hangout audio.
It's funny because when you are speaking, your screen is black.
You
well, that's...
I didn't know if that was
breaks when children in this country go hungry. You cannot continue to send our jobs to China when millions of people in this country are desperately looking.
There's basically three of you in the Hangout right now, John.
Yep.
Okay.
That's irrelevant. Those are the three cameras that are picking up three other people and pushing them to my system.
Okay.
That's how that works.
In the Cayman Islands and in other tax havens, while there are massive unmet needs on every corner of this country. The unquestionable greed of the billionaire class is destroying this nation, and it has got to end. And what we say to these extraordinarily wealthy and powerful people is you cannot take advantage of all of the benefits of
I
America
can hear you.
if you refuse to accept your
Can you hear me now?
responsibilities as Americans.
I can hear you now still.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, still hear you
But
fine.
when we talk about our economy, we're not just talking about...
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
There you are. Thank you.
Okay.
Keep talking for me, please.
All right.
Here.
Well, if we both talk at the same time, it might be overwhelming, but here we are doing a test for Bernie 2016 TV.
And you guys still can't hear.
about the grotesque level of
No, I
inequity
cannot
and
hear
wealth
Bernie.
inequality.
All right, I gotta rework the audio.
All right.
Alex in here. But that's all right. There's a triple picture, everybody. That's one of the things we want to look at. Go back to this.
And we're going to do another test at 7. Is that what you said? 7 Eastern?
I'm gonna keep this live all day.
Okay.
And anybody that pings me, the system will be up. I'll be reworking audio, working on stuff. Just ping me. In chat, hangout, whatever. I'll send you the link. We'll do the test. You can see what we've got going, what it's capable of. I'll have videos running, and I'll be doing that while I work on the audio issues. So we'll just like that.
Sounds great.
So thanks, guys.
All right. Jump back in later on. Cheers.
All right. And yeah, Jenny, you don't have to hang out unless you want to or whatever.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, like I said, the content tracker screen in the Hangout is not updating. And I'm trying to figure out where these comments have come from, comparing that to the chat, and I don't even see them in there. So I don't...
Well, it could be a share. It's like every share is going to have those. You're going to get those comments.
Can you say that again?
So what happens with this is that you drop one link, and then you do the hashtags. Every share and reshare is going to come in. So it could have been reshared already. Could be on Facebook. We can't access it, or you won't know where it lives. You're just going to see all the content.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That stream, I should be able to see if somebody goes and posts something, but it's not updating.
Right. No, I understand that. I thought you were saying you didn't know where it was coming from, and we're not going to really know.
No. So, for example, if in the content stream, the very top, which is sorted to show the most recent, is that one by Richard Parker. It says that 1453 is low burning. Underneath that is from Ian Luton's I'm at work till 6 CST, etc. That content there, when I added the stream, it was the YouTube page, the live feed. However, the comments that I just read to you, I cannot see those in the chat box on YouTube.
I understand what you're saying. Don't worry about it. I'll talk to Alex. I know there's something about that, and it could be the fact that we don't have the event.
Right.
Because this is messed up. So let's
Okay.
just hang on. I think we have to share the event. So
okay. Because the Google content, the Google Plus content was fine. It's just working with the other things.
Right.
Okay. And I don't mind if Alex wants to have separate kind of Q&A with me.
Yeah, I would like to get the three of you together to talk about that. So I'll send her a note.
Okay. In the meantime, I'll do some more research.
Great. And, all right. Then I'm going to get work on audio and start pushing just the videos out. And I'll talk to you guys soon.
Okay, sounds good. I'll be online.
Thank you.
Bye.
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 All right. Let's see here.
Just so you know, John, I might come in now while I'm testing this.
That's fine.
Okay.
Let's see.
What we are also talking about is the tragic reality that over the last 40 years, not 6 years, not 10 years,
Check.
but over the last 40 years, the great middle class of America, once the envy of the world, has been disappearing. And I want you to appreciate this, because we don't
you can't hear that
talk about
either?
it quite often enough.
No, I can hear you, that's
All
all.
of you are
Okay.
aware that in recent years we have seen an explosion of technology. And all of you are aware that almost every worker in America is now far more productive than workers were 10 or 20 years ago. And yet, despite that increase in technology and the increase in productivity, the fact of the matter is that millions of people are working longer hours for lower wages, and median family income today is almost $5,000 less than it was in 1999. That is the reality.
Okay.
And that's the reality that we have got to put on the table, and we have got to discuss that, and we have got to turn that around.
Thanks, Ryan Farr. Nice comment.
I can tell you that in my state of Vermont,
Go.
and I doubt that that's right, and I doubt that it is any different in Colorado or any place else. We have people who are not working one job, they're working 2 jobs, they're working 3 jobs, trying to cobble together an income and some health care. That is not what the American economy should be about. Now, when we talk about the economy, and when you ask people what's on their mind, they talk about jobs.
I just had it up full
Let me
screen.
just tell you this.
Oh.
When you read in the papers once a month that real unemployment, or that official unemployment in America is 5.4%,
Cut it back to that.
don't believe it. Because the way the government
I'd be interested to know
determines
if the people in the
unemployment
audience,
rates is kind of complicated.
is there any delay
If you
on
throw
Bernie's
in the
voice and
fact
video?
that we have millions of people who are working part-time when they want to work full-time, and when you add to that the millions of people who have given up looking for work, real unemployment today is close to 11%. And let me tell you something else which is not discussed at all.
Because the way
And what
Listen to it.
people in the audience is delay on Bernie's.
I don't think there is a delay on Bernie's voice on the YouTube channel.
Oh, good. Yeah, there shouldn't be, but I always got to check.
Crystal clear. Audio and video is synced. And Bernie is tearing it up like it's his job.
It is. All right. Some more people showed up. I can see the major issue I'm going to have now, which is as people leave the Hangout and come in, it messes with my shot lock. And so that's going to be interesting. Can you, Janine, can you leave and then wait, count to 10, and then show back up?
Yep, do that right now.
What I need to do is switch this to, it's on many one. So she left. Many one ends up there. Many two. She comes back in, and then we can't set it, so we have to.
I'm back.
Yes. And then they go to, oh, interesting. And lock you in. I wonder if there's a way. There you go. Except I don't want to just show that shot. I want to show this. Right. There we go. And now you look like a regular camera shot. There. It's full screen. We'll load up. Oh, of course. Media. Bernie. Alright, we have to build a lower third. Alright, I'm going to run this video again and be back in a second.
One of the fun things about running for president is you can talk about the issues that other people don't talk about.
Just leave it like that. They can hear you and me. Just, I can probably cut that out too. I just can't believe you can't hear it.
A report just came out a few weeks ago from the Economic Policy Institute, which is an excellent think tank in Washington.
Now, right now,
what they said should scare every single American.
Talk, please.
Okay, I'm here. I'm still adding hashtags.
Why is that picking me up there?
Those people who have given up looking for work, people working part-time, young people working
Can you hear Bernie now?
when they want to work.
No, not in the Hangout.
If you're looking at high school graduates,
People in the audience should be able to
from
hear
age
now.
17 to 20, the unemployment rate for white and Hispanic young people is over 30%. And for young African American kids, 17 to 20,
I don't hear any audio.
that number is
well, I shut everything off. It's going to be a
Yep, it's back.
Yeah. All right, it's going to sit on this and roll to the next video. I'll be right back.
Just maybe, we should start investing in jobs and education rather than incarceration and in jails.
Yes, audio is synced perfectly with the video on the live YouTube stream.
Great.
Such a tease. I just want to watch Bernie.
I know.
And when we talk about the economy, we're also not just talking about income and wealth inequality.
I cannot freaking wait to have Bernie available all the time.
We are talking
It's going to be awesome.
Oh, can't wait.
And then just to have different playlists, like say you want to go and just hear him speak about income inequality or something.
Yeah.
It's like boom, the video's right there. And then hey, they're doing a live event now. Let's go watch. It's gonna be cool.
I was in Des Moines, Iowa a week ago talking to some people, and they were at a farmer's market. And what they were doing, they were a church-related organization, they were collecting food that was not sold at the farmer's market and donating it to an emergency food shelf. And what they said is in Des Moines, and I expect it is true all over this country, 90% of the people who went to those emergency food shelves.
So Rich, what's your role in Bernie TV? Like, what did John assign you? Just because I'm still learning who's you and.
Yeah, a lot of the graphic creation.
Oh, cool.
And promoting heck out of it on Twitter.
Nice.
And
what's your Twitter handle?
Rich, here, I'll dump it.
And let me
it for you.
state as clearly as I can that the current federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour is a starvation wage and must be raised to a living wage.
Basically doing whatever it is John needs me to do
Yeah.
at this point.
I think he needs a lot of that. Just because he's kind of doing everything.
Yeah. Trying to find somebody to help him out in the studio there.
City of Los Angeles,
Nice.
a couple of weeks ago, did
Yeah.
exactly the
And
right
I'm trying
thing.
to
They
get the
raised
Google
the minimum wage.
Google Plus community
They
rolling.
raised
Huge
the
amount
minimum
of
wage over a period of a couple
new
of years
members in the last
to
24 hours.
$15
Great.
Yeah.
an hour, and
Should we
that's
just
what we
be
should
adding
doing
people? Because I know,
nationally.
like, I get messages, and my hours are kind of weird. Should I just add them as
Yeah,
they?
I mean, that's
And
what
when we
I've been
talk
doing.
about work,
Okay.
and when we talk about wages, we have got to end the disgrace of women making 78 cents on the dollar compared to men. We need pay equity for women workers in this country. Equal pay for equal work. Now, a couple of weeks ago, I announced a series of proposals that were a lot of fun to talk about, and I'll tell you why. As you know, many Republicans talk about family values.
Hi there.
Oh, they just love
Yep.
families. And they just love
Did
children.
somebody join or something?
They
No.
just can't get enough of
Just
families
came
and
back.
children. But when they talk about family values, you all know what they're
And
talking about.
multitasking on too many different things at the moment. But
I hear you. Yeah, separate this out.
What they are saying to every woman in this country,
What's the channel look like?
and have destiny over your own body.
what does the channel look like?
Yeah.
Right now, I think he's. Oh,
What they are saying
see
to
the
women,
hangout
this
on the
is,
screen now.
quite incredible,
Yeah.
hard to imagine,
Well,
that
yeah, you're
women
gonna see
cannot
different
buy the
Yeah.
contraceptives
now I
they
see
want.
Bernie.
I just went back.
And what
I just
they
wanted
are
to make sure
saying
that
to our gay brothers
it was on
and
the channel.
sisters is you cannot get married. Well, I have, and I think you have, a very different vision of what family values should be about.
Okay.
And let me tell you what I think family values mean. It means that the United States must end our international embarrassment of being the only major country on earth, the only one, which does not guarantee workers paid medical and family leave, which does not guarantee paid sick time or paid vacation time. Now, let me tell you about a family value as deep and as strong as one can imagine.
Hey, Janine,
Today
Yes.
in America,
can you find any of the
a
other?
working class or low-income woman gives birth to a baby.
There's been other
And that
shows
mom
by other
and
people
that
about
father
Bernie.
want
Can you
the
find any of the people in the
opportunity
community
to
that have
get
said them so I
know
can
their newborn
link
baby.
to them?
That is pretty natural, and that is
think
what a
there's some
family
shows.
is all about.
Do you mean on YouTube?
If that
Like
working
a
class
YouTube
woman
link?
does not have
Or are you
a
looking
Uh,
for people?
Yeah,
She will have to
YouTube
go
links to
back
their
to
channel,
work in
not
4 days,
individuals, but
5
yeah.
days, 1 week
Okay.
time.
Yeah.
And that is why we need family and medical leave, which says to that mom and that dad, you have 1 month to spend with
Nice.
your baby paid for.
Let's put that up there real quick. The beauty of a screen grab.
This is not a radical socialistic idea.
Okay. Do you want me to stick them in the chat here in the Hangout?
In virtually every major country
Actually,
on earth. And let me tell you about
there's a
another
list.
radical idea.
If you go
Are you
to
ready? I don't know about you, but I go around the country
in
and I end up
Drive,
eating in a lot of
in
restaurants,
Bernie, in
and I
Media,
do not want somebody
in
preparing
Video,
the food who has the flu, who is sick.
Rich's Bernie vid links.
I want to see workers in this country be guaranteed paid sick leave.
Media. And audio, you said? Or video? Video.
Video.
And then
Let me
Rich's
tell you something else
Bernie
that
video
nobody
links.
talks
Yeah.
Yes.
Create a different like subheading
That
for
is,
those and
with the collapse of the
drop
American
those in.
middle class, what has happened is that
Please.
our people, men and women, are being forced to
So
work
he's got channels,
incredibly
individuals, I
long
guess, and a
I hope
bonus.
some of you
And you're
know
just looking, what should I,
that our people
other?
in this
Yeah,
country, the
whatever they
wealthiest
are,
country
I don't
on
know.
earth,
I don't know how they
end up
relate. I
working
just
far
Okay.
more
Yeah, the top
hours
2 links are
than
just
do the
proper
people
channels with a number of
any
videos
major
already
industrialized
accumulated.
country.
And then I
The
just,
American
for
people
a couple weeks, I just
are
bookmarked any
working
Bernie videos to
137
ease
hours
my
a year
madness so I
more
could go and
than
find
the
them easily.
Japanese who work very
And I just
hard.
dumped that list in there.
We work 260 more hours than the British, and well, for the French, we work almost 500 hours a year more than our friends in France. Now, why do
Do you know
I
if
say
this is
Is
editable?
that an important issue? It is
What?
a very
Oh, I only have view access.
And you know why it
That's
is?
why.
to
Because
what?
our
To
people
that
are
document, I
working
think.
incredibly long hours.
I'll
Here's a
update it.
story.
Stand by.
Okay.
I was in a grocery store, outside of a grocery store in Burlington, Vermont, a few years ago. All right. And a woman came up to me, and she said, you know, Bernie, just want to mention something to you. My husband and I have 1 kid. We would like to have more children. But I'm working 3 jobs, he's working 2 jobs, and we don't believe that we can be the kind of parents that we want to be. And that story is being told all across our country.
Okay, try it again,
People
Janine.
are exhausted. Some of you may remember and read in your history books that 100 years ago, in the early 1900s, workers demonstrated all over this country, and they held up banners,
So says
and they
Naomi.
held up signs and posters, and
I
they
may
said
need to log out and
100
back in.
years
I'm
ago,
not sure how that works.
we are not
I'll
beasts
close-
of burden.
I'll close it
We
down
are
and then
human beings. We want leisure
try to
time.
open.
We want to spend time with our kids. We want more education.
Are you connecting with your Yahoo
We
account?
want the 40
No.
hour work week.
Well, see, I don't know. I'm using I'm using my Gmail. Janine.calkin@gmail.com.
100 years
That's probably why.
have come and gone. We have seen an explosion in
It just
technology,
pulled the email I
a
had
huge
from my
increase
contacts.
in
Okay.
worker productivity.
So that's probably
We
why.
are not today even close to a 40-hour work week. Today,
All right, your Gmail's in there. It should work.
85%
Great, thank you.
of working men and 66% of working women work more than 40
I added you
hours a week.
with the same permissions to the entirety of
my
the media
view,
folder.
At the very
Great, thank you.
least,
Yes, I can.
what we
I can
have
edit.
got to do as a
Okay, what I'll do to
value
just
is to guarantee
to
those
keep things
workers
clean,
at least
I'll just
2
start
weeks
another
a year
section,
of
call
paid
it like
vacation.
other media, and just add links in there. Unless you prefer me to, if I have a particular channel, to add the channel, and then the individual links like you
Now
did.
imagine that
Which would you
radical
prefer?
idea that workers should have a couple of weeks where parents can spend some quality
John
time
may
with
be
their
working on
kids. And
something.
again,
I think
all
the
over
goal is
the
just to get a list
industrialized world,
of
They don't have 2 weeks.
in terms of
In fact,
turning
they
these
usually
videos
have
into
a lot more than that of paid videos.
separate
Playlists,
playlists. I think we need
right.
the individual
talk.
video
Yes.
Posters
URLs.
go out and they
Sorry,
Okay.
were you talking to me? I'm sorry. Yeah.
No,
And
you're
they say,
good.
what is uppermost on your mind?
If
What
it's-
are you caring about the
If
most?
it's a show,
answer
a
is
person's
almost
show, and it's a
always
singular
a
event,
four-letter
yeah, I
word,
want that. If it's
J-O-B-S.
just something we can add to a
And
playlist of
people
Bernie stuff,
understand that
yeah, in that way.
because, as I
I'd
mentioned earlier,
rather
not
create these
only is
playlists
real
on our site
unemployment
eventually,
close to 11%,
but I'm okay
youth
linking to
unemployment
them,
off the
you know.
charts. People are scared to death. If you're 50,
Okay.
55 years of age, you're worried about walking in to your job and finding that your job has disappeared and a young person has taken it. If you are young, you are desperately trying to find a career ladder, but you can't find your first job. In my view, the time is now to recognize that we do have a jobs crisis in America.
Because,
that we need
you know, there's a
major
Bernie
federal
Sanders
jobs program.
2016 channel that has got a ton of stuff.
Great.
So I'm just going to add the individual links to each of the videos.
Several months ago,
Okay.
I have introduced in the Senate, and we will implement from the White House, a jobs program which rebuilds our crumbling roads, bridges, water systems, wastewater plants.
Okay.
This is the United States of America. Our roads and bridges and water systems and levees and dams should not be crumbling. Our rail system should not be behind Europe, Japan, and China.
I gotta say, you can't. Well, you may be watching elsewhere. It's hard to listen to Bernie and not stand up and want to run to the White House and just knock it over. It's just hard.
In rebuilding that infrastructure, we
Just
become
go,
more
how come this
productive,
is the only guy?
more efficient,
The only guy
safer,
saying this?
and we can create up to 13 million. decent
Everybody
paying
else
jobs.
is a worthless piece of shit. Worthless piece of shit. And I'm talking specifically about
And here's
Congress
another
people.
issue
and
that
elected
we have got
officials.
to deal with as a nation. It's not a sexy
Yeah,
issue,
they've
but
been
it is
awful.
enormously
Oh, they were all
important. And
they were
that
all
is
just
to
representing the
understand
corporations
that the
getting the
trade
money.
policies that
And
we have
themselves.
had
I'd
in
like to
this
see
country
Cheney
for
crucified and
decades
put in
have been a
general population
grotesque
prison.
failure for the American worker.
Yeah, I think they should all be deported. Just send them to Haiti. Send them to Iraq and put their boots on the ground and rebuild their houses.
Yeah, they
As a
can go
member
live
of
with
the House
the
and now as a
the
Senator,
Iraqis, the people
I have
the
voted
Middle
against
East. Go there.
NAFTA,
Yeah,
against
I hear Syria is
TAFTA,
real nice this time of year.
against permanent normal trade relations with China. Why? Because I understood,
Okay,
as I believe the vast majority of Americans understood, that the function of these trade agreements was to allow corporate
Just a
America
reminder
to
to
shut
anybody who's
down
out
in
there,
America,
we're still looking for
outsource
reporters.
our jobs to
Ping me.
low-wage countries and bring their
I know we're doing
products
tests
back
with people
in
later.
here.
So.
John, is your audio
In my
broadcasting
view-
to the live feed?
Should be. Everybody just got to hear all
In
those
my
nasty
view,
things I said about Cheney.
If corporate
Okay, cool.
America wants us to buy
Well, I
their
mean, there's not much
products,
else to say
the
on
time
Cheney.
is long overdue
Well,
for them to start
I struggle with the
manufacturing
incongruency
those
of the fact
products
that I do
here in
love
the
all
United
human
States
beings,
of America.
but I still think some of them need to get the shit beat out of them occasionally. And yeah, those are not congruent things because I'm a man of peace. But somebody like Cheney, he murdered thousands
And that
of
is
children.
why
And I don't know what you
I am
do
helped
with a
lead
person
the
like that.
opposition in the Senate
It's like a
to
Hitler.
this
As far as I'm
disastrous
concerned, Cheney is
Trans-Pacific
Hitler.
Partnership.
Obviously, he didn't reach the same magnitude, but he certainly accomplished as much destruction in a short amount of time.
I want to say a word about the TPP. Not widely known, and we can go on for a long time. This is what I want to say. It is not just that the TPP and Fast Track would force American workers to compete against people in Vietnam who make 56 cents an hour minimum wage. It's beyond that. And I'll tell you a story which demonstrates what these trade agreements are all about. Involved and an integral part of this trade agreement is called an investor-state resolution process. Okay? What is that about? Right. This is what it's about. Tell you what it's about. Tiny country of Uruguay, a few years ago, had a president who was an oncologist, knew a lot about cancer. And what this guy tried to do, and did do, is work on very strong anti-tobacco legislation, trying
there it
to
is.
keep the kids of his
Okay.
country from
I
smoking.
may shut
I
down the
think that's
broadcast,
a
but I finally
good thing.
found Alex's instructions. I had her write down on
Given the
how to make the
fact
audio do what I
that
needed to do.
smoking causes a
Awesome.
huge myriad of diseases, I applaud people who do that.
Mini Monitor 2
Philip
is
Morris,
linked to
on the
media
other
2.
hand, disagreed. What Philip Morris did is a result of
What is this
trade
speech that's live right
language,
now?
which is included in the TPP, is went to an international
2016
tribunal
presidential, was it?
and
It
said
just
to the
says
tribunal,
town
what
hall.
Uruguay is doing is in
Is that the recent New
violation
Hampshire
of
speech?
our trade
Might
agreement
be. I just
because they
grabbed the
are
first thing
harming
on that
our
channel.
future
Gotcha.
profits. That's right.
His dialogue is so infectious. I just want to forget that there's a huge amount of technical stuff to focus on and listen to his ideology. I just want to run off into the sunset with Bernie on a horse.
I'm doing the same thing. I'm like, I'm gonna have to stop him so that I can fix this, because just, yeah.
What this trade agreement, we'll see how that resolves itself. It's now before.
Yeah, I'm gonna. All right.
What's
Sorry,
still
everybody.
in the
I'm
same
cutting off
boat.
Bernie so that I can actually focus on getting Bernie elected. So yeah, and that portion of the broadcast, we'll keep broadcasting. You're just gonna get birds. There's the birds, and hear us. Unfortunately.
Oh, I thought you were going to kill the whole stream.
No, I'm gonna keep
Cool.
it live. I need to turn Bernie off. I can't hear him in the background. Media 2.
Wade just said, love how he asks questions, LOL. I think that is hilarious because I love when he does that to the interviewers. He goes, do you know what,
Right.
And then he answers it for them because they don't know.
Yeah. Do you know what this means? No, you don't. You don't.
I'll tell you what it means. In my view, I love how he's just like, here's what it is. There's no spin. It's just the facts.
Yeah. This camera. This camera. So who's running birds? Where are birds coming from? Birds. Going in through Maine, which means I think apologies for all the noise. I need a bigger desk. And now, on Mini 2. Okay. So the settings are Mini Monitor 2 is linked to Media 2. Mini 2. Media 2. Media clip 2. 3 on. Mini monitor 203 Hans. Audio window headphone. Check. Okay. I need to scrape down the video. Let's get this in the queue. Oh, who dropped out?
Hey, John, for some of this content, do you want like fun things too? Like, you know, how Funny or Die did the Bernie Sanders is not boring?
Oh, yeah. Anything.
Okay.
As long as it's not offensive, you know,
Right.
or hurtful. I think we should use it all. Okay, what's the issue here? Did I lose a whole other machine already? It is going into sleep mode. Just figures. Check. And we're still transcoding this? You've got to be kidding me. Alright, I'm killing the stream.
after several years of success, I should say, apparently went too far. He gambled himself into a situation where one company lost, his own company lost some $90 billion, and according to the New York Times, this hedge fund's speculation topped $1.2 trillion. Now, what is $1.2 trillion? It's an astronomical sum of money. It is close to what the budget of the United States government is for 1 year. That's what we're talking about. This is one man whose actions and poor judgment could cause economic catastrophe throughout the entire world. One person. Now, we hear a lot about crony capitalism in Russia, crony capitalism in South Korea, and in Indonesia. Chairman Greenspan, I hope in your testimony today that you will talk about crony capitalism in America, about one man's investment threatening the entire economic stability of the globe. What we have here are banks that are willing to lend billions of dollars to one man so that he could gamble on whether interest rates go up by 0.5% or whether they go down by 0.5%. But meanwhile, these are the very same banks that refuse to loan money for economic development and job creation in communities all over America. Evidently, there is not enough money from these banks to invest in job-creating small business, in job-creating family farming, in job-creating manufacturing, but there is unlimited amounts of money to be lent to gamblers in their non-productive efforts to guess if interest rates will rise or fall. Mr. Chairman, there are changes taking place all over this planet. You will note that recently in Germany there was an election in which conservatives lost. A year ago there was an election in France where conservatives lost. 2 years ago there was an election in Great Britain where conservatives lost. All over Europe and throughout the world, there is growing doubts about the sensibility of the Thatcher, Reagan, if I might add, Greenspan approach to economic development. An approach which says that it is okay for a couple of hundred billionaires throughout the world to own more wealth than the bottom 45% of the world's population. An approach which says that it's okay in the United States for one man to own more wealth than the bottom 100 million Americans. So I think the good news is that Europe is beginning to wake up that this laissez-faire type of approach, where let's knock down all barriers, let's oppose minimum wages, let's oppose national health care programs, let's oppose any action that helps working people and poor people. That's bad. But let's give the billionaires the opportunity to make more and more and more money so that we have a situation where one man can have an influence over $1.25 trillion. And truth of the matter is nobody has a clue what's going on, and Mr. Greenspan, a week before the collapse, says that the banks know what they're doing. So I would suggest that this issue today deals not only with this hedge fund, but our entire approach to the global economy, where so few people own so much wealth and have so much power, where the IMF is running dozens and dozens of countries throughout the world. And I think we had better learn from Europe's recent elections and start rethinking this entire approach to the global economy. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Castle.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me respectfully disagree with my friend from Utah. Let me urge all members to vote against what I believe to be a disastrous trade agreement, a trade agreement based on other trade agreements, which in fact have cost us millions of decent-paying jobs and have led to a race to the bottom. Mr. President, let me just briefly give you 4 reasons, and there are many more, but let me just focus on 4 objective reasons why we should defeat this fast-track legislation and why we need to develop a whole new approach to trade that benefits American workers rather than just the CEOs of large multinational corporations. Reason number 1, this unfettered free trade agreement with Vietnam, Malaysia, and 10 other countries follows in the footsteps of disastrous trade agreements like NAFTA, CAFTA, permanent normal trade relations with China, and the South Korean free trade agreements. Any objective look at these trade agreements will tell us that they have cost us millions of decent-paying jobs and have led us to a race to the bottom where American workers are forced to compete against workers in low-wage countries who are making pennies an hour. Mr. President, over and over again, supporters of these types of trade agreements have told us about how many jobs they would create, how beneficial they would be for the middle class and working class of this country. But over and over again, virtually everything they told us turned out to be wrong, and they are wrong again in terms of the TPP. In 1993, President Bill Clinton promised that NAFTA would create 1 million American jobs in 5 years. Instead, NAFTA has led to the loss of almost 700,000 jobs. In 1999, we were promised that permanent normal trade relations with China would open up the Chinese economy to American-made goods and services. Instead, as everybody who goes shopping knows, when you buy product after product made in China, that trade agreement has cost us some 2.7 million American jobs. And I remember hearing all of the accolades about free trade with China. They all turned out to be wrong. In 2011, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce told us that the South Korean free trade agreement would create some 280,000 jobs. Well, wrong again. Instead, that agreement has led to the loss of some 75,000 jobs. And the reason for all of this is pretty simple. Why would an American corporation invest in this country, pay American workers $15, $18, $20 an hour, provide health care, have to obey environmental regulations, deal with trade unions, when they can go abroad, pay people pennies an hour, not have to worry about the environment? That is, of course, what has happened. These trade agreements have failed. TPP is based on the same principles. It will be another failure. We should reject it for that reason. Second point, Mr. President, in politics, it is always interesting and important to know whose side different groups are on. You can learn a lot by who is supporting an agreement and by who is opposing agreement. Well, let's talk about who is supporting the TPP. Turns out that virtually every major multinational corporation, including many of whom who have shut down plants in the United States and move abroad, all of these multinationals, they think the TPP is a great idea. And I'm sure I can understand why. It will be a great program for them. It'll only accelerate their ability to shut down plants in America and move to low-wage countries abroad. Here's another group who is actively pushing for us to vote for the TPP, and that is the pharmaceutical industry. As I think every American knows, the drug companies in this country charge our people here the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs, but they love this legislation. They just love it, because they think as a result of this legislation, they will be able to charge people all over the world, including in very poor countries, higher prices for their products. Wall Street, surprise of all surprise, Wall Street loves this agreement, loves this agreement. As we all remember, not so many years ago, the greed and recklessness and illegal behavior of Wall Street caused the most significant economic recession since the Great Depression. But Wall Street loves this legislation because it will make it easier for them to sell esoteric, complicated financial products all over the world. So those are some of the groups who think that this legislation is wonderful, that we should vote for it. Who are the groups and the organizations that oppose this legislation? Well, it turns out that every trade union in this country, unions representing over 20 million American workers, unions who are fighting every single day to get workers higher wages, better pay, better health care, they are in strong opposition to this legislation. And this is what the trade union movement has to say about TPP, and I quote, Fast-track trade deals mean fewer jobs, lower wages, and a declining middle class. Fast-track has been used since the Nixon administration to advance deals like NAFTA that are sold to the American people as job creation measures, but these deals, written largely by and for the world's largest corporations, don't create jobs. Their main purpose isn't even related to trade. It is to enshrine rules that make it easier for firms to invest offshore and increase corporate influence over the global economy, end of quote. That is what the trade union movement in this country believes about this agreement. But it is not only the trade union movement that is opposed to TPP. Virtually every major environmental and scientific group in this country, groups such as the League of Conservation Voters, the Sierra Club, the Natural Resources Defense Council, the Union of Concerned Scientists, Friends of the Earth, Greenpeace, and 350.org, they oppose this legislation. This is what the environmental organizations have written about this bill, and I quote, "As leading U.S. environmental and science organizations, we write to express our strong opposition to fast-track trade promotion authority and to urge you to oppose any legislation that would limit the ability of Congress to ensure that trade pacts deliver benefits for communities, workers, public health, and the environment." End of quote. So you got organizations, trade union organizations, representing some 20 million American workers. They say we should not go forward with this agreement. You have organizations representing millions of people in the environmental community who say we should not go forward with this legislation. And then we have religious groups like the Presbyterian Church USA, the United Methodist Church, and Sisters of Mercy also opposing this legislation. And here is what they have written about it, and I quote, "As people of faith, we call on all nations and governments to uphold the dignity of all people. Yet modern trade agreements have harmed people, especially the most vulnerable in the United States and globally. Trade, like the rest of the economy, must be a means of lifting people out of poverty and ensure a country's ability to protect the health, safety, and well-being of their citizens and the planet. In recognition of your sacred task of stewardship over people and policies, we ask you to oppose fast-track trade promotion authority for any trade agreement currently being negotiated." So, on one hand, you have all of the big money organizations. You got every major multinational corporation in America. You have Wall Street. You have the pharmaceutical industry. They say, vote for this legislation. On the other side, you have unions representing millions of Americans. You have environmental organizations representing millions more Americans. And you have religious organizations who say, wait a second, this fast-track trade agreement may not be a good idea. Vote no. Vote no. So on one hand, you have groups whose motivation is greed and profit, and on the other hand, you have organizations trying to protect working people, trying to protect the environment, trying to uphold basic religious values about human dignity, saying no. Well, which side should we be on? I say we stand with those who are concerned about workers' rights, the environment, and moral values. Mr. President, let me give you another reason why we should oppose this trade agreement, and this is a provision which has gotten far too little attention, and that is the investor-state dispute settlement. That sounds like a highly technical term. What in God's name does that mean? But let me try to explain what it does mean. And what it does mean in English is that it will allow large multinational corporations to sue national, state, and local governments, not just in the United States, but all over the world, if those governments pass legislation that hurts their expected future profits. This, to me, is exactly about what this whole agreement stands for. It's not for raising wages or creating jobs. It is to protect corporate profits. And unbelievably, what this legislation is prepared to do is to undermine basic democracy in terms of what local communities around the world, states in the United States, national governments, whether it's the United States or any other government, does if it undermines future profits of large multinational corporations. That's really extraordinary. I thought that our job as members of the United States Senate, I thought the job of people in Australia who represent their government, people democratically elected all over the world, I had the idea that maybe their function was to represent as best they could the needs of the people who voted for them. I guess that's a radical and crazy idea, because what this bill says, that if legislation is passed by people who are democratically elected, those decisions, that legislation, can be brought to an independent tribunal, and those countries could have to pay huge fines if the legislation, which might protect health care or might protect the environment, undermines future profits of multinational corporations. What an attack, not only on health and the environment, it is an attack on the fundamental tenets of democracy. Our job is not to worry about future corporate profits. Our job is to worry about the needs of the American people, and that is what elected governments all over the world are supposed to do. Let me give you some examples, because we have not talked about this. But let me give you some examples of what is already going on around the world based on similar language to what will be in the TPP if we vote for it. Similar language. Mr. President, and this is maybe the most outrageous example that I can give you, but there are many others. Philip Morris, one of the large tobacco companies in the world, is suing both Australia and Uruguay over labeling requirements for cigarettes. Uruguay is this little country, and what they have done is been very aggressive in trying to protect their children and their people from the very harmful impacts of smoking. Now, you know what? I happen to think that that is a good thing. I think in America and all over the world we should do everything that we can to make sure that our kids are not hooked on nicotine, do not have to suffer heart disease, cancer, emphysema, and all of the other diseases related to smoking. I think our government should be very vigorous. We have done some things in our country. I think we should do more. Uruguay, a little tiny country, whose president turned out to be an oncologist, guy who was worried about cancer, was very active in trying to do everything he could to keep the kids of Uruguay getting hooked on cigarettes. And what happened to Uruguay? Well, they were taken to this independent tribunal, composing, as I understand it, of 3 corporate lawyers, because Philip Morris said, hey, Uruguay, you're impacting our future profits. We want to get kids hooked onto nicotine. We want to sell our products to kids and to the people of Uruguay, and by fighting us, passing legislation and doing things that will make it harder for kids to smoke, you are ruining our profits. And this case is now resting in an independent tribunal. How insane is that? That a country trying to protect its kids from getting cancer is being sued by Philip Morris because it might cause them profits. So this is not only just a health issue, in this case of cancer prevention. This is an issue of basic democracy. Do the people of Uruguay, do the people of Australia, do the people of any country have a right to be very vigorous in protecting the health of their kids and their citizens without worrying about being sued by a cigarette manufacturer who is trying to poison these kids with deadly products? So this is not only a health issue, it is a basic democratic issue. And if Philip Morris wins this case, it will be sending a message to every government in the world. You can't be aggressive in trying to protect your kids from cigarettes. That's one example. Let me give you another example, equally outrageous. Mr. President, under this investor-state provision, a French waste management firm, Veolia, is suing for $110 million under the France-Egypt bilateral investment treaty over changes to Egypt's labor laws, including an increase in the minimum wage. Now, let me be honest with you, Mr. President. I know nothing about Egypt's minimum wage, but I do think that Egypt and every other country on earth has a right to raise its minimum wage if they think it makes sense without worrying about being sued by some company who will have to pay higher wages. How crazy is that? So again, not being terribly knowledgeable about domestic policies in Egypt, the idea that they are being sued for the crime of raising their minimum wage is, to me, beyond comprehension. And again, this is just an example of what is happening now and what will only happen in an accelerated manner if we pass this agreement. Let me give you one last example. A Swedish energy company, it's called Vattenfall, launched a $5 billion lawsuit over Germany's decision to phase out nuclear power. This initiative was implemented in response to the Fukushima disaster. So Germany, last I know, was an independent country with an elected government. They made a decision to phase out nuclear energy. Some people think it's a good idea, some people think it's a bad idea, but the last I heard, that should be a decision of the German government and the people who elected that government. The elected officials of Germany are not dummies. I presume they do what their people want them to do. They pay the political consequence. But that is a decision of the elected officials of Germany. And they said, let's phase out nuclear power. And yet now they are being sued by a Swedish energy company, Vattenfall, for some $5 billion because they made that decision. Now, that's just what's going on right now. Think about what that means into the future. It means that any government around the world or in this trade agreement, it means that any state in the United States, if my state of Vermont, which is sensitive to the environment, decides to go forward on an environmental piece of legislation, why some large corporation can go to an independent tribunal and say, look, we're going to sue Vermont for $1 billion because we wanted to do business there and your environmental regulations are impacting our ability to make profit, and undermine what the state of Vermont or the state of Georgia or any other state chooses to do. That, to me, is just beyond comprehension that anybody would vote for that legislation. We could disagree what they do in Egypt. You could disagree with what they do in Uruguay. We could disagree with what we do here. But to say that an independent tribunal could provide billions of dollars in damage to a corporation because of a democratically made decision in the United States or any other country around the world is, to me, just incomprehensible. The last point that I would want to make, Mr. President, deals with a health issue. Clearly, one of the health crises that we face, not only in America but around the world, is the high cost of prescription drugs. In our country, if my memory is correct, some 25% of Americans who receive prescriptions from doctors are unable to afford to fill those prescriptions. So you go to the doctor, that diagnoses you, writes out a script, and the person says, thank you very much, but doesn't have the money to fill that script. It's bad in this country, but obviously it is much worse in very, very poor countries around the world. And what this agreement will do, if it were passed, is, among other things, allow pharmaceutical companies to fight back against their brand name products being converted into generics at much lower prices. So poor countries all over the world would have to struggle to come up with very, very high prices for medicine for people who don't have a whole lot of money. And in fact, that is why Doctors Without Borders has said, and I quote, Doctors Without Borders, as you may know, Mr. President, is a heroic group of doctors who, whenever there is a healthcare crisis around the world, whether it's Ebola in Africa or whatever it is, these guys are there, putting their lives on the line. I think some of them have died, to provide medical treatment in the most difficult circumstances to the poorest people around the world. They are really a heroic group of people. And Doctors Without Borders has said, and I quote, the TPP agreement is on track to become the most harmful trade pact ever for access to medicines in developing countries, end of quote. So, Mr. President, to my mind, the vote that we're going to have in a short time is really a no-brainer. Are we dumb enough to continue down the road of failed trade policies? I would hope not. Do we think it is a good idea to be siding with corporate America, who have already used previous trade agreements to outsource millions of our jobs and who think this agreement is just wonderful? Are we going to stand with Wall Street, whose greed is without, just has no limits? Are we going to stand with the pharmaceutical industry, who wants to sell drugs to people all over the world at a higher price? Or do we stand with unions, environmental groups, religious groups? Do we get involved in a trade agreement which allows corporations to undermine the democratic rights of countries who stand up for their environment, stand up for the health and well-being of their kids? Do we make it harder for poor people around the world to get the medicines they need? This really is, Mr. President, a no-brainer. And I would hope that the members of the United States Senate send a resounding note to the corporate world that you can't have it all, that we are going to pass trade agreements which protect working families, which protect the middle class, which protect struggling people all over the world. We're going to vote no.
Congressman Bernie Sanders, independent of Vermont. When you looked at the newspapers this morning and saw that the stories were saying that the trade status for China was going to pass today, did you believe them?
No, I think it's very likely. Corporate America has been spending tens and tens of millions of dollars trying to get this passed. And when corporate America, which has contributed hundreds of millions of dollars to both political parties, speaks, most members of Congress unfortunately listen. That's the reality of American politics today. It's not good, but that is the reality, so I'm not surprised.
Do you think that there was ever a time in which your side could have won?
I don't look at it like that. I think that basically we have a country now where most people have given up on the political process. You know, most people no longer vote. We have a great divide between the wealthy and the poor. Many of our people are working longer hours for lower wages, and I think that this trade agreement is a bad deal for the American working people. And I think the heart and soul of what this agreement is about, and the reason that corporate America is putting so much money into it, is ultimately what they want to see is our workers forced to compete against the desperate people in China who work for 10, 15, or 20 cents an hour. So what will happen is there will be an acceleration of our trade deficit where companies in this country will close down their plants, take their plants to China, and have a climate in China where you're paying people not only starvation wages, but these people who stand up for their rights in China, who want to form a union, for example, they get thrown in jail. If they protest against government policy, they get thrown in jail. So I guess for corporate America, that's a great place to do business. You can hire people for starvation wages. They can't stand up for their rights. You can pay them substantially lower than you can pay American workers. So I can understand why corporate America is spending so much money trying to get this agreement passed. But I think what we should understand is that right now, today, the trade deficit with China is $68 billion. It is costing us hundreds and hundreds of thousands of decent-paying jobs. And the estimate is that if this permanent trade agreement goes through, that trade deficit will only accelerate and grow wider. You know, I hear a whole lot of talk about how the economy is booming. But the reality is that today for tens of millions of American workers, they're working longer hours for lower wages. And in fact, the economy is booming for the people on top. So we now have the wealthiest 1% of the population owning more wealth than the bottom 95%, and the greatest gap between the haves and the have-nots of any industrialized country. So I think that for ordinary people, this is a bad trade agreement. I can understand why corporate America likes it. For them, it is pretty good. But when we look at who's fighting this issue, you find that corporate America is on one side. You got trade unions representing 15 million workers on the other side. You have environmental groups who are very concerned about what's happening in the environment in China, what that means for the world environment. You have human rights groups and religious groups like the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops who are saying, how are we having a permanent trade agreement with a country that does not tolerate religious freedom, which throws Catholic bishops in jail, which has suppressed Tibet? Why should we give up our leverage of an annual review? You have veterans organizations like the American Legion, the VFW, and others who are concerned about issues of national security. And I think what all of them are saying is that we should not abandon the leverage that we now have with an annual review. So those are my thoughts.
Phone lines again, divided for and against this treaty, which comes up before the vote today. First call, Laurel, Maryland, for the treaty.
Thank you. Congressman Sanders, I have three quick points, and I'd be interested in your response. The first one is, in terms of opposing the treaty, a lot of the opposition is targeting the oppression of human rights and so much mistreatment of the citizens within China, and yet the dissidents who are there, who are really the targets of that oppression, are the strongest advocates for the treaty. Another point that...
Let me just respond briefly to that. That is not necessarily the truth. Most of, what are most of the dissidents? I have met with many dissidents who are strongly opposed to this treaty, who believe that by supporting this treaty, we're telling China, whose human rights record has deteriorated in recent years, that, hey, no problem, the United States doesn't care about that. I am sure that there are some dissidents who feel differently, but it would be wrong to say that most dissidents support the trade agreement.
One follow-up.
My second point is that Taiwan, and certainly the leadership of Taiwan, who are the target of a lot of the geopolitical aggression of China, are strongly in support of the treaty, and that's another reason that's been cited. But let me
answer. One second, sir. You made a point. As you may know, the papers reported a week or two ago that China told the newly elected president of Taiwan that if he did not support a one-China treaty, that, to paraphrase, war might be inevitable. Taiwan is sitting there next to a huge military power. And whatever they may say has to be placed within the context that they're under tremendous threat.
Wellington, Florida, you're next, against the treaty.
Thank you.
You have to turn your television set down and you're on, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm against it basically because I know that once you give somebody permanent status, you give them immunity from reversal. And once you do that, immunity equals impunity. I'm a victim of it in my own country here.
Thanks, caller. Is there any way to change this if it goes?
Sure, the United States Congress can do whatever it wants to do whenever it wants to do. But basically, what we have had up until now is a situation where every year there was a debate on whether or not we should grant normal trade relations with China. And that meant that we had some leverage. That people would say, well, wait a minute, why should we do this when human rights situation is so bad? Why should we do this when we have such a huge trade deficit? Basically, right now, and people have got to understand this, we have a $68 billion trade deficit with China. That is the largest trade deficit that we've ever had with any one country in our history. It is a disaster. It gives people the opportunity to say, wait a minute, this policy is not going well. All of us believe in trade, but we believe in a trade which works well for us or works well for the other party. I think the trade agreement with China now is a one-sided agreement working primarily well for China. But giving up that leverage is bad public policy in my view.
St. Petersburg, Florida, for the treaty.
Hello?
Morning, you're on the air.
Yes, I'm for it in some respects, but I think they should have a standardization of any product that they bring into this country for consumers, because a bunch of junk is coming in from some of these countries that's not worth the money that you pay for it. And it's going to fill up our junkyards, for one thing. The products do not hold up sometimes because they are inferior. And I think they should standardize to a degree, at least, some of the products that they bring into this country. Because
Thanks. Congressman Sanders.
Well, people have the right to purchase whatever they want to purchase. My concern, again, is that this is a trade agreement that is just not working well. The reality is that we have lost hundreds and hundreds of thousands of jobs because companies have taken their plants to China. People may not know this, but virtually every American corporation that we know has invested very heavily in China. We're talking about tens of billions of dollars investment. They're not investing in the United States of America. They're not creating decent paying jobs here. And while unemployment in this country is low, the fact of the matter is for high school graduates who used to have the opportunity to go out and get a job in a factory, they didn't become wealthy. It wasn't a great job, but you know what? They can make it into the middle class. Those people are now working in service industry jobs at significantly lower real wages than they would have made if they were working in manufacturing jobs. Those people are hurting. You may have known that recently the International Labor Organization pointed out that in the United States today, our workers are now working the longest hours of any working people in the world. People are working 50 or 60 hours a week. People are working 2 jobs, 3 jobs. Now, there are a lot of reasons for that, but one of the reasons is that we have a bad trade policy with China. We have a bad trade policy in general. We have lost hundreds of thousands of manufacturing jobs, and people now have got to work that much harder in order to keep their heads above water.
Payne, Ohio, against the treaty. You're next.
Yes, the idea of Tiananmen Square still lays heavy on my mind, you know. Why should we give trade to China when they run over these students like dogs, when they're in prison still? Why should we open up anything to them?
Congressman.
Well, I am not of the view that we want to isolate China from the rest of the world. I think we want to bring China into the world economy. We want them as somebody who we can relate to in peace, certainly not in war. But I think what we are voting on today is not whether China is a good nation or a bad nation, but whether this is a good trade agreement for the American people. And again, the gentleman talks about human rights. According to the U.S. State Department, human rights have deteriorated in China. They are worse than they used to be. And I think at least by having an annual review, what we can say to China is that if you want to export 40% of your product into the United States, you know, we are concerned about human rights. We are concerned that when people try to form a union and stand up for their rights and raise their abysmally low wages, that they're not going to be thrown in jail. And we can talk to them about that. But if, in fact, we vote for this trade agreement today, all of that leverage is going to disappear, and I think that that is very unfortunate.
Silver Spring, Texas, for the treaty. Go ahead, Silver Spring.
Yes, I have one concern. A lot of the factors that he has mentioned I understand, but one is the effect on the small industry and small communities. It is very disruptive when the major or only industry in a small community does get moved. If there's some answer for that, then I would be much, much, much more positive about it.
Well, you raised a good question, and the answer is no, of course there is not an answer for that. Yesterday, I was at a press conference with the International Association of Machinists, the strong trade union, and a business group. But this was a different type of business group. This was a business group that invests in America. And what they are saying, these are smaller companies, not General Motors, smaller companies. And what they were saying is that they, right now, are often supplying product to the larger companies. They're suppliers. And what's happening now is that many of the suppliers are being cut off because the major corporations are now buying their supplies from companies doing business in China. And that means companies who are employing 300, 400, 500 workers are being shut down and jobs are being lost. And I want to reiterate this point again. We hear so much talk about the booming economy. Today, there are tens of millions of Americans working longer hours for low wages. Yes, the economy is booming for the CEOs of the large corporations who make 400 times more than their workers. But this trade agreement is not good for the average American.
Otter Tail, Minnesota, against the treaty.
Good morning.
Morning.
First of all, I'd like to thank the congressman for telling the truth. I was hoping I'd been able to get on and talk to the Republican congressman from California. You're right, sir. You're telling the truth. They really don't care about the poor people in China, just like they don't care about the poor people of America. All this wealth, who's getting this wealth? They talk about building a stronger defense for America. All that money is going to go to build missiles and tanks and airplanes, and yet we've got the men and women of the armed services that are living on food stamps. So where's all this wealth going to? We're sending all this money to the moon. We got poor people. We got older people that can't even buy prescription drugs. Where's all this wealth? Who's getting it?
Minnesota, thanks.
Well, I mean, the caller raises an important point in that a lot of wealth is being created in this country, but it's not going to the middle class and it's not going to working people. He talked about working conditions in China. A gentleman named Charlie Kernigan, you may know, is with the National Labor Committee, I think in New York City, and he just recently came back from China. And he was talking about American companies in China hiring people, usually women, young women from the rural areas, who are least able to stand up for their rights. These women, in some cases, were working 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, for 10, 15 cents an hour. They slept in dormitories. They needed passes to get out of the factory complex. They were living in virtual slavery and being in factories owned by American corporations. And I think after all is said and done, that is what this issue is about. It is companies not wanting to pay American workers a living wage and taking advantage of the desperate economic conditions in China and the political conditions. I suppose it is a good place to do business if workers can't stand up and fight for their rights, that they can't form unions, that if they protest their low wages and their abysmal working conditions, they get fired. But I think that says a heck of a lot about some of the multinational corporations who are exploiting the people of China in that way.
Louisville, Kentucky, for the treaty.
Thank you for C-SPAN. I love it. First, I'd like to make a point that's not exactly on the issue, but it is. The gentleman on today mentioned the fact that the divide between rich and poor in this country is growing. Well, I suggest one way to end that divide is for the people of this country to stop electing millionaires and start electing people to office. And on the issue of China trade, please, sir, try and amend today to the bill resolution that would call for a minimum wage for American companies in China that export products to our country. Thank you,
well,
and I'll wait for your response.
The caller makes two very good points, and he's talking about millionaires in the political process, and he's absolutely right. We have, I think, 25–30% of the senators are millionaires and many people in the House, but it's not just those. It is the fact that if you examine where the money is coming from in terms of support for this legislation, is coming from, no one denies it, it's in the papers. Every large multinational corporation is pouring huge sums of money. They're contributing hundreds of millions of dollars to both political parties. The caller then makes a suggestion. He says, well, what about demanding that American corporations pay at least a minimum wage in China? Not a bad idea. Let me tell you something. The corporations who are supporting this piece of legislation would not accept that for 1 second. They don't even accept international inspection of the horrendous working conditions that exist in China. But the caller makes a good point. But, my friend, if you are for this treaty, you're making a mistake. The people who really want this treaty would not accept that for 1 second. There will not be amendments allowed on the floor of the House today.
There has been some discussion about this Helsinki-type commission, and that will be part of the bill today. What do you think of that?
Not much. I think what is going on right now is some members of Congress who, in their heart, I think, know that they're doing the wrong thing by voting for this bill. They need what is called a fig leaf. So they can go back home and they say, oh, my goodness, there's a commission that's going to look at this. This commission is not going to be worth the paper that it is written on, in my view.
Piggott, Arkansas, against the treaty.
Hello?
You're on the air. Go ahead. Turn your television set down, please, or off, sir.
Yes.
Thanks.
Good morning.
Morning.
I have one question and one comment. My question being is, given the average annual income of the rank and file of the Chinese people, exactly what kind of an American car are these people planning on selling them? I'd be interested in one of those myself. And my comment is given the vast majority of the American people that are against this treaty, where does our representatives that are quote-unquote supposed to be representing the will of the majority of the people going to find the votes to get this treaty without committing what would amount to treason, from my perspective. Thank you.
Caller raises a very interesting point dealing with the automobile. If you work, just do the arithmetic yourself, but if you're working in a plant in China and you're making 10, 15, 20 cents an hour, are you really going to be buying an American automobile? You can take out your calculator and figure how many decades you would have to be working without eating or paying rent to buy that car. It's absurd. They're not going to be buying the car. What this is about is not selling product to the Chinese people. That's not what this is about. What this is about is American companies having the ability, the increased ability to do business in China, manufacturing their products there and selling them back into the United States. You can imagine now China is like a 51st state where all industry goes, where wages are horrendously low, and then they can just bring back the product into the United States tariff-free. The second point that the gentleman makes, and that is, first point is a very important point that I would hope that the viewers would think about it. The second point is that in terms of if the American people are against this agreement, why are members of Congress voting for it? And it gets back really to the need for campaign finance reform. As I mentioned at the beginning of this program, what is very frightening to me, and I think should be for all of us, is that in the last election, 64% of the American people did not vote. Young people don't vote, poor people don't vote, many working people don't vote. And at the same time, big money contributes hundreds of millions of dollars to both political parties. And that is the reality of American politics today, that the voice of the average working person, that person who's working 50, 60 hours a week, working 2 jobs, working 3 jobs, they're not standing up. They're not calling my office and saying, Bernie, I want you to vote for that treaty. What is going on now is the big money interests are putting ads on television. They give campaign contributions all over the place. They are lobbying all over the place. And that is why this treaty will fail. And I think the result of it will be a greater demoralization on the part of the American people to the political process, because they're going to ask the same question that that gentleman asked: who is representing the average person?
Rockville, Maryland, for the treaty.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning.
One thing that I wanted to say is we're encouraging American businesses to invest in the market there. And while I understand all the arguments, you should keep reviewing it every year, and I might have leaned that way a little bit myself until recently. I thought about it and talked about it with other people, heard other people's views. And one thing that was really compelling me was saying we can't really ask, companies to go and invest over there to try while we're trying to work with China to get them to change, but put our businesses in a position where the carpet can be yanked out from them any time, and they could possibly, I would think, for example, have the Chinese government decide, well, we're going to nationalize what that company has over here to retaliate against America. That would hurt our economy, our country, and I think would hurt theirs too, because it would our ability to move ahead and have change.
Congressman?
Well, I would suggest that this treaty doesn't have much to do with that. If China, with or without a permanent agreement, wanted to nationalize a company, they could do that. I don't think that they do. I think they want to encourage American investment. So I would not say that is a major issue. But what the caller might be interested in know, and some of the taxpayers might be interested in know, they'll be happy to know that their tax dollars in various types of government programs goes to make sure that if that happens, as taxpayers, we will reimburse and provide insurance for those companies that were negatively impacted by not only Chinese policy, but the policies of other foreign government. Once again, the gentleman says, well, this might be deleterious to the needs of large American corporations. Well, it may be. But some of us in Congress think that our function in life is not just to represent large multinational corporations. We think our function is to represent the average American.
Mount Airy, Maryland, against the treaty.
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning, Mr. Sanders.
Good morning.
I'm very happy to see you up there.
Thank you.
I am totally against this treaty. My father worked for the CIA for 30 years. And before he died, one of the things he said to me was that the government of this United States, he died with a broken heart, because he said the government of the United States is now being run by multi-corporations. And he says, beware, my son, because what's going to happen is in about 10 years, China will be the main thing that's going on. Because what's happening in the CIA right now is he just told me the technical things. I'm not going to go into it. But he said, we're going to have a treaty with China. Now, it's 10 years later, and we're having a treaty with China. I said, and my father was in China in 1945 during World War II, and he stayed with that treaty. And the management of this country is getting so bad, and the people who manage, or you are the managers, we are the people who vote you in to manage this country. And when you start listening to multi-corporations and not to the people, it concerns me very much.
Thanks, Marilyn.
Well, I would agree with the last point that the caller made. I mean, I think the evidence is overwhelming. A couple of months ago, the Congress, in its wisdom, decided to pass a tax bill. 73% of the tax breaks went to the richest 1% of the population, the people who need it the least. Meanwhile, we have not been able to raise the minimum wage to keep pace with inflation. We have 44 million Americans who have no health insurance. We've been unable, being the only industrialized country on earth, not to pass a national health care system. I think the evidence is pretty overwhelming that the Congress of the United States, which takes huge amounts of campaign contributions from big money, ends up by and large representing the people who have the money and not the middle class or the working class of this country.
Levittown, Pennsylvania, for the treaty.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
My understanding of basic communism, socialism, is that they take over the means of production, that is, factories and so forth. What we're going to do is build them factories, train all their people, and then they come up and say, we're going to nationalize everything. And, well, it reminds me of another thing in communism. There's something about the capitalist will supply the rope that the communists will use to hang them. And I think that's what we're doing.
This guy is for the treaty?
So he said.
Well, sir, I would hope you would rethink your view on the treaty, because the point you've just given is an opposition to the treaty. I think there is a concern, without going to all the details that he says, is one of the areas that some of the veterans groups and members of Congress have been pointing out is the issue of national security, is that to the degree that we are providing technology for China that could be used militarily and that they are helping countries like Iran and other countries that might at some point be adversaries, we hope not, but could be adversaries, is a problem. So let me just recapitulate my view on this. I am not a xenophobe. I am not anti-China. I want China to be in the world community. I believe we should trade with China. I simply think that people should look, people say, well, trade is always good. No, it is not always good. If the Boston Red Sox were to trade Pedro Martinez for a third-string shortstop in the Yankees, people would say, that's a bad trade. Trade, in some cases, could benefit both teams. That would be a bad trade. Trade with China could benefit both countries. The trade agreement we have now and that Congress is poised to pass today is a bad trade agreement for the average American. It is a good trade agreement for the multinational corporations. Some of us in Congress choose to represent the vast majority of the people, not just the wealthy.
Have you voted for an annual trade agreement with China?
Against it.
You've always voted against it. Lamar, Missouri, against the treaty.
Yes, good morning.
Morning.
Bernie, you're my man. I'll tell you, I've been a registered independent for as long as I can remember, back in the 50s, I think. Anyway, I've followed you and your career a lot, and I've heard you talk to Greenspan, and I'll tell you what, I don't know why we can't get an independent party organized. I have a letter here from Lenore Fulani. Do you know her?
Not personally, no. I know of her.
She's supposed to be representing the Committee for a Unified Independent Party, and I'm waiting to find someone like you that will get in there, and I don't know, you can't do it by yourself, I know that, but I'm so independent that I can't hardly stand it. I wish you could do something for us.
Well, all I can say is I'm very proud that the state of Vermont had the courage to send me to Congress 10 years ago as the first independent and do it outside of the two-party system. And I think that all over the country there is a more and more alienation from the two-party system because there's the perception that both parties on issues such as this are really dominated by big money.
You had thought about running for the Senate at one point in time.
Yeah.
Decided not to?
Right.
Why?
For a variety of reasons. as conservative as the House is, at least in the House we have a progressive caucus, and there are 40 or 50 people that I can work with who I believe are trying to represent working people. The Senate is an institution very, very heavily dominated by corporate interest. Very few strong progressive initiatives come out of the Senate, and I thought that I would be very, very uncomfortable there.
Congressman Sanders, thanks for being with us this morning.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Appreciate it. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
From Vermont. Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, this coming Monday in Vermont, a coalition of groups representing organized labor and our working people, our farming community, and our environmental organizations will be coming together to determine the best way that we can stop the fast-track agreement with Mexico that the President is proposing, an agreement that will be a disaster for working people, for our farmers, and for the environment in general. Our nation, and this is an untold secret, is becoming a poorer and poorer nation. Our working people in the last 20 years have seen a significant decline in their standard of living because our nation has turned from a manufacturing economy into a service industry economy, which is paying our workers extremely low wages. One of the reasons that our standard of living is declining is that major American corporations like General Motors, General Electric, and many others have thrown hundreds of thousands of American workers out on the street as they run to Mexico and to Asia to hire desperate workers there and pay them starvation wages. We do not need a fast-track agreement. We need a new industrial policy which provides good-paying jobs for our workers. Thank you.
Gentleman's time.
It seems to me that if senior poverty is increasing, if the middle class is disappearing, you do not balance the budget on the backs of the elderly, the children, the sick, and the poor. It seems to me that when Social Security, in fact, has a $2.7 trillion surplus and can pay out every benefit owed to every eligible American, you don't cut Social Security. You figure out a way that we make it stronger and we keep it vibrant for the next 75 years. Now, I want to just make an additional point. And now I speak as the chairman of the Senate Committee on Veterans Affairs. Others have told you the devastating impact that the CPI would have on seniors who are on Social Security and people with disability. Let me touch on what the CPI does to disabled vets. And that is a disabled veteran who started receiving disability benefits from the VA at age 30 would see his or her benefits cut by more than $1,400 a year at age 45, $2,300 a year at age 55, and $3,200 a year at age 65. Is that the way we say thank you to people who have lost arms and legs and their eyesight defending this country? I think not. So we are here to say very clearly that we are not at a time when the middle class is already hurting. When people today, millions of people, are struggling to pay their bills and buy their food, we are not going to cut the programs that disabled vets depend upon and that millions of seniors and people with disabilities depend upon. Quite the contrary. What we know as the solution to the Social Security issue is you scrap the cap. That's what you do. And what you do is what Barack Obama proposed when he first ran for president in the year 2008. Right now, all of you know, somebody makes $100 million a year, somebody makes $113,000 a year. Both of those people are contributing the same amount in terms of Social Security taxes. You lift that cap, you can do as Obama suggested in 2008, You could even start, not at 113, start at 250,000. You do that, Social Security is safe for the next 50 to 75 years. So let us stand together, not only in defending Social Security, not only fighting to make it, as Jan Schakowsky just said, stronger, not weaker, but let us continue the fight for social justice in this country. And what I find personally appalling, I speak only for myself, is that you have people like the Koch brothers who are worth $70 billion, who have a retirement plan beyond belief, who have more money than the human mind can imagine. That these people are spending hundreds of millions of dollars to cut benefits for disabled vets and low-income senior citizens. They must not be allowed to prevail. Thank you very much.
I think we all understand that the shutdown of the federal government, which could be ended today if the Speaker of the House would allow a vote on a clean CR, is causing enormous problems all across this country. Some 1.2 million Americans, 1.2 million Americans who happen to be federal employees, most of whom are not wealthy, and many of whom have not had a pay increase in the last 3 years. These people are not getting the paychecks that they deserve and that they have expected. And like every other American, these federal employees have mortgage payments to make, they have car payments to make, they have college loans to pay off, they have to pay off all of their basic needs like every other human being. And they're sitting there at home or sometimes at work and they're wondering, how am I going to do this? How am I going to do this? And in addition to that, we have tens of millions of Americans who are dependent upon the services these federal employees provide. I am worried that in the state of Vermont, all over this country, at some point we're going to be shutting down Head Start centers. Think about what that does to the children, but also think about what it does to the parents, to the mom who has a job, who takes her kid into the Head Start center. Well, she can't go to work. Maybe she loses her job. What happens to her income? What happens to her family? What happens to the senior citizen at the end of a dirt road in Vermont or rural America who isn't getting his or her Meals on Wheels today? These are old people too fragile to get out of the house. They need this nutrition. How many of them are going to die? How many of them are today living in anxiety about what will happen in the coming weeks? Now, one of the points that has not been made about this federal shutdown and its impact on the American people is that 1/4 of the federal workforce, in fact, some 27.3% are veterans. So when we talk about American workers being hurt in the shutdown, federal employees being hurt in the shutdown, we should understand that over 1/4 of those federal employees are men and women who have put their lives on the line to defend our country. And that's how we're saying thank you. You're not getting a check, you're not coming in to work. Now let me get into some of the specifics of what this shutdown means to our veterans and to the Veterans Benefits Administration. Over the last week, the Veterans Benefits Administration has been relying on carryover funding to continue activities during the lapse in appropriations. However, at the close of business last Monday, 2 days ago, all of VA's carryover funds were exhausted. What does that mean? In plain words, it means that beginning yesterday, 7,000 VBA employees were put into furlough status. More than half of those individuals, by the way, happen to be veterans. And let me say that again. More than half of those people laid off were veterans. These are the people who have honorably served their nation, who want to do well by their fellow veterans, and are now being sent home. Now, what do these initial furloughs mean to to veteran services. Let me just name a few of the services that are currently shut down. The Education Call Center, where students call for help, shut down. Personal interviews and hearings at regional offices for veterans trying to get benefits, trying to learn more about how they get benefits, shut down. Educational and vocational counseling for transitioning veterans, shut down. And on it goes. In addition, nearly 3,000 IT workers, information technology workers, were furloughed Monday. This means work on the Veterans Benefits Management System, or VBMS, part of VA's solution for reducing the backlog of disability claims, has been slowed down. All of you have heard about the outrage of veterans applying for benefits and having to wait, in some cases, years to get those benefits processed. The truth of the matter is the VA has been making progress. That waiting time has been shortened. Forget about that now. We're going to laying off. We're furloughing people. We're going to continue to see that backlog. Instead of being cut, we're going to see some real slowdown in the progress that the VA has been making. So all those people who talk about their great concern about the backlog should know that what the shutdown is about is preventing the VA from going forward. Now, what happens in a few weeks from now? VA has stated that claims processing for the payment of compensation, pension, educational, vocational rehabilitation, and employment benefits will continue until VA's remaining mandatory funds for these programs are exhausted, which is projected to happen in late October, 2 or 3 weeks from now. At that point, VA will need to furlough another 14,000 employees. Again, half of those employees are veterans. And here is maybe the most important point that I can make. If that disastrous scenario occurs, over 4 million veterans, service members, and survivors will not get the benefits that they have been promised and the benefits that they depend upon. Some of these veterans are very low income. Without the necessary funds, VA will not be able to pay an average of $6.25 billion in monthly compensation, pensions, education, and vocational rehabilitation benefits. That is an unimaginable disaster. So let me just conclude by once again hoping very much that the Speaker of the House will do the right thing, that he will allow his body to have a vote, that we can end this shutdown today and put our people back to work.
Thank you, Chairman Sanders. My name is Eleanor Davis Westcott, and I work for the Department of Veterans Affairs in the Philadelphia Regional Office for the Veteran Benefits Administration. I have worked for the VA for 22 years, processing rating claims for decisions for our veterans and beneficiaries. And I'm also AFGE Local 940's Vice President. I have served in the Army Reserves, and so I am myself a veteran. The GI afforded me, as a vet, financial assistance to receive my degree. I am still working today, but many of my colleagues, as of yesterday, received this notification from the VA that they are furloughed and they are not at work today. More than 1/3 of the workforce has been sent home. Our folks in the public contact cannot provide in-person customer service to our veterans who call or walk in the door. Many of these veterans are elderly, have disability, and also are widows that need personal assistance. Our quality review team is not at work. They provide oversight to ensure that we process claims accurately. Many of our folks who develop and rate claims and make decisions are also not at work, and that's myself as a rating specialist. This impacts the veteran of getting treatment, since his claim is not being adjudicated to determine if entitlement is warranted based upon his disability of an injury that might have incurred in service. Our claims processor in the Pension Management Center will not be on the job today helping veterans. This is an income-based program provided to low-income veterans, widows, and their children. These people rely on this service, and they will not be receiving their payments to meet their financial obligations. Disabled veterans who work at the VBA and who depend on an employee assistance program for weekly support are not being able to get that type of program because they are furloughed. And many of these veterans depend on this in-house program while they are waiting for outside service by their physicians. 52% of VBA workers are veterans themselves. We come to work with mission-specific efforts to reduce the backlog of our fellow veterans. With this furlough, we cannot meet our mission. It is very disheartening when I cannot give back to my fellow veterans. Right now, we have redone our lives for mandatory overtime. Our lives have been disrupted and rearranged. Right now, mandatory overtime has been canceled. That mandatory overtime was specific to reducing the backlog. We will not be able to meet our objective. And also, we will not know when we will be able to return back to work. Lastly, if the VA cannot be the model employer for veterans, who can be? I am a proud VA employee who serves veteran and is a veteran. Thank you.
Let me back up a little bit, and then we're going to get to the default. You know, there are millions of normal Americans who don't spend their whole lives reading this stuff. You know, you and I have got to get involved deeply. I want to back it up a little bit and explain to people really what's going on. Number one, when Republicans say that the Democratic caucus has not compromised, that's an absolute lie. I ended up voting for a very, very, very bad budget of $986 billion, which continued the sequestration. I voted for it because my understanding was that the Democratic leadership had an agreement with Boehner that that would be the clean continuing resolution. It was the Republican budget, Ed. A major compromise was made. Boehner told Majority Leader Reid that's what he wanted. And then his extreme right-wing people said, no, that's not enough. We want more. So, number one, major compromise has been made by the Democrats. Number two, very simply, and this point has been made, is that in the House of Representatives now, we believe there are the votes, a majority of the members of the House, virtually all Democrats, some non-extremist Republicans, who understand that it is terribly important that we reopen the government. The votes are there. If Boehner this afternoon were to say, I am bringing the Senate bill to the floor of the House, we believe the votes are there. Government would be reopened today. Thirdly, what everybody has got to understand, New York Times had a good article on this on Sunday, and I've mentioned this to you before. This is the tip of the iceberg. This is not about Obamacare. Of course they hate Obamacare. Of course they don't want to see 20 million more Americans getting health insurance. And they don't want to see us do away with pre-existing conditions and all that stuff. This goes a lot beyond that. If you read an editorial today in the Wall Street Journal by Paul Ryan, who was the vice presidential candidate of the Republicans in the last election, what they now want to do is cut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. So we can reach an agreement with them if we annul the election. Ryan lost by 5 million votes, but he's saying, let's forget about that. Yeah, I lost the election. Yeah, the Republicans lost 2 seats in the Senate in the last election. Yeah, we lost seats in the House. Yeah, the Democrats got more votes than we did in the House. Forget all of that. We now are in a position to blackmail the United States government, and we are going to push through the agenda that we campaigned on and that we lost. And what the New York Times talked about, and this is a very important point to understand, is this shutdown did not occur just a couple of weeks ago. It wasn't Ted Cruz or somebody else who had this bright idea. This shutdown for the government and the threat about default, to get to your point, that was discussed the day after the election when Obama won re-election. A group of right-wing extremists, people that will have, like the Koch brothers, hundreds of millions of dollars behind them, they are saying, look, we are prepared to have our people, the people we fund in the House of Representatives, shut down the government in order to get our way. So this is a long-term plan. It's pushing a right-wing extremist agenda. Now, you raise, appropriately enough, this issue about the government, the United States government, the largest economy on earth, for the first time in our history, not paying our debts. Now, What the economists tell us, Ed, is that they use the word catastrophic. Economists are fairly, mild-mannered guys, but now they're using the word catastrophic. Nobody knows what will happen because it's never happened before. But you're asking me, do I think these people are crazy enough to go forward? And in order to get their way to maybe precipitate a major worldwide recession, if not a depression, do I think that they are crazy enough to do that? Yeah, I do. I do.
I do too. They have done nothing to make us believe that they won't go over the edge and injure the economy as long as it's on Obama's watch, because they'll play the blame game for years to come. I think that their crowd, wealthy Americans, will be insulated from a default, I think. But Bernie, Senator, how do we resolve this?
I'll tell you how you resolve it, Ed. And to me, it is very, very clear. Again, I know that this is complicated stuff, and I know there are a lot of people, Ed, who are listening to the show and say, oh, God, Sanders, Boehner, the hell with all of them. They're all terrible. Throw them all out. It's all awful. But we have to.
Congress does have a 5% approval rating right now.
Right. So I understand that that's the sentiment.
You're higher than that, though. I want you to know that.
8%. No, but here is the point that people have got to understand. Why this is so very, very important. If the president or the Democrats were to succumb to this blackmail, what it would be is a dagger in the heart of the democratic process. Because in a sense, what Paul Ryan is saying is, yeah, I lost the election. It doesn't matter. I want you to implement all the ideas that I campaigned on and that I lost. You know what? The American people do not want to see cuts in Social Security or privatization of Social Security. They don't want to see cuts in Medicare. They don't want to see cuts in Medicaid. They don't want to see the EPA abolished, the Department of Education abolished. They don't want to see the VA privatized. They don't want to see the minimum wage, the concept of the minimum wage, done away with so the people in America could work for $4 an hour. And what these guys are saying, all of that doesn't matter. Now, if we succumb to that right now, if we say, oh, you're right, the election didn't really matter, and we're going to succumb to your blackmail, they will be back next year, and they'll be back the year after that, and elections will have not all that much importance. So that is what is going on here. This is an extreme right-wing agenda. And I'll tell you something, Ed, you and I have chatted about this. Just think about it. You got a family like the Koch brothers. These guys are worth $70 billion. That's a B, not an M. That is more money than anyone can imagine. They're, I believe, the second wealthiest family in America. They have the best health care imaginable. If one of them gets sick, one of them gets cancer, they can get to the best doctors in the world. Can you imagine people like that with all of that wealth spending hundreds of millions of dollars trying to deny kids from getting health insurance or people who are sick from being able to go to a doctor? Can you imagine what kind of moral compass these people have in order to get what? More tax breaks? 70 billion, I guess, is not enough. They need 100 billion. I mean, what is that about? It's really literally hard for me to understand how people could be so greedy and so selfish and have so much contempt for their fellow Americans.
I totally agree, Senator. And they're wired differently. There's no question about it. Appreciate your time always, Bernie, and your insight on all of this and what's unfolding. Thanks so much. We'll do it again.
Okay, my pleasure. Thank you.
You bet. Senator Bernie Sanders with us here on the Ed Schultz Radio Show.
I'm pleased to be joined by Senator Bernie Sanders, Democrat from Vermont. And Senator...
Independent
from Vermont. Thank you for the clarification. Senator, is this the pain threshold that we need to see for the members of the other party to finally reopen the government?
Well, I would certainly hope so. It is humiliating, it is embarrassing that when people lose their lives in battle, that their families can't even get proper burial benefits. I mean, that is unspeakable. But I'll tell you, we're looking at now several million hardworking Americans who have bills to pay, they have mortgages to take care of, they have kids sending their kids to college. They're wondering when they are going to get paid. We're seeing a contraction of the entire economy, which impacts every man, woman, and child. We're seeing a situation
where the President of the United States can't even represent this country in a major conference in Asia, which is now taken over by the Chinese president because he has to stay here to deal with this artificially created crisis. So we should be totally humiliated that we have a handful of right-wing extremists who are holding the American people hostage, and now, above and beyond the shutdown, are threatening not to pay our bills.
And in a sense, Senator, is the House holding the Senate hostage in the sense that if a bill to fund payments for these fallen veterans' families were to come to the Senate, it would probably pass. If a bill to fund Head Start or programs for the poor were to come, it would probably pass. So in a sense, the Senate now hostage to this process.
Right. Every time there is a story on television or in the newspapers about the horrors of the government shutdown, our friends in the House are passing legislation to try to address it. But the reality is we have 2 million people who are not being paid, hundreds of thousands who are not at work, tens of millions of people who do not make the headlines. I worry about kids in Vermont who are not going to be able to go to a Head Start program. I worry about senior citizens who get Meals on Wheels, who are so fragile they can't even get out of their home. They may not get the kinds of nutrition that they need. How many of them die? I worry about the stress that so many people in this country are now under and what that means to their lives and their family lives.
And Senator, you know, I'm curious, and I know a lot of our viewers are curious. When you talk to members on the other side of in the Republican caucus, and I'm sure you have some conversations with them, what is their rationale at this point? What do they want?
Well, I think it's very clearly, as everybody knows, the Republican Party is not unified on this issue. You have a lot of Republicans who are coming to the floor of the Senate and to the floor of the House, and this is what they're saying. They're saying, we hate Obamacare. We wanted to fund Obamacare. But you know what? We lost the election. Obama is the president. And we are going to have to proceed in a different way. If we want to make changes in Obamacare, there is a legislative process. What they are saying loudly and clearly is you cannot hold the American people hostage. You cannot refuse to pay your bills and throw the entire world into a catastrophic financial situation because you want to get your way.
Indeed, indeed. Independent Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont, our thanks. And we'll be right back.
Let me just say this. Thank you all very much for coming out. In the long history of our country, people have fought and died for democracy. And what democracy means is one person, one vote. The fact that all of us have the opportunity to be involved in the political process, to stand up and fight for what we believe in. 3 years ago or so, this Supreme Court decided that corporations are people. They decided that through independent expenditures, billionaires could spend unlimited sums of money to impact elections. Let me say one word to you right now and how relevant that is. As all of you know, the government of the United States shut down. Hundreds of thousands of workers are suffering. Millions of people are not getting the services they need. Right now, as we speak, in the House of Representatives, there are people who are being threatened that if they vote for what we call a clean CR to open the government without destroying the Affordable Care Act, that huge sums of money will be spent against them in the next election. We are living in a society where a handful of people with incredible sums of money, folks like the Koch brothers and others, are undermining what this democracy is supposed to be about. That's right. The bottom line here is that if we do not want to move this nation to an oligarchic form of society, where a handful of billionaires can determine the outcome of these elections, that it is imperative not only that we overturn Citizens United, but that we put a lid on how much people can contribute in elections. Freedom of speech, in my view, does not mean the freedom to buy the United States government. Thank you very much.
Today for our program, Talk to Al Jazeera, I spoke with Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, an independent, though he usually votes with Democrats, and posed that question to him.
I think you get out of the shutdown when the Republicans understand that they may lose the House of Representatives because the overwhelming majority of the American people who have differences of opinion on Obamacare, that's for sure, but they don't believe that you should use Obamacare to precipitate a crisis regarding whether or not we default or shutting down the government. At the end of the day, when they see that it will be politically very dangerous for them to continue along this path, they will change their tune.
What about the American people in all this? Do you see their frustration? Do you think that they are fed up with what's happened here? And do they, frankly, aren't they right?
They are, of course. I mean, they are hurting. The average person in this country is struggling. Something like half the people in this country live paycheck to paycheck. And they look here in Capitol Hill and they see this. They see, instead of creating jobs, we're sending people home without pay.
What about Obamacare itself? I mean, here it has become the pawn in this argument.
We have got to make progress in terms of health care. Obamacare is a modest step forward. And it's unfortunate that you have right-wing extremists, many of them are billionaires who have the best health care in the world, are busy telling us we can't provide health insurance for another 20 million people.
Looking forward toward the debt ceiling issue and whatever comes after that with the nation's economy, what can you guys do to keep this from happening again?
The way you deal with it is say, excuse me, we're going to remove you from office, you're going to be defeated politically, and we're going to get some sensible people in to replace you.
And that would be your warning to them, I guess.
That would be my hope, and that's my expectation.
If anybody thinks that this government shutdown or the threats about not paying our bills and driving the world's economy into catastrophic areas, thinks that this is an idea that just occurred the other day, that a senator had this bright idea, you would be very, very mistaken. The fact of the matter is that we have a growing right-wing movement in this country funded by some of the wealthiest people in America, including the Koch brothers, a family that has made their money in fossil fuels and are worth over $70 billion. $70 billion is their worth. And they are worth $70 billion. They have access to the best health care in the world. They have access to the best housing in the world. Their family members can go to the best colleges and universities in the world. But they are obsessed by, among other things, making sure that 20 or 25 million Americans have no health insurance at all. Now, I am a strong supporter of a Medicare for All single-payer program. I don't think that the Affordable Care Act went far enough. But to say the least, that when 20 or 25 million Americans can finally have access to health insurance, go to the doctor when they need to go to that doctor, make sure that there are no regulations that prevent them from getting care because of pre-existing conditions. Can you imagine, Mr. President, billionaires going to war against working people so that they and their kids cannot get health insurance? I mean, I think that is just obscene. That is just obscene. So let me just quote from the New York Times of yesterday. And it's important that people understand that the fight against the Affordable Care Act really is just the tip of the iceberg. That you have families and billionaires like the Koch brothers who not only want to see that we don't expand health insurance in this country, they have a long list of issues that they're going after. In fact, they want to repeal virtually every major piece of legislation passed in the last 80 years that protect the middle class and working families, women, children, the elderly, the sick, and the poor. That is their agenda. That is their agenda. So it's not a question of opposing the extension of health insurance through Obamacare. That's not enough for them. What they want to do is end Medicare as we know it right now, transform it into a voucher system, give an elderly person $8,000 who's dealing with cancer and say, good luck to you. They want to make massive cuts in Medicaid. They don't want to expand Medicaid, massive cuts. They are very clear about wanting to end Social Security. They don't believe the federal government should be involved in retirement issues and Social Security. One of the more amazing things of what these guys want to do, and many of our Republican colleagues apparently have drank the lemonade on this issue, is they want to abolish the concept of the minimum wage. Minimum wage now federally is $7.25 an hour. People can't live on that. And their idea is to get the federal government out of the minimum wage issue, no floor, so that if an employer in a hard-pressed area in Maine or in Vermont or in Michigan can pay people $4 an hour, they think that's freedom. You have the freedom to work for $4 an hour. We don't want a federal minimum wage. So in other words, what these right-wing extremists and the big money behind them, they have a major agenda of which repealing Obamacare is just one small part of it. Let me just quote, if I might, and I would ask unanimous consent, Mr. President, to submit the entire New York Times article into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Let me just quote from the article, yesterday's New York Times. The current budget brinksmanship is just the latest development in a well-financed, broad-based assault on the health law, Mr. Obama's signature legislative initiatives. Groups like Tea Party Patriots, Americans for Prosperity, and Freedom Works are all immersed in the fight, as is Club for Growth, a business-backed nonprofit organization. Some, like Generation Opportunity and Young Americans for Liberty, both aimed at young adults, are upstarts. Heritage Action is new, funded in 2010 to advance the policy prescriptions of its sister group, the Heritage Foundation. The billionaire Koch brothers, Charles and David, have been deeply involved with financing the overall effort. Let me repeat that. The billionaire Koch brothers, Charles and David, have been deeply involved with financing the overall effort. Remember, these are the guys who are worth $70 billion, who want to essentially repeal every major piece of legislation protecting working families over the last 80 years. And let me go back to the article. Quote, a group linked to the Kochs, Freedom Partners Chamber of Commerce, dispersed more than $200 million last year, $200 million last year, to nonprofit organizations involved in the fight, et cetera, et cetera. Now, I want to go to another paragraph, and this is really interesting and really important. The groups have also sought to pressure vulnerable Republican members of Congress with scorecards keeping track of their health care votes, have burned faux Obama cards on college campuses, and have distributed scripts of phone calls to congressional offices, sample letters to editors, and Twitter and Facebook offerings for followers to present as their own. What's going on here? What does that mean? This is what it means. As a result of the disastrous Supreme Court ruling called Citizens United, what billionaires like the Koch brothers and others can do, and what they are doing today, is saying to Republicans in the House of Representatives, if you vote for a clean, continuing resolution, if you vote to keep the government open, if you make it very clear that you will oppose any effort to see the United States default on its debts, if you do that, let me tell you what's going to happen to you. Because we have the Koch brothers and people worth billions of dollars who are prepared to jump into your campaign, perhaps to get a primary opponent against you and to fund that opponent with as much money as he or she needs. So what democracy now in the House, as a result of Citizens United, is about is a handful of billionaires can threaten any member of the House with defeat by pouring in unlimited sums of money if they vote in a way that the Koch brothers do not like. Now, if that's how people think American democracy is supposed to function, it would surprise me very much. That's not what American democracy is supposed to be about. And, Mr. President, that tells me again why we have got to do everything that we can to overturn this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision so that a handful of billionaires cannot dictate public policy here in the United States of America and in the United States Congress.
Independent Vermont Senator Sanders serves on 5 Senate committees, including Veterans Affairs, which he chairs. Sir, it's great to have you here. And as we listen there to Ted Cruz, I know you can put this into a balance of a unique perspective that you have as the longest-serving independent member of Congress. You say Republicans are trying to hijack the government until they get their way. We see Ted Cruz there and what his tactics are. This morning we've got 300,000 Pentagon employees returning to work. Meanwhile, hundreds of thousands of government workers remain furloughed. And if we take the NBC whip count seriously, there are enough votes to pass a clean CR, but John Boehner's not going to do it. So you heard the new ad out is calling John Boehner a crybaby. Is that fair, or is that an overreach in trying to equate Congress to children?
I think most people would think that Republicans are acting kind of childish, but here's the important point. Boehner has basically acknowledged, and everybody has got to understand this, that Harry Reid reached an agreement with Boehner on a conservative budget. $986 billion, that is sequestration. That is $70 billion less than the budget that I supported in the Senate. A major concession was already reached, point one. Point two, what we believe is that some 21, 22 Republicans in the House have said, given the opportunity to vote on a clean CR, they would. So we think that Boehner is not being accurate when he says there is not the votes. Bring it to a vote. Let's find out what's happening. Third point, and something I've been saying for a while, and I think the New York Times just confirmed it on its front pages yesterday. Let's not kid ourselves. This shutdown is not something that just came about a couple of weeks ago through Ted Cruz. This has been planned by the Koch brothers and other very, very wealthy people from the day after Obama was reelected. And what they're feeling is, let us go to the extreme. Let us be prepared to shut down the government, not pay the national debt. Let's use every ounce of leverage that we have, even if it means catastrophic pain for America and the world, so long as we get our way.
Sir, let me interrupt just one second, because I want to show that again, and just so we have it in context, the New York Times article that you referenced there, just a small part of it saying that it's a blueprint to defunding Obamacare, a take-no-prisoners legislative strategy, basically to get Obamacare repealed. And we know that the wheels were set in motion right after the president was reelected. He ran on this, ran against somebody who was running against Obamacare, although Mitt Romney instituted basically Obamacare in Massachusetts back in 2006, but we'll digress on that point. But on your website, you go on to say there's a larger end game here. Their agenda is to end Social Security and Medicare, abolish the minimum wage, destroy the EPA, and undo every other program enacted in the past half-century to protect working families in America. Are the two sides so far apart, sir, on this issue that government is basically broken from the inside out?
Now, the real issue is, if you look at what the Koch brothers' agenda is, look at what many of the extreme right-wing people believe. Obamacare is just the tip of the iceberg. These people want to abolish the concept of the minimum wage. They want to privatize the Veterans Administration. They want to privatize Social Security. End Medicare as we know it. Massive cuts in Medicaid. Wipe out the EPA. You don't have an Environmental Protection Agency anymore. Department of Energy, gone. Department of Education, gone. That is their agenda. And many people don't understand it. Koch brothers have poured hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars into the Tea Party and to all other kinds of ancillary organizations to push this agenda. So what you are fighting now is a continuation of the class warfare that has been going on in this country for the last many years. The rich are getting richer, poverty, number of people in poverty, all-time high, middle class disappearing, and these guys using Citizens United and other forms are now banging away and doing everything that they can to get more tax breaks for the people on top and devastating cuts for working families.
Senator, meanwhile, Ted Cruz is coming out on top of this as a Tea Party hero kind of guy. But here's what he had to say on CNN about whether all of this has really, truly hurt the Republican brand. And then we have the president seemingly at Cruz in his interview with the AP. I want to show both to everybody. Take a look.
Do you think you've hurt the Republican Party brand?
Not remotely, but I also think far too many people are worried about politics.
I recognize that in today's media age, being controversial, taking controversial positions, rallying the most extreme parts of your base, whether it's left or right, is a lot of times the fastest way to get attention or raise money. But it's not good for government.
So, sir, when you have people like Ted Cruz who feel they have nothing to lose by driving the show here, how do you ascertain, being that you are an independent, that someone like you can get in between these two sides to help chart the right waters?
Well, I think what my job is to speak for the American people. And I think what the American people are saying in overwhelming numbers is you don't shut down the government because you can't get your way. What the American people are really angry about is not only do they believe we shouldn't have a shutdown, do you know what they do believe is? They believe we have to create millions of jobs. Real unemployment is extraordinarily high. They believe we have to raise the minimum wage. They believe we have to make college affordable. They believe in many cases we have to make this country more energy efficient and deal with global warming. Because the American people are sitting there and saying, what is going on in Washington? My family is hurting. My kid doesn't have a job. I'm worried about the future of Social Security. And these guys are talking about shutting down the government because they can't end Obamacare. And let me say one thing about Obamacare. We are the only nation in the industrialized world that doesn't guarantee health care to all people. According to a Harvard study, some 45,000 people every year die because they don't get to a doctor on time. Obamacare, as you indicated, similar to Romney Care in Massachusetts, is a modest way forward to provide health insurance to 25 million Americans. You do away with that, you're going to see people dying, many people dying, who otherwise would be alive.
Senator Bernie Sanders, sir, thanks for your time. We're going to let you get back to work. I appreciate it, though.
For more, let me bring in Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont. Senator, good to have you with us tonight. You're on a roll today. You've been fantastic on this issue, showing some real leadership. I really appreciate it. And I want to go back to the Senate Conservative Fund. This is all about Citizens United choking the chain of these guys on the right. If they don't act right, they're going to get targeted. Tell your thoughts on this. Is that really the root cause of all of this and why Boehner can't make a move?
Ed, in many respects, it is. What's going on right now, we have seen some moderate or moderate conservative Republicans having the guts to stand up to Boehner and say, okay, we don't like Obamacare, but you know what? We don't think you should shut down the government. We are prepared to vote for a clean CR, continuing resolution. What's happening now, as I understand it, is when moderate Republicans are saying that or thinking about standing up to Boehner, the extreme right wing is coming around and saying, you do that, let me tell you what's going to happen. We have the Koch brothers behind us. We have hundreds of millions of dollars behind us. And if you dare to support a continuing resolution, a clean CR, we're going to primary you, and we have unbelievable sums of money to defeat you. So what you are looking at now is what Citizens United is all about, and that is giving a handful of billionaires, the Koch brothers and others, incredible power to tell members of Congress what they can and cannot do. Very dangerous.
Senator, what did you think of that conversation caught on camera between Mitch McConnell and Rand Paul and what was said? That they think it's a bad place for the Democrats to be and that there hasn't been a poll testing about we're not going to negotiate. What about that? What did you think of that?
First of all, they're not telling the truth. I mean, as you well know, Ed, the continuing resolution of $968 billion that we passed is much, much lower than it should have been and much lower than I and many others feel good about. We did that in order to get Boehner to agree to this so we can avoid the shutdown. So what they're saying is it's just not true. Second of all, they are completely misreading where the American people are.
The American people, I mean, poll after poll tells these guys, the American people think you cannot sabotage the United States government, put 2 million people's salaries at risk. You know what's going on in this country today? You got working people worrying about how they're going to pay their mortgage or how they're going to pay their college loans. The American people do not agree with what the Republicans are doing.
This is Ted Cruz said today that the shutdown is the Democrats' fault. I want to play this. Here it is.
Look, I think it is indefensible that President Obama and Harry Reid have forced a government shutdown. They shouldn't have shut down the government. The reason we have a government shutdown is because they're refusing to compromise. They're refusing to negotiate. 4 times the House of Representatives has passed a reasonable compromise, a middle ground, and 4 times Harry Reid and President Obama have said, go pound sand, jump in a lake, we're not going to compromise.
Senator, your reaction to that?
Well, as I said, that's total nonsense. Of course, the Democrats have already compromised by bringing forth a budget that the Republicans wanted. Second of all, everybody understands that the issue here is the Republicans want to destroy or scale back the Affordable Care Act, which was passed by the United States Congress, upheld by the Supreme Court, and validated in the last election. What you cannot have, and you made this point, is a precedent where a minority can say, we are prepared to shut down government, we're prepared to default and drive the entire world economy into a recession unless you give us what we want. Because if you do it now, I promise you, they will be back next year and the year after. Elections will mean nothing. And it will simply be a situation where people can hold the American people hostage.
Senator, I want to play this clip of you talking today about the Capitol Police during yesterday's incident in Washington. Here it is.
Yesterday, we had an incident right here on Capitol Hill. I heard the shots. Many of us went away from the shots. Police officers went to the shots. Those Capitol Police officers are not being paid today, and police officers all over this country are not being paid. That's wrong.
Now I want to play a clip from House Majority Leader Eric Cantor on the House floor praising the police. Here it is.
I want to thank the gentleman for yielding and concur with his thanks to the Capitol Police. And as well, each and every day, all of us benefit from their dedication and commitment to our safety. I know all of us want to extend that thanks, and just to let them know, we really appreciate it.
Senator, there is talent right there on the House floor. I don't know how in the hell he said that with a straight face. I mean, what has unfolded yesterday and what they're doing right now exposes their hypocrisy, does it not?
Of course it does. I mean, just think about this. 2 weeks ago, we had the tragedy here in Washington at the Navy Yard, 12 people killed. And the people who were in the midst of that gunfight were federal law enforcement people. Yesterday, these guys were going, trying to protect the members of Congress and people in the area, putting their lives on the line. We should be creating millions of new jobs, not furloughing and laying off millions of federal employees. Now, what I can tell you, as you all know, the Senate passed a continuing resolution, a clean bill. Between you and me, it did not go anywhere near as far as it should. It was a conservative bill. It was a compromise made with the Republicans. But today they say that is not good enough. But as others have said, we know one simple fact. That if the Speaker of the House stopped being the Speaker of the Republican Party and became Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, if he brought that bill, if Mr. Boehner brought that bill to the floor, it would pass tomorrow. That's what he has got to do. Let's put our people back to work. Let democracy rule.
We want to work. We want to work. We want to work.
In the midst of a serious economic crisis, the American people want us to act to improve the economy, to create jobs, to raise wages. But what are we doing today? We are saying to 800,000 hardworking federal employees, don't come into work, and we don't know when and if you are going to be paid. We are saying to 1.2 million other federal employees who are at work, thank you very much for coming into your job today. Thank you for your work as a Capitol Hill police officer or an FBI agent or somebody in the CIA or somebody working at Head Start or somebody delivering meals to low-income senior citizens. Thank you all very much for your work, but we don't know when and if you will be paid. So what we are doing is right now the exact opposite of what the American people want. They want us to create jobs and raise wages, and what we are doing is saying to 2 million American workers, you're not getting paid. Some of you are furloughed, some of you are coming in. These federal employees, they're not millionaires. They are hardworking, middle-class Americans. They are struggling like everybody else in this country to pay their mortgages, to send their kids to college, to afford child care, to do the other things that middle-class families need to do. And we are putting all of them under extreme anxiety today. And in an unstable, volatile economy, that is not what we should be doing. But in addition to that, Mr. President, we are also having a very negative impact. This shutdown is having a very negative impact on the entire economy. The estimate is that we are losing about $10 billion a week as a result of the government shutdown, according to Goldman Sachs. If the government is shut down for 3 weeks, the economy will lose over $36 billion. Over $36 billion. Moody's has estimated that if the shutdown lasts 4 weeks, it will drain $55 billion from the economy. Does any sane person believe that when our economy today has so many problems, when we are just beginning to recover from the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression, when we were losing 700,000 jobs a month, when we're trying to get our feet on the ground economically, does anybody think it makes sense to not be paying over 2 million workers and to be losing billions and billions of dollars in the economy as a result of the shutdown? Mr. President, this is the start of the flu season. Every fall, the Centers for Disease Control closely monitors the spread of flu and directs vaccines to where they are needed the most. But because of the shutdown, the CDC is today unable to support the annual season influenza program. Does that make sense to anybody? We are endangering the health and the lives of millions of Americans because of the shutdown of the CDC. During this shutdown, the Food and Drug Administration is stopping most of its food safety operations. We have seen over the years outbreaks of salmonella and other types of food problems. Does anyone think it makes sense to shut down the FDA? Most of the Department of Labor is closed. Ironically, we are supposed to be receiving a report from the Department of Labor telling us what kind of unemployment rate we now have, but we can't get that because they're shut down. Madam President, let me just very briefly explain the dynamic of what's going on right here, and it is not complicated. The Republicans in the House are dominated by a relatively small group of right-wing extremists. And what the Speaker there has said is that instead of bringing the bill that we passed here in the Senate, what's called a clean CR, that will continue funding the government, instead of putting that bill on the floor of the House and allowing the entire 435 members of the House to vote on that bill, what he has done is said to the House Republicans, okay, what do you want? And the extreme right wing has dominated that, and what they have said is, we want to defund Obamacare. And that's the only legislation you, Mr. Speaker, can bring to the floor of the House. And this is a moment of enormous importance for the Speaker of the House. And he has to determine whether he is the Speaker of the Republican Party or the Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, whether he's going to be dominated by a minority of one party in one part of the government, or that he will allow the entire House to vote. And what many observers have made clear is if he puts that bill on the floor, it will pass and the government will reopen. And I hope that he will do that. Now, my political views, my progressive political views are pretty well known. My views on this issue are well known in Vermont, maybe elsewhere in the country. But what I want to do, Madam President, is very briefly tell you what some Republicans are saying. People who are not right-wing extremists. People who, in fact, who have very strong disagreements with the Affordable Care Act, but understand that you do not hold the American people hostage. You do not blackmail the government in order to get your way. So this is not Bernie Sanders talking. These are conservative Republicans, but people who are not right-wing extremists. Let me just quote some of my colleagues. These are the public statements that they have made. Saxby Chambliss, Republican senator from Georgia. This is what he says. Quote, I'd love to defund Obamacare too, but shutting down the government and playing into the hands of the president politically is not the right thing to do. Plus, it's going to do great harm to the American people if we pursue that course. We've been there. It didn't work. End of quote. Saxby Chambliss, Republican. Senator Dan Coates, Republican, Indiana. Quote, here's the hard truth. President Obama will not overturn his signature legislation so long as he is president and the Democrats have control of the Senate. Along with these political realities, refusing to pass legislation to keep the government funded will not stop Obamacare from going into effect. End of quote. Senator Dan Coates, Republican. Senator Tom Coburn, Republican, Oklahoma. Quote, it's not an achievable strategy. It's creating the false impression that you can do something when you can't, and it's dishonest. End of quote. Republican Senator Tom Coburn. Republican Senator Bob Corker, Tennessee. The Washington Post reports that Corker compared shutting down the government to a way that buffalo were slaughtered in the Old West. Quote, I know when you get led into a box canyon what that means. Box canyon, here we come. End of quote. Representative Peter King, Republican, New York. Quote, we should not be closing down the government under any circumstances. That doesn't work. It's wrong. And you know, Obamacare passed. We have to try to defund it. We have to try to find ways to repeal it. But the fact is, we shouldn't be using it as a threat to shut down the government. End of quote. Republican Senator Orrin Hatch, Utah. Quote, my personal belief is the only way to get rid of Obamacare is to be intelligent and smart about it and gradually just work on it, work it through. To expect the government to shut down is not the way to do it. End of quote. Mark Kirk, Senator, Republican from Illinois. Quote, I am one of those who says, let's not shut down the government just because you don't get everything you want. End of quote. Mark Kirk, Republican governor, Republican Senator, Illinois. Senator John McCain, former Republican candidate for President of the United States. Quote, in the United States Senate, we will not repeal or defund Obamacare. We will not. And to think we can is not rational. End of quote. John McCain, Senator from Arizona. Senator Rob Portman, Republican of Ohio. Quote, I do think we need to deal with the underlying problem of overspending, and we have to deal with the problem of Obamacare, but those ought to be handled outside of the context of a government shutdown. End of quote. Senator Jim Risch, Republican, Idaho. Quote, there isn't anybody that thinks that Obamacare is going to get defunded. It cannot happen. We were elected to govern. You don't govern by shutting down the government. End of quote. I can go on and on and on. There are many, many Republicans here in the Senate, Republicans in the House, who do not like Obamacare, but they understand that you don't shut down the government just to make a point. You don't throw 800,000 workers who work for the federal government, whose lives depend on a paycheck, out on the street in order to make a point. I think Jim Risch, Republican senator from Idaho, had it right. Let me repeat what he said. Quote, "There isn't anybody that thinks that Obamacare is going to get defunded. It cannot happen. We were elected to govern. You don't govern by shutting down the government," end of quote. Senator Risch is exactly correct. So where we are right now is that you have many Republicans here in the Senate. You have Republicans in the House. You have millions of Republicans all over this country who say we have disagreements with Obamacare. But it was passed by the United States Congress almost 4 years ago, signed by the president. When it was challenged in the Supreme Court, it was upheld as being constitutional. We had a presidential election where the Affordable Care Act was one of the major issues being debated. Obama won by 5 million votes. We had Senate races. Republicans lost 2 seats in the Senate. They lost seats in the House. And you have sensible Republicans all over the country saying, look, there are ways to deal with this issue. But you don't shut down the government. You don't punish 800,000 workers. You do not deny benefits and services to tens and tens of millions of Americans. Madam President, I just want to go on another area and to suggest to you, although I think you well understand this, that what we're seeing today in terms of the attack on Obamacare is not just some isolated act on the part of right-wing Republicans. I think many Americans really are not aware, people who may like Obamacare, may not like Obamacare. And by the way, Madam President, as you well know, today was the first day the exchanges opened. And guess what happened? Millions of people went to the website. Guess what? When you have 48 million Americans who have no health insurance and millions more who are in need, have high deductibles and co-payments, and they're given the opportunity to get insurance, shock of all shock, many of them are now going to the website. And our Republican friends say, no, we don't want to see that. But the point here, and I hope everybody understands this, is that this attack on Obamacare is just one small part of a right-wing extremist ideology, which is incredibly reactionary and which really intends not just to repeal Obamacare, but to repeal virtually every major piece of legislation passed in this country in the last 80 years, which protects the interest of the elderly, the children, the sick, the poor, women, the environment, people who are vulnerable. That is what their agenda is. And let me just give you a few examples. The Environmental Protection Agency works hard to make sure that the air we breathe is clean. You have many right-wing Republicans who don't want to just cut funding for the EPA. They want to abolish the EPA. We have today a major crisis in this country in terms of millions of American workers being forced to work for very, very low wages. People are working for $8 an hour. They're working for $9 an hour. You can't raise a family working on these very, very low wages. Many of us believe that it's important that we raise the minimum wage. Well, you know what the right-wing agenda is? The agenda funded by people like the Koch brothers, a family worth $70 billion, who are pouring hundreds of millions of dollars into these right-wing extremist groups. You know what they say about the minimum wage? They say, let's abolish the minimum wage. People think I'm kidding. I am not. The view now of the majority of the members, Republican members here in the Senate, in the House, is not only not raising the minimum wage, it is to abolish the concept of the minimum wage. And what that means, if you are living in a high unemployment area and the wages that are being offered to you by an employer are $3 an hour or $4 an hour, those are the wages you will have to accept because there will be no federal floor. Federal floor is now 7.25, much too low, but that's what it is. Get rid of that. and you're going to have people in this country working for $3 or $4 an hour. Madam President, one of the most significant pieces of federal legislation ever passed was passed in 1935, Social Security. Today we have over 50 million Americans who are benefiting from Social Security. If you go to the Texas Republican Party platform, their recent platform, and they are one of the most powerful Republican parties in the country, they are pretty upfront about what they believe. They want to end Social Security. They want to privatize it. That is their goal. The Veterans Administration, and I speak as chairman of the Veterans Committee. Today we have quite good VA health care through 152 medical centers run by the VA, 900 community-based outreach clinics, many vet centers. VA does, most veterans consider, a pretty good job in providing health care. You know what some Republicans want to do? They want to privatize the Veterans Administration. Check it out. Texas Republican Party platform, which speaks for Republicans all over this country. Madam President, it's not just the VA and it's not just Social Security. It is many, many other programs. We recently saw our friends over there in the House cut food stamps by some $4 billion this year. That's what they believe. Meanwhile, we have more people living in poverty today than at any time in the history of the United States, and many of these guys want to make devastating cuts in Medicaid, in food stamps, and in many other programs that the most vulnerable people in this country are living on. So, Madam President, let me conclude by saying this. We could end this crisis in a very few minutes. And all that has to happen is the Speaker of the House has to bring the clean bill that we passed here in the Senate and give all of his members a chance to vote on it. And if he does that, this crisis is over. It is morally wrong and it is extremely dangerous from a precedent perspective to allow this government and our president to be blackmailed or for the American people to be held in hostage. Because if we were to succumb and surrender to that blackmail today, I can absolutely guarantee you that in 2 weeks, when the United States is going to have to pay its debts, and we don't, for the first time in the history of this country, have the money to pay our debts. And when the economists are telling us that if we don't pay our debts, there could be an international economic crisis leading to huge amounts of job loss all over the world, not just in the United States. And if we surrender to these guys right now on this issue, they'll be back. They will be back and say, well, if you don't cut this or you don't cut that, we are not going to allow you to pay the debts that the United States owes. And it will go on and on. And next year they will come back. And they may well say, well, we're not going to fund the government unless you end Social Security or unless you cut Medicaid drastically. That is not the way a government in a democratic, civilized society can operate. We have our disagreements. God only knows we have that, and we have debates. But there is a process. And what the Republicans have not yet recovered from is the simple fact that they lost the presidential election, they do not have control over the Senate, and they only have one body. And they think that controlling one body, they have a right to control the United States government. That's not how it works. So, Madam President, I would hope that people all over this country, whether they're conservatives or progressives, Democrats or Republicans, will listen to what some of the sensible Republicans right now are saying. And in essence, what they are saying, and I read many of the quotes, John McCain, many others, yeah, we have differences of opinion. And yeah, some of them disagree strongly with Obamacare. But there is a process that you go through to make those changes. You do not shut down the government, impact the entire economy, throw 800,000 people out of work, deny services to millions of Americans. That is not the way you run a government in a democratic society. Madam President, as soon as I possibly can, I intend to bring up an amendment which calls for transparency at the Fed. And I must tell you that this amendment is one of the more unusual amendments that has been brought up here in the Senate, I suspect, for many, many years because of the rather strange coalition that has come together around this amendment. How often do we have the AFL-CIO, a progressive organization, and Freedom Works, a very conservative organization, supporting the same effort? How often are the SEIU, the largest union in America, MoveOn.org, some 5 million members, as a progressive organization, Public Citizen, another progressive organization, striving for the same goal as the National Taxpayers Union, or the Eagle Forum, or Americans for Tax Reform, very conservative organizations? And how often do you have some of the most progressive members in Congress, and I include myself within that fold, working with some of the more conservative members? Doesn't happen every day, but that is what is happening on this amendment. And I want to talk just for a few minutes about this amendment, what it does, and why so many diverse groups representing tens and tens of millions of Americans are coming together in support of it. And I also want to suggest to you what it does not do. Madam President, as soon as I possibly can, I intend to bring up an amendment which calls for transparency at the Fed. And I must tell you that this amendment is one of the more unusual amendments that has been brought up here in the Senate, I suspect, for many, many years because of the rather strange coalition that has come together around this amendment. How often do we have the AFL-CIO, a progressive organization, and Freedom Works, a very conservative organization, supporting the same effort? How often are the SEIU, the largest union in America, MoveOn.org, some 5 million members, as a progressive organization, Public Citizen, another progressive organization, striving for the same goal as the National Taxpayers Union, or the Eagle Forum, or Americans for Tax Reform, very conservative organizations. And how often do you have some of the most progressive members in Congress, and I include myself within that fold, working with some of the more conservative members? Doesn't happen every day, but that is what is happening on this amendment. And I want to talk just for a few minutes about this amendment, what it does, and why so many diverse groups representing tens and tens of millions of Americans are coming together in support of it. And I also want to suggest to you what it does not do and some of the ways that it has been distorted by the Fed and other groups that are opposed to it. And I have seen some of the statements made by the Fed which are just absolutely untrue in terms of what this amendment does and does not do. Madam President, the origin for me the origin of this amendment came on March 3rd, 2009, when, as a member of the Budget Committee, I asked the chairman of the Fed, Bernanke, a very simple question. I asked him if he would tell me and the committee and the American people which financial institutions received over $2 trillion in zero interest or near zero interest loans during the start of the economic crisis, during the bailout period. Some $2 trillion of taxpayer money was lent out, and my question was, Mr. Chairman, who received that money? I don't think that that is an unfair question. You and I, Madam President, have heard great debates here on the floor of the Senate about $5 million or $10 million to ask who received over $2 trillion in zero or near zero interest loans is something that I think should be answered by the Fed, and they should make that information public. But Mr. Bernanke said no. He gave his reasons, and on that very day, I introduced legislation that would require the Fed to put this information on its website, make it public, just like Congress required the Treasury Department to do with respect to the $700 billion TARP program. You may like TARP, you may not like TARP, you may vote for it, you may not, but the information about who received the money, when it was paid back, etc., is right there on the website of the Treasury Department. Madam President, this $2 trillion in zero or near zero interest loans does not belong to the Fed. It belongs to the American people, and the American people have a right to know where trillions of dollars of their taxpayer dollars are going. That's not complicated. You don't need an MBA from Wharton to know that. And that is why millions of Americans, whether you're conservative, whether you're progressive, or whether you are in between, have come together to say that we need transparency at the Fed. Madam President, this amendment not only requires that the Fed tell us who has received the $2 trillion it lent out in the midst of the financial crisis, but similar to the language incorporated in the House bill, it's already in the House bill, it calls for an audit of the Fed by the GAO. And as we all know, the GAO is the nonpartisan Government Accountability Office, who does a great job in trying to figure out where there is waste and fraud within our government. And that's it, Madam President. This is a very, very simple, short amendment. I think it's 5 pages. It calls for transparency at the Fed and a straightforward audit. Who got what? When did they get it? On what basis? On what terms? Who was at the meetings? Who made the decisions? And were there conflicts of interest? Simple, factual questions that the American people deserve answers to. That's what it is. It's not complicated. Madam President, I understand that this amendment will not be supported by everyone. Some may suggest inaccurately that this amendment, and I quote, because I've heard this statement already, takes away the independence of the Federal Reserve and puts monetary policy into the hands of Congress, end of quote. Let me address those concerns by simply reading exactly what is in the amendment. This is not complicated. And I quote from page 4 of the amendment. This is what it says. I don't think it could be more straightforward than this. Quote, nothing in this amendment shall be construed as interference in or dictation of monetary policy by the Federal Reserve System, by the Congress, or the Government Accountability Office, end of quote. You can't be more straightforward than the language in this amendment. So when people tell you that this amendment is going to interfere and have Congress dictate monetary policy, it is simply not true. In other words, Madam President, this amendment does not take away the quote-unquote independence of the Fed, and it does not put monetary policy into the hands of Congress. This amendment does not tell the Fed when to cut short-term interest rates or when to raise them. It does not do that. It does not tell the Fed what banks to lend money to and what banks not to lend money to. It does not tell the Fed what foreign central banks they can do business with and which ones it cannot do business with. It does not impose any new regulations on the Fed, nor does it take any regulatory authority away from the Fed. It does none of those things, no matter what anybody coming to the floor may say. Madam President, what the opponents of this amendment are doing is equating independence, which we support, with secrecy, which I do not support. At a time when our entire financial system almost collapsed, we cannot let the Fed continue to operate in the kind of secrecy that they have operated in for years. The American people have a right to know. You know, Madam President, very often we see senators coming down here to the floor and they make the point that the American people, working people, have to play by the rules. Play by the rules. How often have we heard that rhetoric? Well, what are the rules governing the Fed? Who makes those rules? Or do they just make them up as they go along? Madam President, let me just list a very few of the questions that millions of Americans are asking, members of Congress are asking, that a GAO audit might help to answer. Let me just rattle off a few of them, and I'm sure that there are many, many more. Question: why was Lloyd Blankfein, the CEO of Goldman Sachs, invited to the New York Federal Reserve to meet with federal officials in September of 2008 to determine whether AIG would be bailed out or allowed to go bankrupt? I wasn't invited to that meeting. I don't think you were invited to that meeting. Lloyd Blankfein was invited to that meeting. When the Fed and Treasury decided to bail out AIG to the tune of $182 billion, why did the Fed refuse to tell the American people where that money was going? Why did the Fed argue that this information needed to be kept secret, quote, as a matter of national security, end of quote? When AIG finally released the names of the counterparties receiving this assistance, how did it happen that Goldman Sachs received $13 billion of this money, 100 cents on the dollar, on what AIG owed them? How did that happen? I don't know. You don't know. American people don't know, but I think we have a right to know. Did Goldman Sachs use this money to provide $16 billion in bonuses to their top executives the next year? All over this country, Americans have lost their jobs, they've lost their homes, they lost their savings, they lost their ability to send their kids to college because of this recession caused by Wall Street, and yet Goldman Sachs gets $13 billion, 100 cents on the dollar, after AIG is bailed out at a meeting in which Lloyd Blankfein is at that meeting. I think it's an interesting question. I don't know the answer, but I think the American people have a right to know. A GAO audit of the Fed might help explain to the American people if there were any conflicts of interest surrounding that deal. Who got what? On what basis? On what terms? Who was at the meetings? Who made the decisions? And were there conflicts of interest? Madam President, in 2008, it seems to me, I didn't go to Harvard Business School, but it does seem to me that there was an apparent conflict of interest at the Federal Reserve Bank of New York with Stephen Friedman, the head of the New York Fed, who also served on the board of directors of Goldman Sachs. Let me repeat it. He was the head of the New York Fed. He also served on the board of directors of Goldman Sachs. And the New York Fed approved Goldman's application to become a bank holding company, giving it access to cheap loans from the Federal Reserve. Let me quote from an article published in the Wall Street Journal on May 9th, 2009, and let the American people determine whether or not this deserves a GAO audit. Quote, Wall Street Journal, Goldman Sachs received speedy approval to become a bank holding company in September of 2008. During that time, the New York Fed's chairman, Stephen Friedman, sat on Goldman's board and had a large holding in Goldman stock, which, because of Goldman's new status as a bank holding company, was a violation of Federal Reserve policy. The New York Fed asked for a waiver, which, after about 2.5 months, the Fed granted. While it was weighing the request, Mr. Friedman bought 37,300 more Goldman shares in December. They have since risen 1.7 million in value. Mr. Friedman, who once ran Goldman, says none of these events involved any conflicts. End of quote. Wall Street Journal, May 9th, 2009. Well, maybe Mr. Friedman is right. Maybe there's not a conflict of interest. Seems to me like there's a very apparent conflict of interest, but that is an issue that maybe a GAO audit might want to look at. Madam President, as a result of the bailout of Bear Stearns and AIG, the Fed now owns, this is pretty amazing, now owns credit default swaps, betting that California, Nevada, and Florida will default on their debt. Let me repeat that. Senators from California, Nevada, and Florida might be interested in this. As a result of the bailout of Bear Stearns and AIG, the Fed now owns credit default swaps, betting that California, Nevada, and Florida will default on their debt. So Federal Reserve stands to make money if California, Nevada, and Florida go bankrupt. What can I tell you? This is the reality. I know it will seem strange to the American people that the Fed makes money and is betting that 3 of our great states go bankrupt. Madam President, this may make sense to the Fed, may make sense to some of my colleagues here in the Senate. It does not make sense to me, and frankly, I do not believe that it makes sense to the American people. But this is what an audit of the Fed will allow us to better understand whether we want the Fed to be betting against some of our great states that they will go bankrupt. Madam President, it has been reported that the Federal Reserve pressured Bank of America into acquiring Merrill Lynch, making this financial institution even bigger and riskier, allegedly threatening to fire its CEO if Bank of America backed out of this merger. When the merger went through, Merrill Lynch's employees received $3.7 billion in bonuses. Was this a good deal or a bad deal for the American taxpayer? Perhaps a GAO audit can help us find out. Madam President, when the Fed provided a $29 billion loan to J.P. Morgan Chase to acquire Bear Stearns, the CEO of J.P. Morgan Chase, Mr. Diamond, served on the board of directors at the New York Federal Reserve. Let me repeat that. When the Fed provided a $29 billion loan to J.P. Morgan Chase to acquire Bear Stearns, the CEO of J.P. Morgan Chase, Mr. Diamond, served on the board of directors at the New York Federal Reserve. Did this represent a conflict of interest? To my mind, it does. Maybe I am wrong, but that's what a GAO audit can help explain to the American people. And again, I know that we're going to have senators running down here saying, oh, we're trying to break the independence of the Fed. We are not trying to do that. What we are trying to do is allow the American people to get a glimpse and an understanding of some of the actions of the Fed involving huge sums of money. Madam President, currently some 35 members of the Federal Reserve's Board of Directors are executives at private financial institutions which have received nearly $120 billion in TARP funds. But, Madam President, we don't know how much these big banks receive from the Fed. A GAO audit could answer that question. Madam President, and here's a very interesting point that I know a lot of senators have raised in different contexts, but if the goal of the huge amounts of money in Fed loans, trillions of dollars in Fed loans to large financial institutions, was to achieve the goal of getting credit flowing to small and medium-sized businesses that were cash-starved, that were crying out for credit, why is small business lending in free fall? What happened? We gave the large financial institutions trillions of dollars, presumably to get out to small, medium-sized businesses. They haven't gotten it. Question. I think it's a reasonable question. I'm not the only one who's asking it. How much of those zero-interest or near-zero-interest loans that these huge financial institutions receive from the Fed was simply invested in federal government bonds earning an interest rate of 3 or 4%? In other words, are we looking at a huge scam? And I can't think of a better word. You give these large financial institutions trillions of dollars in zero-interest loans in order to enable them to provide desperately needed loans to small and medium-sized businesses so those businesses can expand and create jobs, yet that appears not to be happening. Question, how much of those several trillion dollars in loans simply went from the Fed to the financial institutions in order to purchase government-backed obligations at 3 or 4%? And if that's the case, that's just giving away money. Zero interest coming in, you get 3 or 4% guaranteed by the faith and credit of the United States of America. Well, you know what? I don't know. I don't know how much. I suspect, other people suspect, that that was done. How much? I don't know. Maybe the GAO can tell us. Madam President, this amendment is virtually identical to legislation that I've offered on this subject that has 33 co-sponsors. And just as we have a very broad spectrum of political ideology from grassroots organizations on the left and the right, conservative, progressive, Democrat, Republican, supporting this amendment, so we have had widespread, across ideology, support for this legislation. Let me just mention who the 33 co-sponsors are, and you will see how people with very different political ideologies have come together. And the names of those people are Senators Barrasso, Bennett of Utah, Boxer, Brownback, Burr, Cardin, Chambliss, Coburn, Cochran, Cornyn, Crapo, DeMint, Dorgan, Feingold, Graham, Grassley, Harkin, Hatch, Hutchinson, Inhofe, Isaacson, Landrieu, Leahy, Lincoln, McCain, Murkowski, Risch, Sanders, Thune, Vitta, Webb, Wicker, and Wyden. Those are the people who supported the legislation. This amendment coming to the floor has 20 co-sponsors, Republicans and Democrats alike, and I want to thank all of those 20 senators for their support. Madam President, in terms of progressive grassroots organizations, this amendment enjoys the strong support of the AFL-CIO, the SEIU, the largest union in America, the United Steelworkers of America, Public Citizen, the New America Foundation, the Center for Economic Policy and Research, the Roosevelt Institute, the U.S. Public Interest Research Group, and Americans for Financial Reform, which in itself is a coalition of over 250 consumer, employee, investor, community, and civil rights groups. And let me just read you a letter of support that I received for this amendment from Bill Samuel, the legislative director of the AFL-CIO. And this is what the AFL-CIO said, and I quote, "On behalf of the AFL-CIO, I am writing to urge you to support," this is a letter going out to other senators, "urge you to support the Sanders, Feingold, DeMint, Leahy, McCain, Grassley, Vitta, Brownback amendment to increase transparency at the Federal Reserve. Working people want to know who benefited from the liquidity provided by taxpayers during the crisis, and this amendment will ensure that we receive this information." End of quote, AFL-CIO. Let me also quote from a letter I received from Andy Stern, the president of the SEIU, the largest union in the country. Also from Leo Gerard, the president of the Steelworkers Union, and a number of other academics and economists. And this is what they write, and I quote, "Since the start of the financial crisis, the Federal Reserve has dramatically changed its operating procedures. Instead of simply setting interest rates to influence macroeconomic conditions, it rapidly acquired a wide variety of private assets and extended massive secret bailouts to major financial institutions. There are still many questions about the Fed's behavior in these new activities. The Federal Reserve balance sheet expanded to more than $2 trillion, along with implied and explicit backstops to Wall Street firms that could cost even more. Who received the money, against what collateral, on what terms and conditions? The only way to find out is through a complete audit of the Federal Reserve. That is why we support the Sanders, Feingold, DeMint, Leahy, McCain, Grassley, Vitta, Brownback amendment to increase transparency at the Fed." End of quote. That's what leading progressive economic and social justice organizations are saying about this amendment. And let me briefly, if I might, quote from some of the conservative organizations. And one of the larger ones is the National Taxpayers Union. I don't usually quote from the National Taxpayers Union. I think I'm not rated very highly on their chart, but this is what they say in support of this amendment, and I quote, "The National Taxpayers Union urges all senators to vote yes on S Amendment 3738 to the financial regulatory reform legislation. This amendment, introduced by Senators Sanders and DeMint, would require the Government Accountability Office to conduct an audit of the Federal Reserve. Transparency is not a Democrat or Republican issue, but rather an issue of right or wrong. If the Senate insists on further expanding the Fed's reach, Americans deserve to know more about the workings of a government-sanctioned entity whose decisions directly affect their economic livelihood. A yes vote on S Amendment 3738 will be significantly weighted as a pro-taxpayer vote in our annual rating of Congress." End of quote. That's from the National Taxpayers Union. We have also support from other conservative organizations, including Americans for Tax Reform, Campaign for Liberty, the Rutherford Institute, Eagle Forum, FreedomWorks, and the Center for Fiscal Accountability. And I will submit to the record some of their statements. Let me just conclude saying a few other words. And that is, Madam President, this amendment is not a radical idea. I've just indicated to you that you have progressive groups representing millions of people. You have conservative groups representing millions of people. The AARP, the largest senior group, representing, I think, tens of millions of Americans. I should also mention to you that as part of the budget resolution debate in April of 2009, the Senate voted overwhelmingly in support of this basic concept by a vote of 59 to 39. In the House of Representatives, this concept passed the House Financial Services Committee by a vote of 43 to 26 and was incorporated into the House version of Wall Street reform that was approved by the House last December. In other words, a lot of what we are saying here, what I'm talking about, is in the House bill, not a radical concept. This idea has the support of the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, who said that Congress should ask the Fed to put this information, quote, on the Internet like they've done with the recovery package and the budget, end of quote. And that's what this amendment does. This concept has also been supported, and this is important, and I know my friend from Texas wants to speak. I'm winding down, and I apologize for going on this long, but it's important to point out that this concept has also been supported by 2 federal courts that have ordered the Fed to release all of the names and details of the recipients of more than $2 trillion in Federal Reserve loans since the financial crisis started as a result of a Freedom of Information Act lawsuit filed by Bloomberg News. Mr. President, Madam President, Mr. President, see, you've become a man now. All right, it's Mr. President. The Fed has argued in court that it should not have to release this information, citing, according to Reuters, quote, an exemption that it said lets federal agencies keep secret various trade secrets and commercial or financial information, end of quote. This is what the U.S. Appeals Court in New York said in disagreeing with the Fed, and I quote, "It's a unanimous 3-judge appeals court. This is what they wrote in their opinion, to give the Fed power to deny disclosure because it thinks it best to do so would undermine the basic policy that disclosure, not secrecy, is the dominant objective. If the board believes such an exemption would better serve the national interest, it should ask Congress to amend the statute." So let me conclude by saying this. We now have 59 senators having voted for transparency, 320 members of the House, and 2 U.S. courts. All we want to know is who got trillions of dollars. That's what we want to know. We want to know also on what basis, on what terms, who was at the meetings where key decisions were made. Mr. President, this is an important amendment, and it is an amendment that millions of people want to see passed. And I hope that we will have an opportunity to offer it as soon as possible, and I hope that it is passed. I yield the floor, Madam.
Got to get more people in Wisconsin to get out there.
Yeah. Cool.
Ian? I see you.
We're live. Woo. Move around.
What?
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, really? Do you need an internet connection for that, or like data, or just? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
This is the live shot.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah, just make sure you mute it.
Right. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. All right. Okay. Okay.
At least.
Hey there.
Hey, Nigel.
Hey everyone, how you doing?
Doing great, man.
Hey, no worries. I've only got a few moments to check in here because I'm pumping on a deadline right now for work, so be crazy. Jeez.
Okay.
And that way someone can be lining up for a crowd shot versus someone focused on Bernie too, and you could switch back and forth or show them at the same time. That'd be really cool.
I'm going to write all this down.
I think so. I think so. But that's all right. We'll work it out. Beautiful. Awesome. Sounds good. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
I have a question. So they're likely going to be running video from cell phones.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm assuming one cell phone would be employed as the camera streaming the video, and another. How would they communicate accurately with you? Is it all done through the that live Hangouts stream? How do they hear your feedback from that streaming phone?
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So Nigel and Ian and Sam, are y'all gonna, and Alex, are all of them gonna have a chance to talk beforehand, or like trade phone numbers so they can certainly meet up? Or
Are Nigel and Alex going to be at this, or they are somewhere online?
oh, they're
Okay.
fully remote. Okay, sorry, I didn't connect that. Yeah, that was my ignorance. I didn't know where Nigel and Alex were physically located. Cool, cool.
So tomorrow when we're ready and when we're there, we just do, well, whatever. Wednesday when we're there, we just do what we just did now. Okay.
You'll be in the Hangout just like we are now.
Yeah, and then
Okay.
How are those links provided through the cell phone Hangouts interface? Okay, so you're going to dump it in chat? Okay. So as they're actively in the green room hangout, once everyone has decided, all right, we're in a good spot, then you just dump the live broadcast URL in that Hangout, and when they click on it, it drops the old one and connects to the new one. Is that correct? Okay. Okay.
Very cool.
Okay. Do you actively have to select to end the previous call so that they're not using twice the bandwidth? Okay, I'm just asking questions. So, like, if I was in the field, I've never used Hangouts in this capacity, so I'm just trying to ask questions that nobody's thought of yet.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Beneficial.
You can invite people. Okay.
In terms of recording, are the phones going to need to record anything? Okay. Sure.
So, John, you don't have anyone recording the live sessions for future playback? So would you like somebody to do
possibly do that as well? Ian's going to have a cell phone there, and I'm going to have a cell phone there, and Ian's cell phone doesn't always do well with 3G or data, so he might have to just record stuff, and I can do the live stuff.
Well, what I was thinking too, in the video capture software that I have, I can record what's going on in Google. So actually record what's being broadcast.
Oh, great.
Okay. So in other words, on Wednesday when they're broadcasting on the YouTube channel what's going on in the Alex and Nigel and bringing people in, that broadcast there, you're recording that. Okay. Oh, perfect. Okay. No. Okay. So great. If they can record some of it and then you have the rest of it, the actual broadcast. Awesome.
So, John, just a quick question. The comments in that, the comment tracker, do I need to put the streams in the comment tracker at the start of the broadcast, right? The sources, is that right?
Yeah, we can practice that in the beginning too. Like right now, what you're seeing is it's probably from Google Plus. So I've got it down on how to add the streams and how to share the comments and all that stuff. The only thing I think I need to talk to Alex about is making sure that YouTube and Twitter feeds are brought in correctly, because there's something about it being an event.
Great. What time are we kicking off on Wednesday? Just to be sure. That's
Yeah.
Central time, right?
Is that Central?
Yeah.
So that's 7:30 Eastern and 4:30 West Coast.
Yeah.
7:30.
No, it doesn't work for me. Let's ask Bernie to change his schedule. Awesome. Janine, you got to teach me how to do that.
Yeah, I can hook up with you.
Send me a work instruction. I work off work instructions and processes.
You know, in my IT career, I spent many, many hours, if not years, putting together documentation. So
Awesome.
I'll try to write something up anyway, at least.
I know.
Kind
It's
of
so,
like get started.
it's so sad, isn't it? The stuff that we end up becoming good at.
Yeah.
Hey, John, who is active in the community that Sam and Ian may be able to talk to get ideas for communicating with the audience, if they're curious or looking for ideas?
Yeah.
We talked.
We talked to, who did we talk to?
Lauren? Yeah, Lauren Steiner.
Lauren Steiner is already talking to us and giving us some ideas.
Awesome. Cool.
Sounds good.
Huh. No. I have too many things going at the same time.
All right. So what needs to happen between now and late afternoon Wednesday? Totally. Yeah, I thought at least one other person was going to be there. The gentleman, he's got a beard. Don't remember his name. Yeah. That'd be awesome. That'd be awesome. How about stuff that Ian and Sam will need to focus on? Should they consider doing a connection test? Was that already? Did you already talk about that? Connection or audio test.
Still here.
Yeah, we're still
Oh,
here.
we're here.
Yeah, this is what I'll be using, this phone right here.
Awesome. Awesome.
Well, if we're doing it outside, it should be light still if it's at 6:45.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm confident we can at least get that. I'm worried about getting clear interviews with people on the ground since it is a cell phone and it's going to be loud, but whatever we get, I know we can get Bernie talking.
Something I just want to communicate. In my experience with cell phones, a lot of users vastly underestimate in normal settings and quiet conditions. A lot of people vastly underestimate the ability, the quality of the microphones that are in these phones, and you really should be able to speak comfortably, normally, with it away from you. With the camera away from you, and the audio should be just fine. You should only really ever need to raise your voice if you're actually competing with the people around you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Wade,
What's that, Wade?
I think is he muted? One other thing, we can make sure we do all the testing of audio and stuff like that in the first Hangout, so that hopefully it'll, when we move people over, it'll sound good.
Cool. Should there be a collection of production phone numbers that folks involved should have, just in case? I'm asking because I've never done a live production like this. Cool. Well, I sincerely doubt that the big earthquake's going to hit up there in the Northwest while we're doing this broadcast. But, you know, just for other people that are involved that may drop out of communication. I don't know. Like I said, I'm just asking out of ignorance.
Yeah.
Trying to see everything through so that we don't have to ask these questions when we're about to go live. Right on. Well, I mean, let's just let it ride.
Yep. Should be good. John, I got to head back to this deadline, but if you want to give Alex, is it? You said Alex? Yeah. If you want to give her my email or whatever, or my contact, or get it, if she wants to get in touch with me beforehand, just go right ahead. Perfect.
Some people.
I hope they're feeling the burn. Good.
All right. So. Mr. Magoo.
Oh. It's like the soon thing, you know? Like,
all right.
I'm fine.
John, did you end up getting the sound working on the video through the Hangout? Does it now work? That's when we were having trouble earlier on, so.
me on the back. He and I were sitting side by side, and he says, "What a great kid."
I can.
Oh, thanks, Dad.
Yeah.
Thanks. I appreciate that. So, well, you created me. My ideals
I
come out
think
of
it's
your
through
head,
your speakers.
and Mom's head. So I mean, so they're excited about it. They're working on it. I know we're going to change the 6 episodes. I don't care what we change them to, as long as you guys can't go too.
All right.
I did have a quick question, sort of on behalf of Sam and Ian and any other field reporters. So just so I understand it, Nigel and Alex are going to be bouncing off each other, reporting, and when they jump to the field, will Sam and Ian need to be, staying pretty closely attuned to the dialogue through their cell phone or perhaps headphones to make sure they pick up on the cues as they're passed to Ian and Sam? Okay. No, I understand, but the actual live transfer broadcast from the booth to the field, it seems to me like they would need to be listening to that dialogue actively to be prepared to take over the broadcast. Sure. Cool. Okay. Yeah, no, I just want to make sure that Sam and Ian can hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were just discussing that. We're not sure if we're going to be able to know what's going on the other end either.
Yeah, just a pair of earbuds. Leave one of them in, and when it's time to go live, pull the headphones out.
Okay.
If you want to go primitive, we can go text messaging.
Will you guys be able to hear what's going on if we're wearing headphones?
That's okay. All right. I don't know. It may be different on phone models. Most of them it shouldn't matter if their headphones plugged in, but it'd be worth testing.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, so it sounds like headphones would be a pretty big benefit.
I'm going to put in headphones right now, and we can just find out.
There you go. There you go. Take action.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep. You're fine.
Okay. But you can still hear me right now.
Loud.
Oh, wow.
Can you hear me over here?
So we'll just be like this. We'll be talking away, and then we'll be like, we're going to cut live now over to Sam, who's in the field at the rally. Sam, over to you.
Hi. And you can hear Ian talk.
Hello, I'm a distance away.
There you go.
Sounds
and
great.
You can hear him. That's great.
Yes.
Perfect. Right.
Yeah.
So while we're in the hangout, in the second hangout, we'll be getting you ready, and then we'll obviously give you a cue that says, all right, you're about to go on.
Okay.
And then John will bring you in.
Okay.
And they're going to need to just trying to remember. Are they going to have to manually switch to the live broadcast on their phone, or do you pull it in on the production side? Okay. Okay, cool.
We'll probably be in and out of the Hangout, right? We'll have to exit to go walk somewhere else if we need be.
Yeah, do we just stay in the Hangout and then you guys turn us on and off at your leisure? Yeah. Okay. That's great. Okay. So it's just going to look like it looks like right now to us, and we'll just keep talking away, and you can switch back and forth however you want. Wonderful. I love it.
Sounds like a plan.
All right. What about if I'm plucking?
This sounds great.
So what about if I'm plucking my ear hairs? You know what I mean?
Just keep it PG.
That's Fox News quality reporting.
It happens. It happens with us old timers, you know.
Okay, we are probably going to be in Madison around 5 o'clock Central Time. That's the goal. So anytime after that, if we need to do tests or anything, just do the message thing, I guess, and we'll be available.
It might be kind of cool to say, you know, to have them early and go, hey, this is Sam and Ian here. We're, you know, it's a couple hours before, you know, the talk, but you could see all the activity going on, and then cut back to the rest of the program.
Yeah, I've said
We're
this
hoping
before.
to get there as early as possible.
Yeah, the best part about it is that we're not restricted by commercial schedules. We don't have a 6 to 7 time slot. So you know, make it a day affair if you want, and tell people your story and what your experience is throughout the whole day. We don't have to cut to commercials.
So cool.
It's whatever we want it to be.
Yeah, man. No, I'll be from a better location. This is the storeroom. Yeah, no, I'll be from a different location.
You have an old-fashioned light over there, tungsten light.
Yeah, something like that.
Yes. Well, I was figuring that me and Amaya would like team up. So like either she would be like the camera operator, or I would be the reporter, or vice versa. Something like that. Well, July the 12th, we have a meeting, but I won't be here, so it'd just be her. So, that's pretty much it.
All right. That sounds good.
Yes, sir. Um, well,
Not really teachers, but we do know a lot of kids our age that are really into politics and kids that are looking for a change and want to be able to take direction for this country and as soon as possible. So we know kids that would be interested.
yeah, we're just liberals stuck in the middle of conservatives.
Well, between now and then, we can try and find, local leaders who may be receptive to it. We can get on the horn. I can make calls, pretty efficiently in that regard.
You guys might want to try to look for Alabama for Bernie on Twitter.
Yeah, I follow them.
Yeah, because I don't know how big their organization is, but there's probably at least a few people there that maybe
They
I
are
can
the
talk to.
ones hosting the Bernie for Birmingham meeting on July 12th.
Great.
Yeah, so if we could get into them then and get contacted with them, they could probably help a lot. But it's really just there's not really any activists out here. Everyone's just kind of going with it and not really caring that much.
There likely is at least one or two environmental groups in the area that you may not know about because it's such a red state, and they may be hurting for publicity as well. So I can do a little research on that end.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, there might be like a Sierra Club.
Exactly.
Or
Oh my
any of those
gosh.
things.
He was in Birmingham today.
What?
Yeah, he was in Birmingham. He was at UAB. Oh,
He's still there.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
That's accurate. Yep.
Are we still doing the hangout tomorrow afternoon? Okay.
Cool.
All right.
You can ping me anytime too. If there's anything I can do to help you guys.
Yeah, they're around. They just don't get a lot of publicity. Yeah. Right. Mm. Yeah, the social aspect of the community is not Google Plus. The social aspect is connecting the nation's community over YouTube.
Yeah. And I hope you don't mind. I've already invited the other states for Bernie to come to the Google community, so you might see some of them coming in. And I know at least people for Bernie are going to help spread the word. They're probably, they're the nationwide one, about the broadcast. So as soon as I have like all the times and everything, I can let them know. And it sounds like if we're going to start broadcasting a half hour before, I can let them know. But yeah, I mean, we can still get the message out there that, hey, this is out there. Come join us in the community. But yeah.
Do you have a name for that YouTube channel?
Do we have a link that we can send people prior to the broadcast being like, hey, you might see this, you might see us on here?
And the event will be created that morning, likely. So yeah. So, but the idea that you're communicating is that the link is specific to the event. The YouTube link is specific to the event. Okay. Yep.
That's actually an interesting question because I know that there's a difference between the live broadcast and the 24/7 videos streaming. The 24/7 streaming is, if people want to watch that, do they just go to the Bernie2016tv YouTube channel and then choose what they want to watch? Okay. Right. Like the live one says Bernie2016tv field reporter tests. So you'll have another one that'll just be live or whatever. Okay. Okay.
But yeah, the main question is that each of the broadcasts, regardless if it's streaming or whatever, can still be accessed at that main YouTube page. They're all going to be running through the same. Yeah. Okay. So y'all, Sam and Ian, I mean, tonight you guys can send out the address of the Bernie2016tv YouTube channel because that will be the main outlet, regardless
Perfect.
what's being streamed. That's the channel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Great.
Yeah, that's simple. I love it.
Sweet. Awesome.
That's awesome.
And overwhelming.
Yeah. Infinite possibility.
AM? Cool. Yeah, send a link to it. Okay. Well, on Wednesday morning, link that, and we'll be able to watch it.
Yeah.
I can't think of anything else, guys. My stomach just ate my appendix. I'm starving.
All right. Thank
Everybody,
you.
everybody say thanks, John, on 3. 1, 2, 3. Thanks, John.
Thanks, John. Thanks, John.
Awesome. I'm
All
going
right,
to drop
we'll
off, y'all.
Talk to you Wednesday.
Doing great.
Bye, everyone.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
The good news is that you are hearing more and more about that issue. The good news is you're hearing about Ferguson, you're hearing about Baltimore, you're hearing about New York City, you're hearing about elsewhere. The bad news is if you think that these issues have just occurred in the last year or two, you would be sorely mistaken. The truth is that for many, many decades, there have been situations where police officers have treated prisoners terribly and in some cases absolutely unjustly killed them. All right, what do we have to do? We have to do a number of things. For a start, and maybe most importantly, we have to recognize, and I'm a former mayor, and I work very closely with the police. They have a tough job. Anyone thinks being a cop is an easy job is mistaken. It is a tough job. You've got to respect them. They need to be well paid. They need to be well trained. But if a police officer does something wrong, and I think we saw that tape in South Carolina, right? And that police officer was indicted. Police officers, like anybody else, have got to be held accountable for their actions. Yes. If they break the law, they have got to be held accountable. The second issue, I am very concerned when you see the TV in Ferguson and elsewhere where these police departments look like they are part of an army, an invading army, with all types of very heavy-duty military equipment. When I was mayor of Burlington, we worked hard to do what we call community policing. And what community policing is about is it has, in a sense, it makes police officers part of the community so that they know the names of the people in the community, so that people trust them. So they're out there maybe playing ball with the kids. And when there's a problem in the community, they can go to the police officer. And that's what I would like to see all over this country. So we need efforts to integrate, in a sense, police officers into our community to end this business about police officers being seen as oppressors. We need to help hold police officers accountable when they do illegal behavior, absolutely. And the other thing that we need to do, by the way, which is not talked about, is when you look at a town like Ferguson and everyone focused on police brutality, do you know what African American youth unemployment in that town is? Somewhere around 50%. And we're going to continue to have problems in this country if millions of kids cannot get jobs, cannot be involved in constructive activity. So all of those things are related. But at the end of the day, we are spending tens and tens of billions of dollars. We have more people in jail than any other country. And we're spending huge amounts of money on that. I would much prefer to invest in police training, good training, to invest in education, to invest in jobs for our young people. That is the best way to cut back. Listen, this is a great turnout, and you've asked great questions. And let me just conclude by saying what I said in the beginning. The political revolution is not me, it is you. And let's go forward together and transform this country. Let's win New Hampshire. Thank you all very much.
Tonight is a very important night to me, and I know for many of us here in this room, because tonight we have an opportunity to play a part in one of the most exciting and significant political developments in the modern history of the United States. Tonight, many of us are going to give our support to a candidate for president who has done more than any other candidate in living memory to bring together the disenfranchised, the hungry, the poor, the workers who are being thrown out of their decent paying jobs, and the farmers who are being thrown off of their land. Tonight, we have come together to support a candidate who is creating an historic coalition of working people, of poor people, of women, of minorities, of students, of farmers, of peace activists, of environmentalists. Tonight, we are here to endorse the candidate who is saying loud and clear that enough is enough, that it's time that this nation was returned to the real people of America, the vast majority of us, and that power no longer should rest solely with a handful of banks and corporations who presently dominate the economic and political life of this nation. Tonight we are here to support a man who, when elected president, will move boldly to end the growing disparity between the rich and the poor. It is not acceptable to him, to me, or to most Americans that 10% of the population of this nation is able to own 83% of the wealth, and the other 90% of us share 17% of the wealth. Ladies and gentlemen, when our candidate becomes president, and we believe that he will see a movement toward the establishment of a national health care system, which once and for all in this country will guarantee health care as a right of all citizens and not just the privilege of the wealthy. When our candidate is elected president, we will see a fundamental change in the national priorities of our nation. We will build fewer bombs and more affordable housing, less nerve gas and more child care centers. We will stop the Star Wars madness in its tracks and spend our wealth to save the family farm, to protect our environment, to increase federal aid to education so that every young person who has the capabilities can go to college. We will utilize the best minds of this nation, not for research into new and more sophisticated ways to kill people, but to rebuild our industrial base, to prevent acid rain and the destruction of the ozone layer, and to find the solution to AIDS and other killer diseases. Our nation is a great nation with unlimited potentiality. What we need is leadership, which will tap our innate strengths so that we can improve the quality of life for all of our people and not concentrated on how to destroy life. When our candidate is elected president, we will finally have a foreign policy which says to the people of Nicaragua, to the people of Latin America and the Third World, that we are your allies and your friends, not your oppressors. We will stop once and for all supporting every right-wing dictatorship in the world that serves the needs of corporate greed. Ladies and gentlemen, and fellow Burlingtonians, the candidate we are supporting tonight has stood for us and fought for us for the last 25 years of his life. Along with Martin Luther King Jr., he put his life on the line so that all Americans, regardless of color, could receive their basic democratic rights. He was there when we needed him. Our candidate has stood with the farmers being thrown off of the land. He has stood with the workers on the picket lines being thrown out of their jobs. He was there when we needed him. Fellow Burlingtonians, our candidate has stood with us when we needed him. Tonight, he needs us. Let us be there for him. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to place in nomination this evening the name of one of the great leaders of our time and a man who has waged the most courageous and exciting political campaign in the modern history of this nation. I place in nomination with a great deal of personal pride the name of Jesse Jackson.
Okay, let me begin by saying that I think most people in Vermont know that I am not a Democrat, I am not a Republican, and in fact, I am the only non-Democrat, non-Republican, independent, progressive mayor in the United States of America. And in fact, the city of Burlington is the only strong three-party city in the United States. And that's a fact that I am extremely proud of, because as I've said for many years, I happen not to believe that within the framework of the two-party system, the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, that we're going to be able to bring about the real changes in this country that are needed to benefit the vast majority of our people. Essentially, it's my view that the leadership of the Democratic Party and the Republican Party are tied to big money interests, and that neither of these parties will ever represent the people in this country who are demanding the real changes that have to take place. I think also that many people in Vermont know that I and many of us in the progressive movement here in Burlington are strongly supporting and actively working for Jesse Jackson to become the next president of the United States. We are supporting Jackson because he uniquely and alone
of the major party candidates has shown the courage to tackle the most important and basic issues facing working class America, poor people, elderly people, environmentalists, peace activists, women, and America's minorities. Jackson, alone of all the candidates, has raised the issue of the grossly unfair distribution of wealth and power in this country, which is clearly the most single important issue which has got to be raised for the future of this country. And he has not been ashamed to stand up and declare himself the candidate of the have-nots, the disenfranchised, and the ordinary Americans who have for so long been left out of the political process. Jackson alone has had the courage to indicate that he is prepared to take on the multinational corporations and the banks who presently own and control America. As all Americans know, Jackson's candidacy has been doing far better than the brilliant political experts have thought possible. And in this respect, I want to congratulate all of the people in the state of Vermont who on March 1st got out and worked for Jackson and brought in the vote for Jackson and got him 26% of the vote in this state. Because I think the result of that vote, that election day, had an impact on primaries that followed, and in fact indicated that white people were prepared to vote for Jackson. Today, Jackson is in a neck-and-neck race with Governor Michael Dukakis for the Democratic nomination. And while no one can predict the outcome of future primaries, whether in Wisconsin, New York, or California, knowledgeable people now believe that it is a real possibility that Jackson will go into the Democratic convention in Atlanta with the most delegates, not the majority of delegates, but with more delegates than anybody else. On December 30th, 1987, when I introduced Jesse Jackson to a large crowd in Montpelier on a bitter cold night, and there were about 1,000 people there, I introduced him to Vermonters as the next president of the United States. And I think it's fair to say that while many people in that room on December 30th hoped in their hearts that that might be a possibility, in fact, they really did not think it was a reality. They didn't think it would happen. Today, that view has changed, and all political observers, regardless of their affiliation, now believe that Jesse Jackson, in fact, has a fighting chance to become the nominee of the Democratic Party and has a fighting chance to become the next president of the United States. He's still an underdog, but I think now the reality of that occurring is a much greater likelihood than people previously believed. And what is absolutely remarkable about this entire process, and I think a point not emphasized enough, is that Jackson is now a front-runner despite the fact that he is being outspent in some instances 10-1, in some instances 20-1. And some people may recall that even here in Vermont during the primary, there were 15 paid Dukakis workers in the state. There was not one paid Jackson worker. In my view, Jesse Jackson is making history throughout this campaign. And win, lose, or draw, his candidacy will be remembered as the most significant presidential campaign in at least 50 years in this nation, in attempting to bring working people and poor people and elderly people and people of all colors together to begin to stand up and fight for their rights and to fight for their dignity. Sometimes we lose the knowledge that history is being made when it's being made in front of us. That is, in fact, what is happening right now. For me personally, and for many of us in the progressive movement who are not Democrats, Jackson's candidacy has raised an awkward question. What role should we take? How far should we go, given the fact that we are not Democrats? As many people know, there has been within the National Rainbow Coalition a serious debate over whether Jesse Jackson should in fact run within the Democratic Party or whether he should have begun his campaign outside of the Democratic Party, running as a third-party individual. I am not active in that Rainbow Coalition. My own preference would have been, and I would have rather have seen, Jesse Jackson run independently, third-party, outside of the Democratic Party. However, Jackson and the majority of the people in the Rainbow Coalition chose otherwise. They're running within the Democratic Party, and Jackson is now on the verge of perhaps becoming that party's nominee. On Tuesday evening, April 19th, the Democratic and Republican parties are holding caucuses all over the state in order to elect delegates to the party's state conventions and ultimately representatives to the national political conventions. As someone who is not a Democrat or a Republican,
I personally have never attended a caucus of either major political party. I am announcing today, however, that I and many of us within the progressive movement here in Burlington, and I hope and expect elsewhere throughout the state of Vermont, will be attending the Democratic caucuses that will be held on April 19th. While we are not members of the Democratic Party, we are strongly supporting Jackson's historic candidacy and have got to do everything in our power to see that he wins that party's nomination. Clearly, in a convention which may come down to a few votes in Atlanta, it would be irresponsible for us not to do our best to attend these caucuses, to elect the delegates, and to give Jackson as much strength and as many votes as he can have in that convention. My understanding is that in addition to the 5 already determined statewide delegates, there are 14 delegate positions that will be decided upon throughout that Democratic caucus process. My hope is that as many Jackson supporters all over the state of Vermont, including people in the Progressive Coalition, people of progressive mind all over the state, will come out to these caucuses, will work as hard as they can, and will get as many of those 14 delegates as possible for Jesse Jackson. Thank you.
Thank you very much for inviting me to be with you this morning. And let me thank the IAFF for their intelligent selection of Matt Vinci to be on your staff. Matt did a great job in the state of Vermont, and we worked together among other projects to build a burn building, Vermont State College, which is today providing improved training capabilities for Vermont's firefighters, and also is a senator who does not take contributions from corporations. I want to thank the IAFF for your support over the years. It has seemed to me to be a basic fact about political life that at some point you have to make a decision about which side you are on. Are you on the side of the big money interests and their large campaign donors, or are you on the side of working families? That is a decision I made many, many years ago, and I thank you over the years for your support. Let me talk a bit about the reality of American life today. Every person in this room understands that in recent years we have seen a huge increase in worker productivity. You and the equipment that you have enables you to do more. And the question that we have got to ask ourselves, not only for firefighters, but for workers all over this country, how does it happen when worker productivity goes up, wages go down? How does it happen that in this great country we have seen for the last 40 years a shrinking of the American middle class at the same time as the people on top have done phenomenally well? Today in America, municipal employees, and I know something about that because I was mayor for 8 years, municipal employees in many instances are struggling and working longer hours for lower wages. Municipal budgets are being cut while corporate profits are at an all-time high and the wealthiest people have never had it so good. How does it happen that today the average male worker in adjusted income, inflation adjusted for income, is earning $700 less than he earned 42 years ago? How does it happen that today the top 1/10 of 1% wealthiest people in this country now have more wealth than the bottom 90%? How does it happen that today in America, since the Wall Street crash, 99% of all new income is going to the top 1%? How does it happen that fire departments and police departments And public schools all over this country are starved for funding at exactly the same time as we give huge tax breaks to the wealthy and the large corporations. Today in America, we're losing $100 billion every single year because corporate America is putting their profits into tax havens like the Cayman Islands and Bermuda, not paying their fair share of taxes, and yet municipal governments, state governments are being starved all over this country. Maybe, just maybe, it's time for corporate America and the wealthiest people in this country to start paying their fair share of taxes. The issue that we have got to deal with is whether we are one America in which working class families are able to earn decent livings, able to have decent health care, able to send their kids to college, able to live with dignity, or whether or not we are going to move into an oligarchic form of society where a handful of billionaires have enormous wealth and enormous power while everybody else sees a decline in their standard of living. Now, I know you've been visiting Capitol Hill. So let me tell you what's going on in the United States Congress today. Abraham Lincoln, in his great Gettysburg Address, talked about a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. That's what American democracy is supposed to be about. But tragically, in recent years, especially as a result of this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision, the billionaire class, people who have more money than you could imagine, are now spending hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars to buy and sell candidates. That's what's going on. And the agenda up in Capitol Hill is not the agenda that says, how do we provide health care to all of our people? How do we raise the minimum wage to a living wage? How do we make sure that city and state governments have the resources that they need to make sure that their people get the protection and the help that they need? When you talk about priorities in America, just take a deep breath. I know you're in this every single day, but step back and ask yourselves, if you talk about priorities in America, what priorities are higher, more important than public safety, than making sure that we have the fire departments and the ambulance services and the EMT people to keep us healthy, to protect our property, to protect our rights? What priority is higher than that? And yet what we are doing now is starving state governments, starving local governments, because the priorities up on the Hill are not for working people. They are tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires. They are unfettered free trade agreements which enable corporations to shut down in America and move to China. They are agreements which make it harder for our kids to go to college. So what do? What's the answer? Well, let me tell you what I think. I think that time is now. If we're talking about the survival of the middle class, the time is now to stand together with workers of all stripes to say enough is enough. The United States government has got to start representing the middle class and working families of this country, and not just the billionaires. So what are some of the things that we have to do? For a start, we have to overturn, through a constitutional amendment, this disastrous Supreme Court that says to the billionaires, this is what it says: you can spend hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars to buy the candidates you want. And do you know what these people like the Koch brothers believe? Do you know what they believe? I'll tell you what they believe. 1980, one of the brothers, a guy named David Koch, ran for Vice President of the United States on the Libertarian Party. And this is his definition of freedom. This is what he believes. Ending Social Security, ending Medicare, ending Medicaid, ending federal aid to education. Some of us are trying to raise the minimum wage to a living wage. $7.25 is not a living wage. Do you know what their understanding of freedom is? They want to abolish the concept of the minimum wage. If you're in a high unemployment area and somebody can hire you for $4 an hour, that's great. Well, it's not great to me. What we need to do in this country right now is to reverse the attacks on trade unions that are going on all over this country. The trade union movement are precisely the people who built the great middle class of this country. You gave us you and your brothers and sisters fought for Social Security, you fought for Medicare, you fought for Medicaid, you fought for affordable housing, you fought for every decent program that benefits the working people of this country. And that is why there is a war going on, not only against the middle class in general, but against trade unionists. Because the billionaire class understands, they're not dummies, they understand that when working people stand together, not only can they negotiate decent contracts, but they are a political force, that they're going to organize people politically to get out and fight for what is right for working families. And that's where we are at today. There is a war going on against working families where the billionaires are saying, hey, we got it, almost all of it, but we want all of it. The greed out there is quite incredible. This billionaire class is a very religious group of people. Their religion is greed. They want more and more. There is no end to what they want. So what our job is, where the trade union movement is right in the middle of the struggle, is to bring our people together, to make sure that in the next election we don't have 36% of the people voting, but we have 70, 80% of the people voting. That in the next election we do not let our opponents divide us up on all kinds of issues. I know that there are differences in this room on abortion, on gay marriage, guns, whatever it may be. Fine, let's have our differences. But when it comes to whether or not our kids can go to college, whether or not we're going to make it easier for workers to join unions, whether or not we're going to have a trade policy which creates jobs in this country, or whether it creates jobs in China, whether or not college is affordable, whether or not all Americans are entitled to health care as a right, let us stand together and not be divided. So I conclude by, and again, as a former mayor, I know something about this. I conclude by thanking you for putting your lives on the line every single day to protect the people in your community, to protect their property. There is a reason why firefighters all over this country are widely respected. It's because of your decency, your bravery, and your work ethic. But now something more is being asked of you, not only to be great firefighters or EMT people, but what is being asked of you now is to help lead in your communities with your brothers and sisters all over this country a grassroots political movement which says that the government of the United States of America, government of our great country, has got to be returned into the hands of the people who built this country and taken away from the greed and recklessness of the billionaire class who care nothing but for their own gains. So I want to thank all of you for the work you're doing. And when people back home say, you know, you came to Washington, you're talking to all these politicians, it's all crap, it's all BS. And I know, trust me, that a lot of people feel that way. You tell them if it's all so stupid and it's all so irrelevant, you ask them why the Koch brothers are prepared to spend almost $1 billion electing their candidates. All right? So thank you all very much for what you do. Be safe. Take care. Thank you.
Hi, everyone, and welcome. This is a special Yahoo News live stream. He was labeled a long shot when he entered his bid for the White House back in April, but these days, the lexicon to describe Senator Bernie Sanders seems to be expanding, and it includes words like threat and contender. Senator Sanders, thanks so much for being here. Nice to have you.
Nice to be with you, Katie.
So listen, it's especially nice to have you on a day where you're getting some very positive press from places like the Washington Post and the New York Times. They're saying you're having a moment. The New York Times says challenging Hillary Clinton, Bernie Sanders gains momentum in Iowa. The Washington Post said it's not just Hillary. Senator Bernie Sanders is outdrawing Martin O'Malley. The Washington Post describes it as Bernie-mentum. So are you feeling the big mo? I mean, why do you think your candidacy is resonating?
Well, let me tell you, it's been a heck of a week. We formally announced in my hometown of Burlington, Vermont, on a beautiful evening, over 5,000 people in my hometown came out. And that was very gratifying. Then we went to New Hampshire, and we had only standing room crowds. We had over 700 people in Portsmouth. Then we went to Iowa, and it really became crazy. I mean, just huge crowds. And we ended up Sunday morning in Minneapolis, 4,000 people came out. And I think the reason for that is that people are just having enough with the status quo from an economic perspective and a political perspective. They see the rich getting much richer and everybody else hurting, and they want people to start standing up for the middle class.
You were polling at 8%, I think, in April, and now you're up to 15%, which is pretty, a big jump. And yes. I think a lot of people are pretty surprised about it.
Well, they may be, I'm not, because people understand, Katie, that there is something fundamentally wrong when for the last 40 years, the middle class of this country has been disappearing. We got millions of people out there. They're working longer hours for lower wages. In my state of Vermont, honestly, it is not uncommon for people to be working 2 or 3 jobs to cobble together an income and some health care. Young people can't afford to go to college anymore. We're not dealing with the issue of a corrupt campaign finance system. We're in the moment now. You want to run for president of the United States? Well, you better get some billionaires behind you. And if you don't have billionaires, it's pretty hard to run.
We're going to talk about all those things, campaign finance reform and other matters. But a lot of people didn't take your candidacy seriously initially when you announced, and witnessed this piece of business on The Daily Show with Jon Stewart, and then we'll talk about it.
Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders kicked off his campaign for president.
He's a long shot.
A long shot.
I don't think he's going to be taken too credibly.
Bernie Sanders is a socialist, for God's sakes.
A thick Brooklyn accent.
He's 73 years old. He looks 91.
Is there a little crusty?
He's a loon, isn't he?
He owns a VHS copy of Tootsie.
Had you seen that from The Daily Show?
No.
Are you feeling a little vindicated, though, knowing that people were in a way mocking your candidacy initially?
I don't want to hurt, the punditry, but sometimes, especially the inside the Beltway pundits, really don't know what's going on in the rest of the world. I've been going around the country, and we talk to a whole lot of people, and there's a lot more frustration and anger than the inside the Beltway people perceive.
Let's talk about some of the issues. The Patriot Act, the provision in the Patriot Act that allows the NSA to collect phone records and view the data, as you well know, was allowed to expire last night. You and Rand Paul seem to be on the same page when it comes to letting this expire. Why?
Well, in many respects, we are. I voted for to allow the debate to continue, but here's where we're at, Katie. This is a huge issue which we don't discuss enough. And it's not just the Patriot Act, which, among other things, will collect and file every phone call that you make. We also think there's reason to believe that occasionally they're getting into people's emails, getting into people's websites. Everybody agrees that our government has got to do everything that it can to protect the American people from the very, very serious threat of terrorism. That's a real threat. Question is, can we do it in a way that does not undermine the constitutional rights of a free people and our privacy rights. And I believe that we can. So I voted against the Patriot Act, I voted against the reauthorization of the Patriot Act, and I will vote against final passage for the current legislation because I think it does not go far enough.
The USA Freedom Act?
Yeah, I'll vote against that.
So why?
Because it doesn't go far enough in protecting our privacy rights. Now, the good news is it takes the phone records out of the NSA.
And gives it back to the phone companies,
yes,
right?
Correct. And that's a good thing. But the bad thing is there are still too many opportunities for the government to be tallying and collecting information on innocent people.
Too easy for the government to obtain those records?
Yes.
So what safeguards do you think should be in place for you to support this kind of legislation?
Look, I think everybody agrees that if the government or law enforcement has reason to believe that somebody may be involved in terrorist activity, we want all the investigation that we possibly can, obviously. But what we don't want is the government investigating or compiling records on people who really have nothing to do with terrorism. So in other words, if the government goes into what we call the FISA court and says, look, we think Katie Couric is involved, she's been doing this, she's been doing that, go after her. But if people are not involved and there's no evidence that they are, I don't want to see that information being collected.
But under this Freedom Act, doesn't the NSA or the government have to go to a FISA court and say, we need to obtain these records?
Yeah,
so
but
why
it's not just the phone records, Katie. That's the point. Yes, you're right for the phone records, but it goes beyond that. There is other ways that the government can get information. And by the way, let me say this. This is not just the government. It is corporate America as well. What is very clear is technology has significantly outpaced public policy. So probably there is somebody who knows exactly where you are right at this moment. There's somebody who knows the food that you eat if you use a credit card when you go to a grocery store, the books that you purchase, the magazines that you buy. There is a huge amount of information being collected on our individual lives. We need to have a discussion about whether we're feeling good about that.
So what kind of legislation would you support that allows the government to keep track legitimately of potential terrorists?
If we have evidence that somebody is involved or might be involved in terrorist activity, let's go after them. But clearly, in terms of telephone records, 99.99% of the people whose records are being collected have nothing to do with terrorism.
So you don't think that you're going to make it too hard for the government to monitor these kinds of situations?
No, I honestly believe that we will give the government and law enforcement all of the resources that it needs to go after those people who we have to go after. But I really worry, that we are moving toward an Orwellian form of society where Big Brother, whether in the corporate world or in the government, has too much information about the private lives of innocent people.
Have you talked to Rand Paul about this, since you guys seem to be so like-minded on this issue?
Briefly, not a whole lot, but we have, yeah.
Would you agree, though, that you're pretty much in lockstep?
No, I wouldn't say lockstep, but we both have the same concerns.
All right, we're going to talk about some other issues, Senator, but first let me ask you about some broader issues about the campaign itself. Hillary Clinton is the clear front runner right now. Can you envision any scenario under which she would not get the Democratic nomination?
Yes. I think we can defeat her. I mean, that's why I'm in this race. We're in this race to win. I think that there are millions and millions of people who are tired of establishment politics, who are tired of corporate greed, who want a candidate that will help lead a mass movement in this country of millions of people who essentially say, what people are saying is enough. The billionaire class cannot have it all.
So are you equating Hillary Clinton with establishment politics and corporate greed?
No, unless American people make that decision. I've known Hillary Clinton for 25 years and I have a lot of respect for her. But what I am saying is that the American people understand that when you have an economy where 99% of all new income goes to the top 1%, and where the top 1/10 of 1% owns almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%, where one family, the Walton family itself, owns more wealth than the bottom 130 million Americans, that is not an economy that America is supposed to have. That's not what we are about. And people want change. They want the wealthy and the powerful to start paying their fair share of taxes, among many other things.
So are you saying that Hillary Clinton is not, ergo, the candidate of change, Senator?
What I don't want to do, Katie, is People will make their own judgments about Hillary Clinton.
But you're running against her, so can you differentiate
Oh, I can differentiate.
why you're the right candidate and she's not?
Yes, because for 30 years, as mayor of the city of Burlington, as a member of Congress, as a member of the Senate, I have stood up to the most powerful people, the most powerful special interest in this country. I took on Wall Street, and I am fighting to see that we break up the large financial institutions. I took on the insurance companies, I've taken on the drug companies, I've taken on the military-industrial complex. I am fighting to make sure that every kid in this country, regardless of his or her income, can afford to go to college.
I know that you've said that banks that are too big to fail should not exist.
Exactly.
Do you think that Hillary Clinton is too cozy with Wall Street? In other words, do you disagree with her on that particular point?
I think, which I don't know how much she has spoken out of it. What I believe is that given the greed and recklessness and illegal behavior on Wall Street, where you have 6 financial institutions that have assets that are the equivalent of 60% of the gross domestic product of this country, who have caused the worst recession in the modern history of this country. Many of these banks are bigger today than they were before we bailed them out. Enough is enough. Yes, we should break them up. I'm not quite clear what Hillary Clinton's position is on that issue.
You've also harshly criticized super PACs. Hillary Clinton's campaign has said that they hope to raise $2 billion, billion with a B.
That's right.
That way. Now, for some people who are watching, Senator, and may not be familiar with super PACs, why don't you explain what they are and why you find them so sinister?
Katie, as a result of the disastrous Supreme Court decision on Citizens United, what the Supreme Court essentially said to the wealthiest people in this country, you own much of the economy, now we're going to let you buy the United States government. That's what they said. They said campaign contributions are a form of freedom of speech. Now you can use your freedom to buy the United States government. You can spend as much money as you want on the political process. Now, previous to that, we had legislation that said you want to make a campaign contribution, there's a limit, roughly $5,400 that you can give to a candidate, $2,500 before, $2,500 after the primary. Not now. If you want to put millions of dollars, when Jeb Bush is going around the country, there are people who are putting millions of dollars into a super PAC, and that super PAC, theoretically independent of the candidacy, can then spend as much money as it wants.
On issue-oriented things.
Quote-unquote issue-oriented, yes. They could do these vicious personal attacks. So it is a campaign finance system where the Koch brothers themselves, second wealthiest family in this country, will spend close to $1 billion this election cycle, which is more money, Katie, than either the Democratic Party or the Republican Party will spend. One family. Does that sound like democracy to you?
You're refusing to use super PACs, as I mentioned. Your average campaign donor, I guess, is paying an average of $42 per donor. You want to raise $50 million. But with all due respect, Senator, how do you compete when Senator Clinton is saying, we're going to raise $2 billion?
Katie, that is an excellent question. And we're just going to do the best we can. But what you're really saying, because it's not just Bernie Sanders, what you are really saying, as I hear it, can any candidate who is not tied in with the billionaires, who is trying to represent working families, who is trying to deal with the tough issues facing our country, can they run for office anymore? And if what you're saying is true, and it may well be true, frankly, let me be honest with you, it may in fact be too late. The billionaires may be too powerful, and maybe the only candidates who can win get money from the billionaires and are beholden to the billionaires. And if that's the case, you can form your judgment. But it doesn't sound to me like the democracy that men and women fought and died to defend.
You want to get big money out of politics. So how do you do it? How do you change the system?
Okay, good question. Excellent question. And boy, do we need a big national debate on this. All right, number one, first thing you do is overturn this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision.
You want a constitutional amendment?
Absolutely. It passed by a 5-4 vote. And it is, in my view, resulting in the undermining of American democracy. Number two, temporarily, what we can do is pass a disclosure act. And what that means is if somebody wants to spend a whole lot of money on ugly 30-second ads, you can have their pretty picture up there on that ad saying, I approve that ad. And you know what? Maybe the Koch brothers do not want their pretty picture up there because they have to sell their products. Third thing we have to do is move toward public funding of elections. And that means that anybody in this country, if you're conservative, if you're progressive, can run for office, be on a level playing field, and not have to be dependent on a big money interest or spend half your life trying to raise money.
Do you think there's a national will to have public funding?
I do. I do. Now, I know my Republican friends will talk about, this is welfare for politicians, public money for politicians. Yet the alternative is what we are seeing right now is a Republican Party and too many Democrats who are receiving huge amounts of money from big money interests and end up representing those people rather than the middle class.
I want to read a quote by Hillary Clinton. She said, "We need to fix our dysfunctional political system and get unaccountable money out of it once and for all, even if it takes a constitutional amendment." Do you find that hypocritical after saying that you want to raise $2 billion through super PACs?
Well, let me just say this. I have said that I will not nominate a Supreme Court justice unless that nominee makes it very clear to the public that he or she will vote to overturn Citizens United. In terms of whether Secretary Clinton is hypocritical, I'll let other people make that decision. But I am not. I don't have a super PAC. I don't want a super PAC. And that's that.
It seems you're very hesitant to criticize her.
I'll tell you why. It's not that I'm hesitant to criticize her. I want a vigorous debate on the issues. What I think the American people, I've known Hillary.
But if she disagrees with you on the issues, why don't you say so?
Okay. What is her point on this issue? You tell me.
I think that she wants reform, and yet she doesn't feel the same way about as you do about funding.
Again, what I don't want campaigns to be about is soap operas and personal attacks. This is my view. I think Citizens United is an absolute disaster. I personally will not support any super PAC. I want to move toward public funding of elections. That's my view. The Secretary will give the public her view.
Let's talk about some other issues if we could. We got a lot to go through, so hopefully we can do it pretty quickly. Income inequality, okay, that has become those are the big buzzwords for this campaign. It's been a huge talking point. And you said you'd consider taxing the wealthiest 1% of Americans as much as 90%.
No, I didn't. That's
no, is that not true?
Things, no, it's not true. I mean, that's one of these things that seems to be circulated.
Okay, then why don't you clarify it?
Sure. Well, we haven't come up with a formal tax proposal. This is what I will tell you. Number one, what we have come up with is legislation which says to corporations who are stashing their money in the Cayman Islands and Bermuda and other tax havens, costing us over $100 billion a year. I'm going to end that. We have large profitable corporations, Katie, that are not paying a nickel in federal income tax now. That's totally absurd. What we will do also is impose a stock transfer fee on Wall Street speculation, which can raise a very substantial amount of money. I certainly am in favor of that. Also, will we raise the individual tax rate for the wealthy? Absolutely. But we haven't come up with a number yet. The 90% you're referring to, you know when that existed?
Under Dwight D. Eisenhower.
Under that great communist Dwight David Eisenhower, a good Republican. So I don't know how high we will go, and that's something literally we're working on right now.
You know, that's a way of socking it to the rich and to corporations. Yes. But what about helping up and raising up the poor and building the middle class? I think not only is there this huge gap and this income inequality, but the lack of upward mobility now in this country is also a serious problem. Absolutely. So what do you do about that?
Good. All right, excellent. And you're absolutely right. This is what we've got to do. First of all, real unemployment in this country is not 5.4%. That's the official unemployment. If you include those people who have given up looking for work.
Or who are underemployed.
Exactly. You know what the real number is? It's 11%, close to 11%.
At one point it was 17%.
Yes, you're right. It's gone down. That's exactly right. Youth unemployment, 17%. African-American youth unemployment off the charts. What do we need? We need a major federal jobs program to put people back to work. And that should be about rebuilding our crumbling infrastructure, our roads, our bridges, our rail system, airports, water systems, wastewater plants. You do that, I've proposed spending $1 trillion would create 13 million jobs over a 5-year period. Number two, you raise the minimum wage to a living wage, not $7.25 an hour, but $15 an hour over a period of a few years. Number three, pay equity for women workers. Women should not be making 78 cents on the dollar compared to men. Number four, we have everybody in America, if you're a worker, getting paid sick leave, and we also have to move toward paid vacation time. On top of all of that, one of the real tragedies of our moment is that we have hundreds of thousands of young people in this country at a moment when we are living in a highly competitive global economy who cannot afford to go to college, and you got millions more who are graduating deeply in debt. This has got to be dealt with.
In fact, I know that you've introduced legislation to make college tuition free at public universities.
Public colleges and universities.
Across the country. But how do you pay for that?
I'll tell you how you pay for it. You pay for it exactly what I said a moment ago, on a tax on Wall Street speculation. Right now, there is huge amounts of speculation going on Wall Street, a whole lot of stock transfer. We can raise something like $300 billion a year and also have the additional impact of putting a damper on that speculation. The people of this country bailed out Wall Street. Now it is time for Wall Street to start helping the middle class of this country. In terms of student debt, you literally have millions of people, no longer young people, middle-aged people, who are paying 7, 8, 9% on their student debt. That is pretty crazy. So if we want to be competitive in the global economy, we do need to go back to where we were 45, 50 years ago. Do you know how much it cost to go to the City University of New York 50 years ago? It was free. University of California, free. Today, unaffordable. So I don't know if I'm a conservative or a progressive, but I want to go back to those days.
You know, a lot of people say you've got these big ideas, but there's just no way that you've outlined how to get them through a gridlock, hopelessly, some would say, gridlock Congress.
Nope.
You're shaking your finger.
I have outlined it, and I'll tell you
ahead.
how we do it. And this is where I should tell you, I respect and personally like the President of the United States very much. He's a friend, and I think history will record him having done a heck of a lot better job than his contemporaries feel. But this is one area where I disagree with Barack Obama. As you remember, in 2008, Obama ran a brilliant campaign, one of the great campaigns in American history. He galvanized the American people, brought young people together, created an enormous amount of excitement. The mistake that he made is the day after he was inaugurated, in my view. He might not agree with it, but I think it's accurate. He said, "Thank you very much for helping me get elected. I'll take it from here. I could sit down with John Boehner, and I could sit down with Mitch McConnell, and I could sit down with the Republicans. We're going to negotiate, and we're going to work it out." Well, guess what? From day one, they never wanted to negotiate. My view is that the only way we can bring about an agenda that works for working families is when millions of people are actively involved in the political process. If 1 million young people march on Washington, and they say to the Republican leadership, "We know what's going on, and you'd better vote to deal with student debt. You'd better vote to make public universities and colleges tuition free," that's when it will happen. We're already seeing that with the minimum wage. You know why minimum wage is going up around the country? Because workers are going out into the street. So we need a political revolution, in my view, where people begin to stand up and fight and take on the big money interest. If we don't have that, no president, not the best president in the world, will ever be able to accomplish anything. Because the powers in Washington are just, they have too much money and they're just too powerful.
You want to expand Social Security,
Yes.
but recently Chris Christie has talked about means testing for Social Security recipients and raising the age of eligibility from 65 to 69. So you're talking about expanding Social Security, and I know you don't believe that it's in trouble. You've said that before, the
Here's
Social
the fact.
Security. Go ahead.
It's not a debate. Yes, Jeb Bush recently came out with more or less the same idea as Chris Christie. Here's the fact. Social Security has over $2.5 trillion in the trust fund. No one debates this. It can pay out every benefit owed to every eligible American for the next 18 years.
But as the population ages and fewer young workers are contributing to the system, it's not going to be a problem in your view?
Well, we got 18 years, so it's not in crisis right now. And the other dishonesty that's out there is it's causing a deficit problem, which it's not, obviously. It's paid independently by the payroll tax.
But what do you think of means testing?
Well, I don't. I think it should be a universal system. When you talk to these guys, it's not just billionaires they don't want on the system. What they, it may be coming down to $40,000 or $50,000 a year to start cutting benefits. Here's my view. If you want to make Social Security, and I've introduced legislation to do this, if you want to extend the life of Social Security for decades and to expand benefits, you know what you do? Right now, person A is making $10 million a year. Person B is making $118,000 a year. Both of them are paying the same exact amount of money into the Social Security Trust Fund. Lift that cap, and you don't even have to start at 118. Start at 250,000. You will have enough money to extend Social Security for decades and also expand benefits. There are many people in this country, Katie. We don't know. A lot of people don't know this. You had elderly people trying to get by on $12,000, $13,000 a year. In my view, we need to expand benefits. Now that Jeb Bush or Chris Christie or all these Republicans representing billionaires, they come forward and they say to working people, you're going to have to work to 67, 68, 70 years of age. I think that is very cruel, and I think it's unnecessary, and I will vigorously oppose that.
Let's talk about foreign policy if we could. I know that you've said the U.S. should not lead the fight against the Islamic State. So how would you, if you were president, combat the growing threat of ISIS?
And it certainly is a growing threat, and this is a barbaric organization. All right, you're looking at a guy who voted against the first Gulf War, who not only voted against the war in Iraq, but I recently saw a speech that I gave on YouTube. And I have to tell you, much of what I said way back then turned out, unfortunately, to be right. Where we are right now is you have a region with Saudi Arabia, with Turkey, with Jordan. You have a number of countries controlled by very wealthy families who are asking the United States to take the lead. Saudi Arabia has the third largest defense budget in the world. Why aren't there troops? And they're much more powerful military than ISIS. Why aren't they in there? My point is that if it is the United States versus ISIS, we become a propaganda, it becomes real propaganda for ISIS. So here is this Western country, here is this Christian country, rally behind ISIS. What's going on there is a war for the soul of Islam. And those people who believe in the truth about Islam, who are not, crazy people, destructive people, they're going to have to come, they're going to have to get their hands dirty in this. They're going to have to stand up and fight. The United States should be supportive, along with other countries. But we cannot and should not be involved in perpetual warfare in the Middle East. The Muslim countries themselves have got to lead the effort. We should be supportive. Other countries should be supportive.
The vote on Iraq, whether it's Hillary Clinton saying who authorized it, saying I made a mistake, or Jeb Bush kind of talking about it and getting himself into some political hot water, seems to be re-emerging. Do you think that should matter?
Yeah, it does, in this sense. It's a question of judgment. Hillary Clinton had the same information I expect that I had. I did not believe Dick Cheney. I did not believe Don Rumsfeld. I did not believe the analysis that President Bush made. I said, I don't think that makes sense to me. I voted no. Other people voted yes. But you could take that argument in other ways. I voted against the deregulation of Wall Street. Bill Clinton said, it's a great idea, and many of the Democrats said, it is a great idea. Let's merge the commercial banks with the insurance companies, and this will really be good. I never bought that for 1 second. In fact, I had an interchange with Alan Greenspan where I kind of told him, you have this kind of concentration, it's going to lead to bad things. So what it is it's not just the war, it's a question of judgment and analyzing data.
Let me ask about race relations, if I could, Senator. During the last year, we've seen explosions of violence in cities all across the country and a growing distrust between police departments, predominantly white police departments, and the minority communities they serve. How do you fix that?
Very important issue. And let me respond in this way. First of all, I think we need to change the tone of police community relations. I was a mayor for 8 years. And what we instituted in Burlington, Vermont is a concept called community policing, where the police officers become part of the community and not seen as somebody from the outside coming in. And I believe in that. And the police officers should look like the community to the degree that that can happen. Second of all, like any public official, if a police officer, and by the way, as a former mayor, I do know how hard police officers work, and the vast majority of them do a very good job, and they live under incredible stress. It is not easy to be a cop. But there are cops who do not do a good job, who act absolutely inappropriately. We have seen that recently. And if a police officer acts inappropriately, that police officer must be held accountable. And I have been impressed by areas like South Carolina, for example, when they saw the evidence of a police officer shooting somebody in the back. They indicted that police officer, and that's what should happen. Third point, we have got to demilitarize the police. You don't need tanks. You don't need heavy military equipment in the communities of the United States of America. Fourth issue. In Ferguson, Missouri, black youth unemployment is somewhere around 50%. And every police officer in America can have a Harvard Law degree, but you're not going to solve problems when there is so little hope, when there is so much unrest, when young people see no future for them. We got to pay attention to the African American communities, to poverty in America in general, make sure that these kids get the education and the job training that they need.
In an article on Mother Jones last week, someone was quoted as saying you described yourself as, quote, the only person who did not get high in the 60s when you moved to Vermont. Is that true? And if so, why not?
Because I coughed a lot. I don't know. I smoked, I was sitting around and I smoked marijuana. I smoked marijuana twice, didn't quite work for me.
And how do you feel about the legalization of marijuana for recreational use? Because I've read some comments that you've made, and it sounds as if you're conflicted about it.
Here's what it is. It's not my thing, but it is the thing of a whole lot of people. And if you want to make the argument that maybe marijuana is less harmful to health than tobacco, I think you'd probably be making a correct argument. Some may disagree, but I think it's probably true.
But you said there's two sides to the story.
Right. And yet, if you talk to law enforcement folks, what they worry about is they see this as an entry-level drug, which leads to coke, which leads to heroin, and so forth.
A gateway drug, yeah.
Gateway drug, right. And those are the two sides. So what I can tell you is this. We have far, far, far too many people in jail for nonviolent crimes. And I think in many ways, the war against drugs has not been successful. And I think we got to rethink that. When I was mayor of the city of Burlington, which has a large university, and 1 or 2 of the kids were smoking marijuana, we suspect, we didn't arrest too many people for marijuana. Colorado, some other states are have legalized it. In Vermont, we've decriminalized it. I want to take a look at how that is going before I make a final opinion.
Speaking of Mother Jones, that same article contained an essay you wrote, which I know you've talked about. You were on Meet the Press yesterday morning. You wrote it in 1972 called Man and Woman, and it included this line, Senator, quote, a woman enjoys intercourse with her man as she fantasizes about being raped by 3 men simultaneously. Now, you said this was bad fiction. You compared it to 50 Shades of Grey, but can you understand how kind of disturbing that sounds?
Right. First of all, it was a terribly written article 43 years ago. And I don't know what you wrote 43 years ago, but this one was a pretty bad article. Second of all, if you read the whole article, you know what the article is talking about? But the article, piece of fiction, is saying that we live in a culture in which, through culturalization, some men have to be dominant. And we live in a culture which takes you to 50 Shades of Grey, where some women feel comfortable being submissive. And the argument was, this is not good, that we want people to be equal and independent. That was the thrust of the article. And let me also say, you're looking at a guy who has as strong a voting record on women's rights as any member of the United States Congress. And I've been endorsed and supported by women's groups throughout my political career.
You wrote it when you were 30 years old, back in 1972. Can you imagine if you were 30 today writing that piece, given how really the conversation has changed so dramatically?
Well, yes. And again, it was a terribly written article. But the essence of that article was to say that we want to live in a society not where some men feel the need to be dominant and other women feel the need to be submissive. That was what that article was about. Poorly written. But that's what it meant to say.
Do you regret writing it?
Sure I did. But by the way, it was written in the alternative Vermont newspaper or magazine. I suspect about 14 people read. Yes, it was.
Now a lot more people have read that essay.
That? Now, here's the word to anyone who wants to run for president of the United States. Understand that anything that you wrote 40 years ago, 50 years ago, 100 years ago, it will be out there. But yeah, so of course I regret writing it. It was a terribly written article. But there are very few people in the Congress who have stronger voting records than I do on behalf of women's rights.
We've got some questions from Twitter, and then I know we've got to wrap things up. You have to go soon. But one question was from Sky River 53, and it was, quote, what is your quick definition of socialism, and how far would you desire to take this in changing the United States?
Fair question. I am a democratic socialist, which means that I look to countries like Denmark, Finland, Norway, Sweden, European countries that have had social democratic governments, labor governments. And in many of these countries, Katie, what you have, as you well know, is you have free health care for all of the people as a right. Health care which is more cost effective, by the way, per capita than it is in the United States. Do you know how much college education costs in Denmark? Cost in Finland? It's zero. It's not anything at all. Strong child care systems. So when parents go to work, they know the kids are getting quality child care. Stronger retirement benefits. By and large, while these countries all have their problems, their governments do a lot better job representing the middle class of their countries than our government does, which is heavily dominated by big money interests.
Senator John McCain was 72 when he ran for president back in 2008. And I'm sure, as you remember, a lot of people really questioned his ability to deal with the very grueling and taxing aspects of being president of the United States. You're 73 years old. So how do you tell people, hey, I could handle this job?
Katie, I'm trying to think the last time I took a day off being sick. I cannot. I mean, I am very, this is not wood, but if it was wood, I would knock on it.
Well, there's wood underneath the plastic, so.
You know, thank God I've been blessed with good health and good endurance. I used to be a long-distance runner when I was a kid. So I am strong and I am healthy, and I would not be running for office if I did not think I could do this job 100% well.
Right now, there are 9 Republican candidates, declared
19,
candidates,
I think.
and counting,
yeah.
and counting.
Yep.
What do you think of the Republican field?
Here's what has happened over the years is the Republican Party has moved from the party of Dwight David Eisenhower, kind of moderate conservatives, to a right-wing extremist party. And this is the agenda. I'm the ranking member of the Budget Committee. And let me tell you what the Republican budget is about, voted for by almost every Republican. Huge tax breaks for billionaires, cuts to Medicare, Medicaid, education, and nutrition programs. Unfortunately, the Republican Party has now become a tool of the Koch brothers and other very, very wealthy special interests. They do not even believe in the reality of climate change. The entire scientific community, with few exceptions, telling us that climate change is real, already causing devastating problems and caused by human activity. They reject the science because their moneyed folks says, hey, we're making a lot of money off of fossil fuel. I think that's pretty scary when you have a major political party rejecting science.
Having said that, doesn't any president, senator have to kind of learn and understand the art of compromise between these two very often polarized groups of individuals?
The answer is yes, and you're looking at somebody who was a mayor, a congressman, and a senator who did just that. If you look back in the last dysfunctional congressional session, I think many observers will tell you that maybe the major piece of legislation to be passed was a comprehensive veterans health care bill, which I worked on, by the way, with John McCain and with Republicans in the House. It was very much a bipartisan piece of legislation. I helped author that. Throughout my career, when appropriate, I have worked with Republicans to bring things to fruition.
Do you think that a lot of Republicans, though, I mean, you know, when it comes to compromising in general, they look at you and say, Bernie Sanders, no way, Jose, he is just too far left for us to even...
They are saying that.
Yeah.
These people who want to cut Social Security, cut Medicare, cut Medicaid, and give tax breaks to billionaires at the time we have more income and wealth inequality, who reject science, who like a campaign finance system that allows billionaires to buy elections, they are telling the American people that I am too extreme. Sorry, don't buy it.
So we thought we'd end this because I know you have to go on a sort of a fun note. I noticed that when you answer questions, you often answer them with a question. And someone else noticed that recently as well. I don't know if you saw this last night, but let's take a look.
Okay. Do you know what the unemployment rate there is?
It's extremely high.
Do you know how much it costs to go to college in Denmark? How much does it cost? Do you know? Do you know what their agenda is? Do you know what they believe in? Do you know how the VA was processing claims? Do you know how many factories we have lost in the last 10 years? Do you know what's going on in Nicaragua? What's going on in Panama? Do you know what the bottom 60% own? Do you know what the bad news is? You know what you have to do? Do you know what? You know what? Well, you know what? You know what? I got a pain in my stomach and I'm worried.
We'd like to thank John Oliver and his team for that. But, you know, they've said that anyone who really wants to, you've said rather, not they, that anybody who really wants to be president who wakes up with a burning desire is a little bit crazy. Absolutely. So are you a little bit crazy?
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, it's not, look, I am running for office. My political history is the most unusual of any member of the Congress. You're looking at a guy who ran statewide and got 1% of the vote, okay? Last time around, I got 71% of the vote. I do not wake up. I'm very proud to be Vermont's senator, and I do not wake up in the morning, oh, I've got to be president of the United States. But what I do look at is a country in deep, deep trouble, a country which is increasingly dominated by wealthy and powerful forces. And I think we've got to fight back and make our government and our country work for all the people and not just a handful.
Do you think ultimately one of your goals may be to push Hillary Clinton a little more to the left, to push her in a more progressive direction on a number of issues? No.
My goal is to win this election.
Would you be interested in being her vice president?
Would she be interested in being my vice president? We'll talk about it. But the point is, the way you win elections, Katie,
is by raising the issues that the American people think make sense. And I think we are doing that. Why we will be outspent, but I think we got a good shot to win this thing.
Well, Senator Bernie Sanders, thanks so much for coming by. I really appreciate it. Good to see you again, Senator. And it's nice to be able to have a more extended interview, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And there were a lot of questions I didn't have time to ask you, so maybe you'll come back.
I'd be happy to.
Appreciate it. And this has been a Yahoo News live stream. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you later.
Here's the point, though, and this is the more important point. The question is, given Citizens United Supreme Court decision, can any candidate representing the working class, the middle class, who is prepared to take on billionaires, can you win elections? Can you win elections? Or is this country's political system so corrupt that it is only people beholden to big money who can win?
Billions. I've never seen these numbers. You never saw them. Billions. Some people have 20, 30 billion dollars. Is, you know, you hear about numbers like Buffett's money or other people's money. I've never heard of money like this in the world.
In the last election, as you know, 63% of the American people didn't vote. 80% of young people didn't vote. It is no great secret that political consciousness in this country is not terribly high, which is not an accident. That's what the big money people really want.
A poll out this week showed how this might be affecting you and your potential race. How do you close that gap?
I do not believe that any president who's standing up for the working class of this country can be successful without a mobilized, activist, grassroots movement behind him or her.
A huge crowd for Bernie Sanders out in Colorado. Campaigns for somewhere in the ballpark of 5,000 people.
The gymnasium was so packed, an overflow crowd watched Sanders from the lacrosse stadium.
This campaign is not about me. It's not about Hillary Clinton. It's not about Jeb Bush. It's not about any other candidate. This campaign is about you, your kids, and your parents. It is about creating a political movement of millions of people.
Why would you be better at all of that than Hillary Clinton?
I'm guessing you're going to say it's because you have the right message.
Yeah, actually, we do have the right message. What the campaign is about is a very radical idea. We're going to tell the truth. Madam President, as soon as I possibly can, I intend to bring up an amendment which calls for transparency at the Fed. And I must tell you that this amendment is one of the more unusual amendments that has been brought up here in the Senate, I suspect, for many, many years because of the rather strange coalition that has come together around this amendment. How often do we have the AFL-CIO, a progressive organization, and Freedom Works, a very conservative organization, supporting the same effort? How often are the SEIU, the largest union in America, MoveOn.org, some 5 million members, as a progressive organization, Public Citizen, another progressive organization, striving for the same goal as the National Taxpayers Union, or the Eagle Forum, or Americans for Tax Reform, very conservative organizations? And how often do you have some of the most progressive members in Congress, and I include myself within that fold, working with some of the more conservative members? Doesn't happen every day, but that is what is happening on this amendment. And I want to talk just for a few minutes about this amendment, what it does, and why so many diverse groups representing tens and tens of millions of Americans are coming together in support of it. And I also want to suggest to you what it does not do and some of the ways that it has been distorted by the Fed and other groups that are opposed to it. And I have seen some of the statements made by the Fed which are just absolutely untrue in terms of what this amendment does and does not do. Madam President, the origin for me The origin of this amendment came on March 3rd, 2009, when, as a member of the Budget Committee, I asked the chairman of the Fed, Bernanke, a very simple question. I asked him if he would tell me and the committee and the American people which financial institutions received over $2 trillion in zero interest or near zero interest loans during the start of the economic crisis, during the bailout period. Some $2 trillion of taxpayer money was lent out, and my question was, Mr. Chairman, who received that money? I don't think that that is an unfair question. You and I, Madam President, have heard great debates here on the floor of the Senate about $5 million or $10 million to ask who received over $2 trillion in zero or near zero interest loans is something that I think should be answered by the Fed, and they should make that information public. But Mr. Bernanke said no. He gave his reasons, and on that very day, I introduced legislation that would require the Fed to put this information on its website, make it public, just like Congress required the Treasury Department to do with respect to the $700 billion TARP program. You may like TARP, you may not like TARP, you may vote for it, you may not, but the information about who received the money, when it was paid back, etc., is right there on the website of the Treasury Department. Madam President, this $2 trillion in zero or near zero interest loans does not belong to the Fed. It belongs to the American people, and the American people have a right to know where trillions of dollars of their taxpayer dollars are going. That's not complicated. You don't need an MBA from Wharton to know that. And that is why millions of Americans, whether you're conservative, whether you're progressive, or whether you are in between, have come together to say that we need transparency at the Fed. Madam President, this amendment not only requires that the Fed tell us who has received the $2 trillion it lent out in the midst of the financial crisis, but similar to the language incorporated in the House bill, it's already in the House bill, it calls for an audit of the Fed by the GAO. And as we all know, the GAO is the nonpartisan government accountability office who does a great job in trying to figure out where there is waste and fraud within our government. And that's it, Madam President. This is a very, very simple, short amendment. I think it's 5 pages. It calls for transparency at the Fed and a straightforward audit. Who got what? When did they get it? On what basis? On what terms? Who was at the meetings? Who made the decisions? And were there conflicts of interest? Simple, factual questions that the American people deserve answers to. That's what it is. It's not complicated. Madam President, I understand that this amendment will not be supported by everyone. Some may suggest inaccurately that this amendment, and I quote, because I've heard this statement already, takes away the independence of the Federal Reserve and puts monetary policy into the hands of Congress, end of quote. Let me address those concerns by simply reading exactly what is in the amendment. It's not complicated. And I quote from page 4 of the amendment. This is what it says. I don't think it could be more straightforward than this. Quote, nothing in this amendment shall be construed as interference in or dictation of monetary policy by the Federal Reserve System, by the Congress, or the Government Accountability Office, end of quote. You can't be more straightforward than the language in this amendment. So when people tell you that this amendment is going to interfere and have Congress dictate monetary policy, it is simply not true. In other words, Madam President, this amendment does not take away the quote-unquote independence of the Fed, and it does not put monetary policy into the hands of Congress. This amendment does not tell the Fed when to cut short-term interest rates or when to raise them. It does not do that. It does not tell the Fed what banks to lend money to and what banks not to lend money to. It does not tell the Fed what foreign central banks they can do business with and which ones it cannot do business with. It does not impose any new regulations on the Fed, nor does it take any regulatory authority away from the Fed. It does none of those things, no matter what anybody coming to the floor may say. Madam President, what the opponents of this amendment are doing is equating independence, which we support, with secrecy, which I do not support. At a time when our entire financial system almost collapsed, we cannot let the Fed continue to operate in the kind of secrecy that they have operated in for years. The American people have a right to know. You know, Madam President, very often we see senators coming down here to the floor and they make the point that the American people, working people, have to play by the rules. Play by the rules. How often have we heard that rhetoric? Well, what are the rules governing the Fed? Who makes those rules? Or do they just make them up as they go along? Madam President, there are, let me just list a very few of the questions that millions of Americans are asking, members of Congress are asking, that a GAO audit might help to answer. Let me just rattle off a few of them, and I'm sure that there are many, many more. Question: why was Lloyd Blankfein, the CEO of Goldman Sachs, invited to the New York Federal Reserve to meet with federal officials in September of 2008 to determine whether AIG would be bailed out or allowed to go bankrupt? I wasn't invited to that meeting. I don't think you were invited to that meeting. Lloyd Blankfein was invited to that meeting. When the Fed and Treasury decided to bail out AIG to the tune of $182 billion, why did the Fed refuse to tell the American people where that money was going? Why did the Fed argue that this information needed to be kept secret, quote, as a matter of national security, end of quote? When AIG finally released the names of the counterparties receiving this assistance, how did it happen that Goldman Sachs received $13 billion of this money, 100 cents on the dollar, on what AIG owed them? How did that happen? I don't know. You don't know. American people don't know. But I think we have a right to know. Did Goldman Sachs use this money to provide $16 billion in bonuses to their top executives the next year? All over this country, Americans have lost their jobs, they've lost their homes, they've lost their savings, they've lost their ability to send their kids to college because of this recession caused by Wall Street. And yet Goldman Sachs gets $13 billion, 100 cents on the dollar, after AIG is bailed out at a meeting in which Lloyd Blankfein is at that meeting. I think it's an interesting question. I don't know the answer, but I think the American people have a right to know. A GAO audit of the Fed might help explain to the American people if there were any conflicts of interest surrounding that deal. Who got what? On what basis? On what terms? Who was at the meetings? Who made the decisions? And were there conflicts of interest? Madam President, in 2008, it seems to me, I didn't go to Harvard Business School, but it does seem to me that there was an apparent conflict of interest at the Federal Reserve Bank of New York with Stephen Friedman, the head of the New York Fed, who also served on the board of directors of Goldman Sachs. Let me repeat it. He was the head of the New York Fed. He also served on the board of directors of Goldman Sachs. And the New York Fed approved Goldman's application to become a bank holding company, giving it access to cheap loans from the Federal Reserve. Let me quote from an article published in the Wall Street Journal on May 9th, 2009, and let the American people determine whether or not this deserves a GAO audit. Quote, Wall Street Journal, Goldman Sachs received speedy approval to become a bank holding company in September of 2008. During that time, the New York Fed's chairman, Stephen Friedman, sat on Goldman's board and had a large holding in Goldman stock, which, because of Goldman's new status as a bank holding company, was a violation of Federal Reserve policy. The New York Fed asked for a waiver, which, after about 2.5 months, the Fed granted. While it was weighing the request, Mr. Friedman bought 37,300 more Goldman shares in December. They have since risen 1.7 million in value. Mr. Friedman, who once ran Goldman, says none of these events involved any conflicts. End of quote. Wall Street Journal, May 9th, 2009. Well, you know, maybe Mr. Friedman is right. Maybe there's not a conflict of interest. Seems to me like there's a very apparent conflict of interest, but that is an issue that maybe a GAO audit might want to look at. Madam President, as a result of the bailout of Bear Stearns and AIG, the Fed now owns, this is pretty amazing, now owns credit default swaps, betting that California, Nevada, and Florida will default on their debt. Let me repeat that. Senators from California, Nevada, and Florida might be interested in this. As a result of the bailout of Bear Stearns and AIG, the Fed now owns credit default swaps, betting that California, Nevada, and Florida will default on their debt. So Federal Reserve stands to make money if California, Nevada, and Florida go bankrupt. What can I tell you? This is the reality. I know it will seem strange to the American people that the Fed makes money and is betting that 3 of our great states go bankrupt. Madam President, this may make sense to the Fed, may make sense to some of my colleagues here in the Senate. It does not make sense to me, and frankly, I do not believe that it makes sense to the American people. But this is what an audit of the Fed will allow us to better understand whether we want the Fed to be betting against some of our great states that they will go bankrupt. Madam President, it has been reported that the Federal Reserve pressured Bank of America into acquiring Merrill Lynch, making this financial institution even bigger and riskier, allegedly threatening to fire its CEO if Bank of America backed out of this merger. When the merger went through, Merrill Lynch's employees received $3.7 billion in bonuses. Was this a good deal or a bad deal for the American taxpayer? Perhaps a GAO audit can help us find out. Madam President, when the Fed provided a $29 billion loan to J.P. Morgan Chase to acquire Bear Stearns, the CEO of J.P. Morgan Chase, Mr. Diamond, served on the board of directors at the New York Federal Reserve. Let me repeat that. When the Fed provided a $29 billion loan to J.P. Morgan Chase to acquire Bear Stearns, the CEO of J.P. Morgan Chase, Mr. Diamond, served on the board of directors at the New York Federal Reserve. Did this represent a conflict of interest? To my mind, it does. Maybe I am wrong, but that's what a GAO audit can help explain to the American people. And again, I know that we're going to have senators running down here saying, oh, we're trying to break the independence of the Fed. We are not trying to do that. What we are trying to do is allow the American people to get a glimpse and an understanding of some of the actions of the Fed involving huge sums of money. Madam President, currently some 35 members of the Federal Reserve's Board of Directors are executives at private financial institutions which have received nearly $120 billion in TARP funds. But, Madam President, we don't know how much these big banks receive from the Fed. A GAO audit could answer that question. Madam President, and here's a very interesting point that I know a lot of senators have raised in different contexts, but if the goal of the huge amounts of money in Fed loans, trillions of dollars in Fed loans to large financial institutions, was to achieve the goal of getting credit flowing to small and medium-sized businesses that were cash-starved, that were crying out for credit, why is small business lending in free fall? What happened? We gave the large financial institutions trillions of dollars, presumably to get out to small, medium-sized businesses. They haven't gotten it. Question. I think it's a reasonable question. I'm not the only one who's asking it. How much of those zero-interest or near-zero-interest loans that these huge financial institutions receive from the Fed was simply invested in federal government bonds earning an interest rate of 3 or 4%? In other words, are we looking at a huge scam? And I can't think of a better word. You give these large financial institutions trillions of dollars in zero-interest loans in order to enable them to provide desperately needed loans to small and medium-sized businesses so those businesses can expand and create jobs, yet that appears not to be happening. Question, how much of those several trillion dollars in loans simply went from the Fed to the financial institutions in order to purchase government-backed obligations at 3 or 4%? And if that's the case, that's just giving away money. Zero interest coming in, you get 3 or 4% guaranteed by the faith and credit of the United States of America. Well, you know what? I don't know. I don't know how much. I suspect, other people suspect, that that was done. How much? I don't know. Maybe the GAO can tell us. Madam President, this amendment is virtually identical to legislation that I've offered on this subject that has 33 co-sponsors. And just as we have a very broad spectrum of political ideology from grassroots organizations on the left and the right, conservative, progressive, Democrat, Republican, supporting this amendment, so we have had widespread, across ideology, support for this legislation. Let me just mention who the 33 co-sponsors are, and you will see how people with very different political ideologies have come together. And the names of those people are Senators Barrasso, Bennett of Utah, Boxer, Brownback, Burr, Cardin, Chambliss, Coburn, Cochran, Cornyn, Crapo, DeMint, Dorgan, Feingold, Graham, Grassley, Harkin, Hatch, Hutchinson, Inhofe, Isaacson, Landrieu, Leahy, Lincoln, McCain, Murkowski, Risch, Sanders, Thune, Vitta, Webb, Wicker, and Wyden. Those are the people who supported the legislation. This amendment coming to the floor has 20 co-sponsors, Republicans and Democrats alike, and I want to thank all of those 20 senators for their support. Madam President, in terms of progressive grassroots organizations, this amendment enjoys the strong support of the AFL-CIO, the SEIU, the largest union in America, the United Steelworkers of America, Public Citizen, the New America Foundation, the Center for Economic Policy and Research, the Roosevelt Institute, the U.S. Public Interest Research Group, and Americans for Financial Reform, which in itself is a coalition of over 250 consumer, employee, investor, community, and civil rights groups. And let me just read you a letter of support that I received for this amendment from Bill Samuel, the legislative director of the AFL-CIO. And this is what the AFL-CIO said, and I quote, "On behalf of the AFL-CIO, I am writing to urge you to support," this is a letter going out to other senators, "urge you to support the Sanders, Feingold, DeMint, Leahy, McCain, Grassley, Vitta, Brownback amendment to increase transparency at the Federal Reserve. Working people want to know who benefited from the liquidity provided by taxpayers during the crisis, and this amendment will ensure that we receive this information," end of quote, AFL-CIO. Let me also quote from a letter I received from Andy Stern, the president of the SEIU, the largest union in the country, also from Leo Gerard, the president of the Steelworkers Union, and a number of other academics and economists. And this is what they write, and I quote, "Since the start of the financial crisis, the Federal Reserve has dramatically changed its operating procedures. Instead of simply setting interest rates to influence macroeconomic conditions, it rapidly acquired a wide variety of private assets and extended massive secret bailouts to major financial institutions. There are still many questions about the Fed's behavior in these new activities. The Federal Reserve balance sheet expanded to more than $2 trillion, along with implied and explicit backstops to Wall Street firms that could cost even more. Who received the money, against what collateral, on what terms and conditions? The only way to find out is through a complete audit of the Federal Reserve. That is why we support the Sanders, Feingold, DeMint, Leahy, McCain, Grassley, Vitta, Brownback amendment to increase transparency at the Fed," end of quote. That's what leading progressive economic and social justice organizations are saying about this amendment. And let me briefly, if I might, quote from some of the conservative organizations. And one of the larger ones is the National Taxpayers Union. I don't usually quote from the National Taxpayers Union. I think I'm not rated very highly on their chart, but this is what they say in support of this amendment, and I quote, "The National Taxpayers Union urges all senators to vote yes on S. Amendment 3738 to the financial regulatory reform legislation. This amendment, introduced by Senators Sanders and DeMint, would require the Government Accountability Office to conduct an audit of the Federal Reserve. Transparency is not a Democrat or Republican issue, but rather an issue of right or wrong. If the Senate insists on further expanding the Fed's reach, Americans deserve to know more about the workings of a government-sanctioned entity whose decisions directly affect their economic livelihood. A yes vote on S. Amendment 3738 will be significantly weighted as a pro-taxpayer vote in our annual rating of Congress." End of quote. That's from the National Taxpayers Union. We have also support from other conservative organizations, including Americans for Tax Reform, Campaign for Liberty, the Rutherford Institute, Eagle Forum, FreedomWorks, and the Center for Fiscal Accountability. And I will submit to the record some of their statements. Let me just conclude saying a few other words. And that is, Madam President, this amendment is not a radical idea. I've just indicated to you that you have progressive groups representing millions of people. You have conservative groups representing millions of people. The AARP, the largest senior group representing, I think, tens of millions of Americans. I should also mention to you that as part of the budget resolution debate in April of 2009, the Senate voted overwhelmingly in support of this basic concept by a vote of 59 to 39. In the House of Representatives, this concept passed the House Financial Services Committee by a vote of 43 to 26 and was incorporated into the House version of Wall Street reform that was approved by the House last December. In other words, a lot of what we are saying here, what I'm talking about, is in the House bill, not a radical concept. This idea has the support of the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, who said that Congress should ask the Fed to put this information, quote, on the Internet like they've done with the recovery package and the budget, end of quote. And that's what this amendment does. This concept has also been supported, and this is important, and I know my friend from Texas wants to speak. I'm winding down, and I apologize for going on this long, but it's important to point out that this concept has also been supported by two federal courts. that have ordered the Fed to release all of the names and details of the recipients of more than $2 trillion in Federal Reserve loans since the financial crisis started as a result of a Freedom of Information Act lawsuit filed by Bloomberg News. Mr. President, Madam President, Mr. President, see, you've become a man now. All right, it's Mr. President. The Fed has argued in court that it should not have to release this information, citing, according to Reuters, quote, an exemption that it said lets federal agencies keep secret various trade secrets and commercial or financial information, end of quote. This is what the U.S. Appeals Court in New York said in disagreeing with the Fed, and I quote, "It's a unanimous 3-judge appeals court." This is what they wrote in their opinion: to give the Fed power to deny disclosure because it thinks it best to do so would undermine the basic policy that disclosure, not secrecy, is the dominant objective. If the board believes such an exemption would better serve the national interest, it should ask Congress to amend the statute. So let me conclude by saying this. We now have 59 senators having voted for transparency, 320 members of the House, and 2 U.S. courts. All we want to know is who got trillions of dollars. That's what we want to know. We want to know also on what basis, on what terms, who was at the meetings where key decisions were made. Mr. President, this is an important amendment, and it is an amendment that millions of people want to see passed. And I hope that we will have an opportunity to offer it as soon as possible, and I hope that it is passed. I yield the floor, Madam.
In the rest of the news, Senator Bernie Sanders' campaign could spark a political revolution. Recent polls have shown that Bernie's campaign has gained 10 percentage points among likely Democratic voters just since his announcement. With 15% support among voters, it's getting harder and harder for the media to push the narrative that Bernie is just a long-shot candidate. And unlike the other candidates, Bernie is out talking about the issues that American voters overwhelmingly care about and support: addressing income inequality, forcing money out of politics, breaking up the too-big-to-fail banks, making college debt-free for students, raising the minimum wage, addressing climate change, and rebuilding our crumbling infrastructure. He's been filling town halls and talking to the electorate in open meetings. But that's not what the media wants to talk to him about. On Meet the Press on Sunday, Chuck Todd took the opportunity to ignore Bernie's platform and to focus on what Bernie thought about Hillary's platform. Take a look.
I think we need a political revolution in this country. I think we need to take on the greed of the billionaire class, a disastrous campaign finance system.
Do you trust these changes that Hillary Clinton has made, or do you think she's been doing it just for primary politics?
I think that's for the American people to decide. I know where I have been on trade agreements. I know where I've been on Wall Street. I know where I've been on the Keystone Pipeline. And Secretary Clinton will obviously explain her position to the American people.
So while Bernie is calling for a political revolution, Chuck Todd wants to talk about whether Hillary Clinton is progressive enough. And after ignoring Bernie's platform, Chuck then wanted to talk to the senator about a short story he wrote 43 years ago. Seriously, check it out.
A leaking of an essay you wrote in the 70s for an alternative weekly. Your campaign described it as satire. I'll be honest with you, Senator Sanders, it's uncomfortable to read. The only excerpt I'm going to put up is you wrote this in February of '72. It was sort of a fantasy of men and women. You said a woman enjoys intercourse with her man as she fantasizes being raped by 3 men simultaneously. Your campaign described it as satire. Can you explain this essay?
Sure. Look, this is a piece of fiction that I wrote in 1972, I think. That was 43 years ago. It was very poorly written. What I'm focusing on right now are the issues impacting the American people today, and that's what I will continue to focus on, and what I think the American people want to hear.
And that's the real problem. The media won't ask the candidate about the issues that people care about. And the real question is, when will the media start asking candidates about the issues instead of focusing on political theater and campaign drama? Here now to talk about the mainstream media's coverage of the 2016 presidential primaries is Jeff Cohen, professor of journalism at Ithaca College and founder of Fairness and Accuracy in Reporting, FAIR. Jeff, welcome back.
Nice to be with you.
It's great to see you. So is the momentum behind Bernie's campaign a sign that Americans are ready for a political revolution?
Oh, there's no doubt. I mean, as you say, the polls are showing an increase in New Hampshire, in Iowa, and it's in spite of the mainstream media. You know, I've known Bernie for 30 years, and he's quite the media critic. And he's been consistent for 30 years that the news media doesn't focus on the issues. Focuses on trivia, it focuses on personalities, it won't focus on policy. And so it's going to be fascinating to watch Bernie go up against these alleged journalists who he has a lot of contempt for.
How high is he going to have to poll before they start calling him something other than a long shot and by and large ignoring him? I mean, he's polling, you know, I had callers from Iowa, this is secondhand information, but I think it's fairly solid. Several callers from Iowa say that they had been to Rick Santorum events with 50 people showing up or 100 people showing up. You know, the Republican candidates are just, and Bernie shows up in a little tiny town and more people than lived in the town. It was like hundreds of people showed up. In Minnesota last night, he packed what was originally a hall. It turned into an auditorium, and there was 3,700 people, the standing room, all, no coverage. What's going on?
Well, what's interesting is if you can follow Bernie's campaign through the Burlington Daily in his hometown of Burlington, Vermont, and they've been following him in Iowa. He spoke to a group in Iowa. The auditorium only seated 700, but 1,100 showed up, so they had to set up loudspeakers. Now, in answer to your question, how are they going to handle him? I mean, in the beginning months, it's been ignoring him, marginalizing him, ridiculing him. And at a certain point, if Bernie continues to rise in the polls and he demonstrates that thousands of people are ready to turn out to hear him, unlike for other presidential candidates, then it'll turn in the mainstream media from marginalization and ridicule to demonizing. It will get pretty vicious.
We're talking the Dean scream kind of thing?
Oh, no, it's going to be, well, you know, Dean was sort of subjected to this way before there was a scream. But the problem with the mainstream media, and Bernie knows it well, is that the political reporters are obsessed with the horse race. They're obsessed with the trivia, and they are not good at being fair and balanced dispensers of facts or the quotes from the candidates or policy positions. You know, they don't act as political reporters. I wish that these political reporters that would rather handicap horse races, I wish they'd leave politics and become sports reporters, because that's where it's acceptable. And, you know, Tom, in 2003 and 4, I worked in the Dennis Kucinich campaign. I was the communications director in 2003. And I remember it well that we learned a lot about how mainstream political reporters act. And they think they're above reporting on policy. They believe that their role is to anoint certain people as credible, as serious, and to try to marginalize the Bernie Sanders today as they marginalized Dennis Kucinich. But there was a great quote where Matt Taibbi was a reporter on the campaign trail, and he was with the mainstream reporters in press, you know, in campaign buses and airplanes. And he saw them engaging in horse racing and engaging in this candidate's too far left to win. And he confronted several reporters. And he asked these mainstream reporters, why do you, you know, do this? And they said, if we didn't address credibility and address winnability and viability and electability, then, and this is a quote, someone like Kucinich could win the nomination. And so, you know, I think they understand that if they focus on policy issues, that Bernie Sanders has got a program that's pretty popular, and Hillary Clinton and certainly the Republicans do not. And so they focus on all this racehorse and trivia.
There was a fascinating piece in Politico, I think it was last Friday or maybe over the weekend that I read it, about Rand Paul. And the fact that Rand Paul has gone to all the various billionaires. He went to the Coke event. He went out to Vegas and kissed Shelley Adelson's ring. They listed all the billionaires that he's gone begging for money to. And he doesn't have a billionaire. Marco Rubio has had a billionaire since before he was a senator. And that billionaire is still with him. And Scott Walker's got the Koch brothers. He's got billionaires. And so essentially what they were saying was that Rand Paul may not be a serious candidate because he doesn't have a billionaire. Bernie has not only no billionaires, but he said no super PACs, no nothing. You know, it's people-funded campaign. Ultimately, those billions that come from the billionaires, or those hundreds of millions, end up in the media. Is that the reason that the media is saying people who don't have billionaires are no good because, by the way, they're not going to make us $100 million in advertising revenue this year?
It's a factor. I believe the most interesting book on how the political press corps operates is the Mark Leibovich book, This Town, which is about our Washington, D.C., our gilded capital. And you see that the media stars are very close to the media owners, who are very close to the corporations and incredibly close with the elite politicians. So, and I think there's an understanding that Bernie Sanders doesn't fit. He doesn't schmooze with them in Washington. He's not going to bring them millions of dollars in ad revenue, although Bernie will raise a significant amount of money from the masses, from the base. But he's just not considered credible. And they believe their job as elite political press corps is to tell the American public who's serious, who's credible, and who's not. And they're going to just keep pushing Bernie, no matter how well he's doing with the masses of voters and in the polls. It's going to be fascinating to watch because Bernie's been a media critic, since he got into politics, and he's going to be up against these guys.
Well, he's also in favor of busting them up.
Yes,
it's amazing. Right. Jeff, we got to wrap it up. But yeah, media consolidation is also one of his big issues. They've got to be hysterical. Jeff Cohen, it's always great talking with you, my friend. Thank you so much for being with us tonight.
Thank you.
Welcome to Chair Chats, an online web series hosted by me, Jamie Harrison, the chairman of the South Carolina Democratic Party. Our goal in this series is to begin to look at political leaders, activists, and people involved in politics in a three-dimensional manner. We will move past the political caricatures to get to know the individual. So now, let's chat. Senator Bernie Sanders is one of the more identifiable members of the United States Senate. From his famous hair to his progressive views, he's known as a loud advocate for what he believes. Let's get under the hair of Senator Bernie Sanders. Senator, welcome to South Carolina.
Thank you very much, Jamie.
So what brought you down here? Why are you in the Palmetto State this weekend?
Well, two reasons. I'll be speaking to the Democrats, South Carolina Democrats, and it is no secret that I am giving some thought to running for President of the United States. And as you may know, South Carolina is up there on the list of early primary states.
Since you caucus with Democrats, but we know that you are an advocate, and you've been for a long time, that you are a socialist. You're an independent in the Congress. So why come to the Democratic Party?
Well, I have been elected always from the state of Vermont, from the days when I was elected mayor of the city of Burlington, as an independent, not as a Democrat, not as a Republican outside of the two-party system. In fact, I am the longest serving independent in the history of the United States Congress, and I'm proud of that. But I have also been caucusing with the Democratic Party for the last 23 years. So I know a little bit about the Democratic Party. In fact, right now I'm the ranking member of the Budget Committee. That is the leader of the Democrats on that committee in opposition. And last year I was chairman of the Veterans Affairs Committee. So I, work within the Democratic Party in Washington. What democratic socialism means to me is that we should take a hard look at what's going on in countries like Denmark and Sweden and Norway, countries where people have health care as a right, where college education is free, where the child care system is extraordinary and much less expensive than it is in the United States.
where income and wealth inequality are much less warped than it is here in the United States. And I think there's a lot to be learned from those countries which have had social democratic governments.
Well, I want to delve into a little about you. So you grew up in Brooklyn. You worked on a kibbutz in Israel. How did you end up in Vermont?
Well, it was a very good move. When I was a kid, we grew up in a family that didn't have a whole lot of money. And I used to go to Boy Scout camp. It was pretty inexpensive. My parents sent me there. And it turned out that growing up in Brooklyn, I really loved the country. Yeah. And that stayed with me. And when we had the opportunity to move to Vermont way back in 1964, that's what we did. And then I moved back to the city, but more or less settled in Vermont in 1968.
Okay. Now, while you were in high school, I read that you ran track.
I was a pretty good distance runner, yeah, I was. Yeah. In fact, I came in third place in one year in the New York City mile, 4:37. And I also won a number of Brooklyn and neighborhood type cross-country events. So, yeah, it was a pretty good runner.
Wow. Do you still,
not a superstar, but I was pretty good.
Do you still run?
Oh, only for votes, when I'm late. That's about it.
I also read that, for the past few years, and particularly this year, we were celebrating the 50-year anniversary of Selma. But I read that you took a bus down and participated in the March on Washington. Tell us about your participation in that great event.
Well, I became involved in the civil rights movement when I was in college at the University of Chicago. And we did two basic things. I was involved in a group called the Congress on Racial Equality, CORE. Yeah. And we focused in two areas. Number one, Chicago at that time, I don't know what it is today, was a pretty segregated city. And the schools were pretty segregated. So we worked on trying to desegregate schools and also worked on housing. What we did was some very funny things where some young white students would go out and talk to a landlord and say, interested in the apartment. And I said, well, here it is, and this is how much it cost. And then 5 minutes later, we would send in some young black kids, and they would look at the same apartment. Oh, the apartment is not available. And we were able to document that. And so that, was effective. And the second thing that we did is to try to give very modest amounts of financial support to people like John Lewis and the folks at the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, our fellow college students who were taking on segregation in the South. So that was kind of the twin effort that we made. And then, of course, there was the famous March on Washington, and many of us got on a bus and we went to Washington and heard Dr. King. I've often remarked that the first 3 or 4 times that I went to Washington, I was never inside a building. I was always outside protesting. And that was kind of one of the times.
Well, Jewish kid from Brooklyn, engaged in the civil rights movement. There are a lot of young folks, and sad to say people of my generation, who probably don't know much about the coalition that was formed between the African American community and the Jewish community. That's right. Yeah, tell us a little bit more about that, and do you see any of those type of coalitions in modern America, or today's America?
Well, that coalition, comes about from the fact that, throughout Jewish history, modern Jewish history, and of course the Holocaust is the worst, the most extreme example, Jews have been persecuted. And therefore it became, I think, kind of natural for Jews in the United States to see what was happening to the African American community, the segregation and the racism, and to work in alliance with African Americans. And there were some very important bonds that were established. And I hope that that type of relationship continues. Yeah.
Well, we know that you are an unabashed supporter and advocate of the working class in America. What makes you hopeful for the working class?
Well, I am an unabashed supporter because that's my background, So to me, it's not unabashed. That's who I am. My father came to this country without any money, and he never made any money. He was an immigrant, came to this country without a nickel in his pocket. And we lived in a small apartment in Brooklyn. So those are my people, and that's where I'm comfortable. Jamie, the major issue facing this country today that we don't talk about very much, but that we have got to talk about, is that for 40 years, the middle class of this country has been disappearing. So that you have, in terms of inflation accounted for dollars, people today working at lower wages than was the case 40 years ago. Yeah. And you have, when I was growing up, the expectation is that one person in a family, in those days, the man, could work 40 hours a week and take care of the whole family. Today you need a woman, the wife working, the man working, the kids working, and they're still struggling to pay the bills. And the question that we have got to ask ourselves is, how does it happen with so much productivity and so much technology that people are falling further and further behind? And then the other side of the story is that the people on top are doing phenomenally well in terms of corporate profits being at a record-breaking level, and the wealthiest people in this country enjoying unbelievable increases in their income. So today you have the situation where 99% of all new income is going to the top 1%. Do you know that? Wow. 99%. You have the situation where the top 1/10 of 1% owns as much wealth as the bottom 90%. And the question is, what do we do about it? Do we sit back and say, well, there's nothing going to happen? And then on top of that, all of these billionaires with all of their money, what are they just doing? They're buying politics. They're buying candidates. So as a result of Citizens United, you know, they are saying, we want you to run, and we're prepared to put hundreds of millions of dollars into your campaign. So my major fear is, if we don't turn this around, the United States is going to become a country where a handful of billionaires are going to control not only our economy, but our political life. And what I'm pledged to do, in whatever form I can, is to prevent that from happening.
If you ran for president, 2 or 3 words, what would define your campaign?
Standing up to the billionaire class, because there is no hope for this country. Now people can, unless we do that. Now people can say, well, I want to raise the minimum wage, or I believe in pay equity for women workers, or, you know, I want to rebuild the infrastructure, and I can go on and on. I want to deal with climate change. All that is terribly important. But let me be very clear. Nothing is going to happen unless we have the courage to take on the billionaire class. Do you think we do? Now let me throw it to you, young man.
Well, we do. Well, as long as we have champions like you, Senator, who's helping to lead the effort, I think we are in good shape. One lighter note: when people listen or look at more optics than they do listen to the substance. You know, just recently, President Obama got characterized and criticized because he wore a tan suit. Are you going to change your style at all, Senator Sanders, if you run for president?
I will not wear a tan suit. And let me go on record right here. You know, when I was first elected mayor of Burlington, I didn't own a suit, to tell you the truth. I really didn't. All right, but your point is not a facetious point. It's a serious point. And that is, we live in a country where in the last election, 63% of the American people didn't vote.
Yes.
Most people don't know which political party controls the House or the Senate.
You're right.
And what we need to do is force the media to engage in serious discussion about serious issues, and that is certainly not the case right now.
No, I agree. Well, thank you, Senator Sanders.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
And thank you. And you're always welcome on Chair Chats. On the next Chair Chats.
Jamie, I want you to think of this. Patrick Henry, our first governor.
I'm Dave Cook from The Monitor. Our guest is Bernie Sanders, Senator from Vermont and presidential candidate. This is his first visit with our group, and we thank him for coming. He was born in Brooklyn, graduated from the University of Chicago, and in 1968 moved to Vermont, where he initially worked as a carpenter and later as a writer. Our guest's first foray into politics was unsuccessful when he ran for the United States Senate in '72 on the Liberty Union Party candidate ticket. He made several other tries for statewide office before being elected mayor of Burlington in 1981. He went on to serve 4 terms in that post. In 1990, he was elected Vermont's at-large member of the U.S. House and served there until he won a seat in the Senate in 2006. He was overwhelmingly reelected in 2012. Thus ended the biographical portion of the program. Now on to the ever so compelling recitation of ground rules. As always, we're on the record here. Please, no live blogging or tweeting. In short, no filing of any kind while the breakfast is underway to give us time to actually listen to what our guest says. There's no embargo when the session ends. To help you curb that relentless selfie urge, we will email several pictures of the session to all the reporters here as soon as the breakfast ends. As regular attendees know, if you'd like to ask a question, please do the traditional thing and send me a subtle, non-threatening signal, and I'll happily call on as many reporters as we can in the time we have with the senator this morning. I'm going to hold myself to one question and suggest you might want to do the same so that more reporters can get a question. We're going to start off by offering our guests the opportunity to make some opening comments. Then we'll move to questions from around the table. And with that, sir, thanks again for doing this.
Well, David, thank you very much for inviting me, and let me thank all of you for being here this morning for what I hope will be a serious and fruitful discussion about some of the major issues facing our country. It is no great secret that the United States of America today faces some enormous problems. What I intend to do during this campaign is to talk about those problems and to talk about why it is that despite huge increases in productivity and technology, the American middle class continues its 40-year decline, while at the same time we are seeing a grotesque level of income and wealth inequality, such that today 99% of all new income is going to the top 1%, and the top 0.1% owns almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%. That inequality is, in my view, immoral, it is unsustainable, and it is certainly not what this country is supposed to be about. Later on this morning, I'm going to be holding a press conference on Capitol Hill, and I want to just review with you some of what I will be talking about. I will be talking about family values, but not the family values that my Republican colleagues talk about, which for them means that a woman should not have the right to control her own body, or that gay people should not have the right to get married, or that women should not have access to contraception. That is their concept of what family values are about. That's not my concept. What my concept of family values is about is that the United States should not be the only major country on earth that does not guarantee paid family and medical leave when a woman has a baby. So that right now we are seeing a situation where a woman is having a baby and a week later is forced to go back to work because she doesn't have the income to stay at home and bond with her child. Every psychologist who studies this issue understands the most important years of a human being's life are the first weeks and months of that life. And the idea that women and fathers cannot stay home to bond with their little babies is, to me, not what family values is about. And I am supporting Senator Gillibrand's legislation that will provide 12 weeks of medical and family leave. Second point, it is again beyond comprehension that the United States of America, our great nation, is the only major nation on earth that does not guarantee sick leave, paid sick leave for our working people. So that today, in McDonald's and Burger King and all over this country, there are people who are sick, who are going to work, who are handling our food, who should be at home. There are mothers who are sending their kids to school because they don't have paid sick leave in order to stay home and take care of their kids. That is a family value. That when a husband comes down with cancer, a wife has a right to spend some time with him at home and be able to do so. That's a family value. And last but not least, an issue that we talk about very, very rarely is the fact that because of a disappearing middle class, because of the fact that millions of Americans are working longer hours for lower wages, we end up working among major industrialized countries. Our people work the longest hours of any people on earth. Some of you may remember reading in textbooks, and I remember this very clearly, photographs of workers 100 years ago in the early 1900s. And they held up placards that said, "Give us a 40-hour work week." Remember that?
40-hour work weeks. They want time off for leisure, for education, to be with their families. Today, there are millions of workers who still do not have a 40-hour work week. And we are the, again, only major country on earth that does not guarantee vacation time for workers. And I'll be introducing legislation, I think, today, which will guarantee 10 days of vacation time for American workers. So what I'm saying today is that at a time of a disappearing middle class, at a time of massive income and wealth inequality, that our government has got to start paying attention to the needs of working families in this country. And that means when a mother has a baby, she should not be forced back to work because she doesn't have enough money to stay home. When somebody is sick, they should not be forced to go to work. And that a family in this country should have the right to spend a couple of weeks together rather than not having any vacation time at all. So bottom line is, we've got to join other major countries around the world in protecting our families. And that's something I'll be talking about later today.
Thank you on that. Let me just talk about where we're going to go first. David Jackson, USA Today, Ken Thomas of AP, Andy Glass of Politico, Jamie Weinstein of Daily Caller, Jose Del Real of The Post, Linda Feldman of The Monitor, Ed Henry of Fox, Alex Thompson of The New York Times, Sahil Kapoor of Bloomberg, AFP's Ivan Carone, and Anna Mulrine of The Monitor. David, let's start with you.
Senator Sanders, there's been some question about your party affiliation. I believe you've run as a socialist before.
No.
No? Well, that's why I'm asking the question. I mean, are you a socialist, are you a Democrat, or are you an independent? How would you describe yourself?
I have won elections in Vermont in every instance as an independent. Since my first day in the United States Congress in 1991, I have caucused with the Democratic Party. Obviously, right now, I am the ranking member representing the Democrats on the Budget Committee. I am a candidate for President of the United States within the Democratic primary and caucus process, and will abide by all of the rules and regulations of that party in every state. Philosophically, if your question is, am I a democratic socialist, and do I think we have a lot to learn from countries like Denmark and Sweden and Norway and Finland and other countries that over the years have had labor or social democratic governments? Yes, I am.
Why do people call you that? Where do they
Well, that's because it's a campaign and that's what media does. What can I tell you? I mean, the truth is, I mean, you don't call most of Republican candidates or Democratic candidates capitalist candidates. I am an independent. I mean, on the ballot, I am an independent, and in the Congress, if you look at C-SPAN, they'll say independent, one vote. That's me.
Sorry.
But philosophically, you know, I am a democratic socialist.
Ken Thomas of AP.
Thanks, Senator. You've had large crowds at your events in Iowa and New Hampshire thus far. How are you converting them into supporters in a primary or a caucus? Are they curious to see you, or do you think these are going to be supporters for you? And secondly, what's a realistic fundraising expectation for you for the quarter ending June 30th? Do you think you can raise more than $10 million?
We are drawing very large crowds, and I am surprised by the size of the crowds. We were just in Keene, New Hampshire on Saturday, and we had, I guess, close to 1,000 people out. And I think in Iowa we've had 750 people or so out in a couple of events, which is, I understand that I may be wrong on that, are the largest crowds that any candidate has drawn. And we have a very active effort right now where one of the things I would tell you is that if I were here 6 weeks ago and we were discussing my presidential ambitions, I would not have known whether I was running for office or not. So we're, in a sense, I've only been in this race 4 or 5 weeks. We're gearing up. My campaign manager just came back from Iowa where we did a number of hirings. He was in New Hampshire yesterday putting together a campaign team there. So we're just bulking up right now in terms of our campaign staff. And we have we have been very active in social media. I don't want to misspeak here, but I think we have well over 200,000 Americans who have indicated they want to be part of our candidate campaign, a lot more than that actually, and 180,000 campaign contributors. So let me talk about money, and let me be very honest with you.
I don't have a super PAC. I'm not going to have a super PAC. I don't want the money of the billionaire class, which is very easy for me to say because I wouldn't get their money even if I wanted it. But one of the reasons that I hesitated about getting into this race is the money issue. We live in an obscene moment when, as a result of this disastrous Supreme Court decision on Citizens United, billionaires are now literally buying American elections and buying their candidates. And I think that is a horrible, horrible situation. And as you've heard me say, one of the litmus tests for a Supreme Court nominee that I would bring to the Senate would be a willingness to say they will overturn this Citizens United decision. But to answer your question, we are doing pretty well. We have now somewhere around 200,000 contributors at about $40 a piece. So we are going to be outspent, but for me that was never a question. The question is, could we raise the money that we needed to run a winning campaign? And I think we can. And the numbers that you talked about, $40 or $50 million through Iowa and New Hampshire is a goal I think we can achieve.
We're going to go to Andy Glass from Politico.
Following up on your last answer, what comes to mind, Senator, that you didn't know that you've learned since declaring your candidacy and going out to campaign?
That a lot of people want to make a lot of money off of campaigns. That there is an entire industry here in Washington, D.C. of folks who are prepared to help you at some extravagant fees. That's what I've learned.
Jamie Weinstein of Daily Caller.
Senator, a lot of what your opening speech was in your campaign is what America can learn from Europe. Is there anything you believe that Europe can learn from America? And also, I'm curious that if you were the nominee, whether you would consider either Hillary Clinton or Rand Paul for your vice presidential nomination.
Yes, I think there is. Look, you know, as a former mayor, what mayors look at is what the concept of best practices. You know what that is. What best practices mean, I was the mayor of the city of Burlington, so you look all over the country and see what are other cities doing that are really good, and you steal those ideas, and they steal ideas from Burlington. That's what we should be doing as a world. Are we doing things better than other countries? Of course we are. There's a lot that we have to be proud of. We are an incredibly entrepreneurial nation. I mean, every other day somebody's coming up with a great idea, a great product, a great invention. We do that probably better than any other country on earth. Other countries should learn from us. But in terms of protecting and taking care of the needs of working people, we have a lot to learn from many other countries around the world. Nobody in this room should be proud that we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of any major country on earth, or more income and wealth inequality than any other major country, or that we don't provide family and medical leave, sick time, or paid vacation time. That is not the way a democratic, civilized society should operate. So to answer your question, of course, there is a lot that other countries can learn from us as well.
Jose Del Real from the Post.
Senator, so there's a sense that given Secretary Clinton's overwhelming lead in the polls, that you as a candidate are really only in this race to push her on certain issues and to bring attention to a lot of the causes that you have dedicated your career to. How do you respond to that idea that you're just in this race to make?
That's a fair question, Jose, and I've heard it a lot. And let me tell you, there are candidates around this country who stand up and run what we would call an educational campaign. And I respect that. I respect people on the right, people on the left who want to use a campaign as an opportunity to get their ideas out. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, when I was a young man, David mentioned that I ran for the Senate and governor in the state of Vermont, and I did that. And nothing wrong with that. This is not an educational campaign. This is not a protest campaign. This is a campaign to win. Now, I freely admit what everybody here knows is that Secretary Clinton goes into this campaign as the heavy favorite. The polls today show her way out in front. But you know what I would also remind people is that polls have a lot to do with name recognition. I think the Secretary may well be certainly one of the best known people in the United States of America. I am not. I think our name recognition is growing. But I think if you did a poll in various states, 50, 60, 70% of the people don't even know who I am. So you're not going to get people saying, yeah, I support Bernie Sanders for president if they don't even know who I am, let alone what I stand for. But I would tell you that if you look at these very same polls, we have momentum. We have momentum. And our numbers are growing. And if we continue to work hard and effectively and talk about the issues that are meaningful to the American people, I do believe we can win this election. I am in this election to win, and that's what we intend to do.
Linda Feldman from The Monitor.
Right here. Thank you, Dave. Senator, yesterday you had an uncomfortable moment in your interview with Diane Rehm, and she's apologized for making an erroneous statement about your citizenship. So my question is, what does your Jewish heritage mean to you, and how does it inform your policy positions, if at all?
Oh, good question. I'm proud to be Jewish, not particularly religious. And what the lesson that I learned as a little kid is understanding in a very deep way what politics is about. A guy named Adolf Hitler won an election in 1932. He won an election. And 50 million people died as a result of that election in World War II, including 6 million Jews. So what I learned as a little kid is that politics is in fact very important.
Ed Henry of Fox.
Thanks, Senator. Quick two-parter. One, you were criticizing the billionaire class. Yesterday, Bill Clinton said that if Hillary Clinton's elected, he will stop taking these $500,000 speeches because it might not be appropriate if she's president. Do you think it was appropriate for him to accept that money when she was sitting Secretary of State?
You know, I have a problem. It's not Bill Clinton. I have a problem with organizations that are giving out these kinds of huge honorarium. I don't understand why they do it, and I suspect that they do it to garner favor. So I'm not enthusiastic about anybody getting those kinds of honorarium.
Okay, and the big picture on that question about the Clinton Foundation. Bill and Hillary Clinton have pointed out that they've also done a lot of good work with the foundation. But there have also been the questions about the foreign donations. Was there access? Was there influence? So my question is, does character, this kind of question, does it matter to voters? Should it matter to voters?
Ed, let me reverse that question if I might. You asked that question about the Koch brothers. The Koch brothers are going to spend close to $1 billion in this campaign, which is probably more money than either the Democratic or Republican parties. So if you want to go after the Clinton Foundation, that's fair. But you got to go after the Koch brothers as well. The Koch brothers, the last I heard, if somebody wants to correct me, I stand corrected. The last I heard, the Koch brothers believe, A, they get a lot of their money from fossil fuel, yes? B, the last that I understood, they want to end Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, the EPA, and all campaign finance limitations. You think we should be looking at the impact that the Koch brothers, who will be spending more money on this campaign than either the Democratic or Republican parties, have on the political process? Let's look at all of it. That would be my answer, Ed.
Alex Thompson from The Times.
Senator, you said that you're in the election to win it. So if you do win in November, what would be the first executive action you take?
Don't know yet, Alex. Haven't thought about that yet. But this is what I do want. Let me pick up on that. My views, obviously, in this campaign, I think will be the most progressive views that maybe have been brought forth by a candidate for president of the United States in a very long time. But what also will distinguish this campaign, let me take a moment on this, Alex, because it's not really what my first executive order would be, but it is what I would do. So let me be very clear. I've said this before and I say it again. Given the power of big money and Wall Street and corporate America on what goes on in Washington, no president, not Bernie Sanders, not the best president that you could imagine, can make the changes that we need to improve life for the working families of this country. That president cannot do it alone. And I have a lot of respect and affection for Barack Obama, and agree with him on many issues, disagree with him on some. The biggest mistake that Barack Obama made, in my view, and I will not make that mistake, is that after his brilliant campaign in 2008, where he mobilized millions of people, ran one of the great campaigns in American history, essentially what he said to his supporters, thank you very much for electing me, I'll take it from here on myself. I'll sit down with with John Boehner. I'll sit down with Mitch McConnell. We'll negotiate. We'll come up with some compromises. Thanks very much for what you did. I will not make that mistake, Alex. So the point that I'm making is, and this is where my campaign is very different, I believe, than any others. I do not believe that any president who's standing up for the working class of this country can be successful without a mobilized, activist, grassroots movement behind him or her. So I will be working hard to make sure that that mobilization exists. If we want to do, as I want to do, make tuition free in public colleges and universities, it will not happen with me negotiating with Mitch McConnell if he happens to be majority leader, which I hope he won't, but if he does. It will happen when 1 million young people are marching on Washington saying, we've got to join other countries. We want decent jobs. We want decent education. Same thing for minimum wage. Same thing for pay equity for women workers. So if we have elections like we did last November, where 63% of the American people don't vote, then I will guarantee you nothing significant changes for working families in this country. So Alex, that's not my, in a sense, my first executive order, but that will be my first order of business, to make sure that A, during this campaign, we create that movement, and B, as president, we maintain that movement. That is the only way that I know that we bring about the change we need.
Sahil Kapoor of Bloomberg. Where are you, Sahil? There you are.
Are you working with like-minded members in the House to stop TPA from passing? I think the vote could happen as early as Friday. And what do you make of Secretary Clinton's ongoing hesitation to take a position on this?
Yeah.
Does that offend you?
Yes, it does. In this sense, look, Congress is obviously divided. My own very strong views is that when you try to understand why the middle class of this country is disappearing, trade has got to be one of the issues that you look at for an explanation. Since 2001, we have lost 60,000 factories in this country and millions of decent paying jobs. Not all of that is attributable to trade. That's true, but a lot of it is. It is no secret to anybody in this room or anybody in America that major corporation after major corporation has outsourced huge amounts of jobs, shut down plants in America. I voted against NAFTA, CAFTA, permanent normal trade relations with China, and I think those were the right votes. TPP is a continuation of failed trade policies. Now, in terms of Secretary Clinton, you can be for the TPP. I think the president is dead wrong. He is for it. You can be against it. I'm against it. Elizabeth Warren is against it. Sherrod Brown is against it. A majority of the Democrats in the Senate are against it. You can be for it or against it. But I don't understand how on an issue of such huge consequence, you don't have an opinion. And, you know, that's my view.
And are you working with members in the House?
Yes, I am. Yeah. Rosa DeLauro is doing a great job there.
Are you worried about how the fight over trade is splitting the left? There's been a lot of talk about permanent damage to the left's ability to get things done as a result of labor fighting with Obama.
No, the fight over TPP is not splitting the progressive community. Virtually the entire progressive community, every union in this country, virtually every environmental group in this country, many religious groups in this country are firmly opposed to the TPP. Why the president is for it? Well, you can ask him. This is not splitting the left. This is bringing people together, actually.
Where do you go to Ivan Caron of AFP? There you are.
Can you talk more about Europe and what you like specifically in terms of policies? For instance, are you for minimum income, 35-hour work week, 5 weeks of paid vacation?
Well, I think in general, as a result of the activities of labor governments, in various countries, social democratic governments, socialist parties in Europe, workers have received more guarantees in terms of rights and security than most Americans would even dream of. So if you go, I remember this, it was a funny thing. I was in the UK a number of years ago, 5 or 6 years ago, and it was an interparliamentary gathering. So members of Congress were there meeting with members of the UK Parliament. And this was just around the time of the debate over the healthcare bill in the country. And many of the conservatives, we met with a lot of the conservatives in the UK, they were outraged what they were hearing here in America or in the American media about healthcare abroad in Europe. And the Conservatives, I mean, there was no debate. If you go to the UK, nobody, go to Europe, most of the countries, nobody denies the fact that health care is a right for all people, virtually nobody. That is accepted. And yet in this country, despite the modest gains of the Affordable Care Act, we still have 35 million people who have no health insurance. And you have even more who are underinsured, probably including people in this room, with high deductibles and high copayments. I remember I had some kids from the UK coming into my office, and I said, show me your card. And they said, we don't have a card. Just go into the doctor, say, hi, I'm Mary, this is my appointment, go in. So the fact that healthcare is a right is something that from a civilized point of view is a huge step forward. The fact that in countries in Scandinavia, they have great child care programs that are either free or almost free. We all know that if a kid gets off poorly in life, doesn't have the intellectual or emotional nourishment that he or she needs, often it's a tough journey. We've got to invest in childcare. They do that all over Europe. A paid vacation, what is it, 30 days in Germany? Is that what it is? Something like that. France is 5 weeks, all right. I mean, you know, people need time off to recuperate. You can't work all of the time. I go around the country. You know what? Our people are stressed out. You know that? They are stressed out. They're working incredibly long hours in my state. And you know, maybe a little bit different. We're a rural state. Not uncommon to see people working 2 jobs, 3 jobs, sometimes 4 jobs. Is that where we should be as a nation? So what the Europeans have done, look, they got their problems too. They have unemployment. They have serious problems. But essentially what they have done because of, I think, the union movement and so forth, certain basic rights that when you have a baby, you can stay home and bond with your baby. I don't think that's asking too much. So yes, there is a lot to be learned by that.
Anna Mulrine in the back there.
Hi, Senator. I have a question about Iraq for you. With the U.S. military saying our latest sending of trainers in there could even be a years-long effort, and so there's a good chance you could inherit all this from our latest foray. How would you get troops out of there? Would you just kind of pull the plug and bring our troops back? How would you get them out of there?
Anna Marie, that's, you know, this is, if I had a, believe me, if I had a magic answer, I wouldn't be here. I'd be speaking to the president right now. I wish I did. Let me just say this on what is a tragedy. I voted against, when I first went to Congress in 1991, one of the very first votes I had was on the first Gulf War, when Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait. And the sentiment was to support the war. The first Bush, you know, wanted it. I voted against it. And my wife, I remember my wife saying, well, your congressional career is going to be pretty short. That was your vote, you'll be out of there in 2 years. I think history will indicate that was the right vote. And certainly in terms of the war in Iraq, I did not believe what Cheney was saying. I did not believe what Rumsfeld was saying. Didn't believe the analysis that Bush was giving us. And I not only voted against that war, if you read or look at some of the speeches that I gave during that period, sadly, and I say this with no joy, much of what I feared, in fact, ended up happening. So, what do we got today? You got an incredibly destabilized region. You got a barbaric group called ISIS who is doing unspeakable things. This is an organization that has to be defeated. But this is what I believe. I believe that what's going on in that region is a struggle over the soul of Islam. And I believe that the leaders of that effort against ISIS and Al-Qaeda have got to be the nations in that region. Some of you may not know, but it's true. Saudi Arabia has the 3rd largest military budget in the world. They have a military far more powerful than ISIS. You got Turkey sitting there. You got UAE there. You got Jordan there. These are the countries that are going to have to lead the effort against ISIS. It cannot be the United States of America because I think that doesn't work. I just don't think that a Western Christian country going in there is going to win. I fear very much the idea of perpetual warfare, that we're there forever. So our guys get killed and we're there more and more. So I think, and you know, it's a difficult situation. I think the president is trying hard. I think you need a strong coalition of the Muslim nations and our support. But I will do everything I can to prevent us from getting into what some of my Republican colleagues, I think, are looking at as perpetual warfare in that region.
Rick Klein from ABC.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Dave. I want to ask about the Democratic debates. As you know, the Democrats put out this slate of debates, I think the number 6, and said
as part of that, that if you participated in debates that were not part of the sanction schedule, then you'd be barred from participating in the sanction debates. What is your stance on that? Do you feel bound by it? Did the Democrats reach out to you to try to approve this on the front end? And
I'm not happy with that for two reasons. First of all, I think that's much too limited. And second of all, our campaign was not involved in that discussion at all. And I think what makes sense, given the fact that we are the candidates, is the candidates sit down and work out something. What I have proposed, look, I start with the assumption that there is mass alienation on the part of the American people from the political process. I mean, that's indicative when you have 63% of the people not voting, and many people not even knowing simple questions like which party controls the House or the Senate. So we have got to, I think, no matter what our political views may be, and I would hope conservatives would agree with me, that it is not a good thing for America when people are not engaged in the democratic process. And I think debates that are focused on the real issues facing the American people are a means to increase people's attentiveness and interest in the political process. So I would go further than 6. As somebody in the democratic process, this is what else I would do. I think it's a good idea to have a group of Democrats and Republicans up there. I think the Republicans, frankly, have gotten away with murder because I think that many people really do not know what their agenda is. I'm the ranking member of the Budget Committee. Their budget includes throwing 27 million Americans off of health insurance, cutting Pell Grants over a 10-year period by $90 billion at a time when young people cannot afford college today, cutting nutrition programs for hungry kids. Let them come up. Cutting Social Security. Governor Bush, Governor Christie, among others, Governor Perry, as I understand it, are all in favor of cutting Social Security. Well, that's their point of view. I want to expand Social Security. Let's have that debate. So I think, let's break through some of the old rules and regulations. A dozen people up there, Democrats, Republicans, let's have a free flow of ideas and debates. I think that's good for American democracy. Last point that I would make on this, and I'm echoing a view that my fellow Vermonter, Howard Dean, brought forth a number of years ago. I think the Democrats have been crazy about not having a 50-state strategy. Why any major political party would abdicate competition in large parts of this country is beyond my understanding. So I would take the debates to Mississippi, take them to Alabama, take them to Utah, take them to states today that vote Republican. Plant the flag in those states. Get people excited. Present your point of view. So those are...
You don't feel bound by the 6?
Well, we're going to talk. We look forward to talking to Debbie Wasserman Schultz about these. Again, these came down from her without any involvement on my part, or I suspect other candidates as well.
Alexandra Wiltz from Reuters. You're not Alexandra. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm with Reuters, Andy Sullivan. Senator, I'd like to ask you about...
Andy, she wanted a question, and the fact that I'm an old man and can't come up with her name shouldn't be held against it. Then you're on my list.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Danielle Kurtzleben, NPR.
I apologize.
That's fine. Question, speaking of education, you have your tuition-free college plan. Secretary Clinton is coming out with her debt-free college plan. They're both really ambitious. How optimistic are you that the next president can do some sort of such a sweeping overhaul of the system?
I think it is time for the president, the next president, the United States Congress to start representing the interests of the American people and not just wealthy campaign contributors in Wall Street. In terms of higher education, it is hard for me to see anybody disagreeing with the basic tenet that we live in a highly competitive global economy. Nobody disagrees with that. I don't think anyone disagrees with the fact that we need the best educated workforce possible. Hard to disagree with that. And I would hope that nobody disagrees that it is a tragedy that today you got hundreds of thousands of bright and qualified young people who want to go to college but are unable to do so because of the income of their families. So we are not only taking away their ladder to the middle class and economic success, we're hurting our country. You got potential scientists and engineers and doctors and teachers and police officers and folks out there who want to contribute, and we're saying, sorry, your family doesn't have the money, you can't get a college degree. That is insane.
And then on top of that, you got millions of people who are really being crushed by outrageously high student debt. Our legislation deals with both of those issues. And we do it by imposing a tax on Wall Street speculation. I believe that the overwhelming majority of the American people support it. I suspect that Wall Street does not. And so we will be testing whether or not the United States Congress works for the people of this country or for Wall Street and the big money interests. Let me just end that response by saying this. Some people think, well, you know, Bernie Sanders' agenda is really a radical agenda. It is not a radical agenda. In virtually every instance, what I am saying is supported by a significant majority of the American people. Yes, it is not supported by the Business Roundtable or the Chamber of Commerce or Wall Street. But I am maybe old-fashioned enough to believe that Congress might want to be representing the vast majority of our people, the middle class and working families, and not just the Koch brothers and other heavy campaign contributors.
So having botched NPR, let's see what other organizations I can offend before the morning ends. We've got about 20 minutes left, and we're going to go next to David Wasserman of Cook Political Report, then Janet Hook of the Journal, Daniel Strauss, Meredith Shiner, Andrew Sullivan from Reuters, John McCormick, and Josh Topaz to end. Mr. Wasserman.
In a debate setting, what do you see as Hillary Clinton's biggest vulnerability? Is it $300,000 speeches at public universities? Is it her vote on Iraq? And what do you expect to be?
Let me just say this, and some of you have heard me say it before, and I say it again. I very much worry about how campaigns are covered, in the sense that campaigns are not baseball games. You know, what did I read in the paper today? Governor Bush is getting a new campaign manager. You know who cares about that? About 8 people in the world. Mostly Governor Bush cares. Nobody cares about it.
And everybody in this room.
And everybody in this room. Yeah. But you know what? I was on the floor of the United States Senate yesterday, and I talked about the fact that the Economic Policy Institute recently came out with a study that said over 50% of young African American kids are unemployed or underemployed. Gets very little coverage. Which issue is more important? So what I'm suggesting is this campaign, and I mean this from my heart, that's why I'm here. This campaign is about the fact that this country faces enormously serious problems. We have got to discuss those issues. Why is the middle class of this country disappearing? Is it moral that we have massive wealth and income inequality? Are the scientists right that climate change is one of the great planetary crises that we face and that we've got to move aggressively on it? Should college education be available to all regardless of their income? Why are we the only major country on earth without a national health care program guaranteeing health care to all people? These are the questions that the American people want to hear discussed. Frankly, that is why large numbers of people are coming out. So what I would like to see in debates are serious discussions about serious issues. I like Hillary Clinton. I respect Hillary Clinton. I disagree with Hillary Clinton. I don't know Jeb Bush. I suspect I like Jeb Bush. Disagree with him. We don't have to make these campaigns personal. We don't have to eviscerate our opponents. We don't have to say that anybody who's running for office who's not me is the worst person in the world. We don't have to do that. But what we do have to do is discuss issues. We mentioned the TPP. You know my view on the TPP. I think the trade policies have been disastrous. Secretary Clinton, if she's against this, we need her to speak out right now, right now. And I don't understand how any candidate, Democrat, Republican, is not speaking out on that issue. I happen to believe that the war in Iraq was a horrible, horrible mistake. Proud that I voted on it. I'm not here to criticize the vote you cast years ago, but what does that mean in terms of your judgment on assessing information? All right? I believe that climate change is a planetary crisis. I led the effort, helped lead the effort, Sheldon Whitehouse and others, against the Keystone Pipeline, because I don't believe we should be excavating and transporting some of the dirtiest oil on earth. What is the Secretary's position on that? I voted against the USA Patriot Act because I think we can combat the serious threat of terrorism without undermining our constitutional and privacy rights.
What is the Secretary's point of view on that? I have been a leader in taking on the billionaire class, which I think is the issue of the moment. Where has the Secretary been on that? Those are issues. I respect the Secretary, but I would like to see a civil, intelligent debate. I've never run a negative ad in my life. One of the few people in Congress. I've been in a lot of campaigns. Because in Vermont, it doesn't work, and I think increasingly it doesn't work in America. People want to hear serious debates. Allow them. I'm begging the media. Allow serious debate on serious issues. Let's not get into personal attacks.
Here's a serious question from Janet Hook of the Wall Street Journal.
Senator, yesterday in New York, Mayor de Blasio said that he wasn't going to be going to the Secretary Clinton's rally tomorrow, and he's also had very favorable things to say about you. He likes what he hears from you, and I'm wondering whether you're seeking this endorsement, whether you like the endorsement, and more broadly, do you think that the outpouring of support for you when you see these big crowds reflects sort of little dissatisfaction with Hillary?
Let me say, first of all, I have a lot of respect for Mayor de Blasio, and I very much appreciate, in fact, I'm going to give him a ring today to thank him. I read those remarks. For his kind remarks. He has been one of the leaders in this country in talking about income and wealth inequality, which to my mind is the major issue that we face. I'm sorry, your question on that was, do I seek his endorsement?
Are you seeking his endorsement?
I'll call him. I'd love to have the endorsement of as many public figures as we can.
Daniel Strauss, Talking Points memo.
I want to go back to the REM interview. Had you heard those rumors before that you had, and then what did you think of the whole?
Well, actually, I was once at a meeting, and some guy got up there and talked about this. I didn't understand what he was talking about. Yes, I've seen it. It's been on the internet. Yes.
Do you know where they came from? Like what? Like where? What? Just the root of it all? Sorry, I was surprised.
Yeah, your guess is as good as mine.
Okay, and then what do you think about the REM interview just a day later?
What?
The Diane Rehm interview a day later.
Well, I like Diane Rehm. She is a good radio interviewer. I don't know, often I suspect what happens, her staff gives her a list of questions, and somebody screwed up pretty badly.
Meredith?
So I have a question for you both as a senator and a prospective presidential candidate. You had said earlier in response to a previous question that you don't think the perpetual war is the answer. But the AUMF is something...
What the what?
The AUMF is something that's been very complicated. Both the administration has tried to say, our lawyers say the 2001 AUMF basically protects us from needing congressional action on any sort of expansion of military engagement in the Middle East. And then you have Congress basically saying, well, the administration's lawyers say they don't need this, so it sort of gives them cover on trying to pursue a new AUMF, because there's a lot of political ramifications, obviously, for authorizing a law that might not work out. So I'm curious, one, as a senator, whether you think that Congress should act more aggressively to pursue a new AUMF. Two, if that doesn't include a sunsetting of the 2001 AUMF, whether that's even worthwhile. And three, what you would do as president.
I think the simple answer is, it goes without saying, that when men and women are putting their lives on the line or aren't at risk, the Congress has got to be very actively involved in that process. There's no ifs. There are, if the president sends in a special force to do something, I don't believe that needs congressional approval. But in general, I have been very supportive throughout my career to make sure that Congress is actively involved and gives approval before there's any major military activity.
And obviously the administration...
We don't change my views as president in Congress is not out of the way.
President Obama ran against the war in Iraq, but has used his lawyers to sort of substantiate an expansion of engagement. So you think that as president that you should let Congress vote on a new AUMF?
I don't want to. It depends on, it's hard, you're asking a little bit of a hypothetical. Do I think that Congress needs to give approval for a special forces attack? No, I don't. But I think if there's going to be a significant engagement of ground troops, of course we could argue what the word significant means, Congress obviously has got to be involved. So in general, my view is that when you're putting lives, American lives on the line, of course Congress has got to play a very significant role.
Andy Sullivan from Reuters.
Senator, I'd like to ask you about a few of the ideas you mentioned at the top of the hour, guaranteed vacation, paid leave, that sort of thing. that would increase the cost of hiring. If you're a business and you'd like to hire 2 people, all of a sudden the cost of hiring those people goes up. You might only hire 1 person. You mentioned Europe. There's a higher structural unemployment there, in part because it's more expensive to hire people full-time. So is that a trade-off you're willing to make, that the quality of the jobs gets better, but there are few of them?
Well, I don't think it necessarily works one-to-one. Your point is a decent point. I think essentially in the last 40 years or so, the playing field in this country has been very much against working families. Right? It's not only that median family income today is $5,000 less than it was in 1999. It's that millions of people are working longer hours for low wages and so forth and so on. So anytime you make change, you're right, there are ramifications of that change. Nothing happens which is 100% positive. But I think, given the fact that the United States is the only major country on earth, the only major economy that does not have guaranteed vacation time, sick leave, or parental leave, I think we have got to address that. So yes, there may be some repercussions to that. But on the other hand, you tell me, what are the repercussions when a woman has a baby today and is forced to go back to work in a week and doesn't have the opportunity to bond? What happens to her child in her life and her father, and the father's life? Is that a repercussion? What happens when today somebody in Washington, D.C. is working in McDonald's who has the flu because can't afford to take that day off? Is there a repercussion to that in terms of illness? What happens when a family, can't spend some vacation time together? So every public policy has positives and negatives, but I think the time is long overdue for us to start addressing the needs of working families.
John McCormick, for the Nation Standard.
Senator Sanders.
A little louder for the aged among us. A little louder for the aged.
Senator Sanders, going back to Iraq, do you think that a vote in favor of that war should disqualify anyone, Republican or Democrat, from being commander-in-chief? Yeah.
Look, I think we all listened to the debate. I was on the floor during that debate. Bush and Cheney never made the case to me that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction, or that a war and an invasion was the only way to resolve that issue. Other people felt differently, but everybody makes bad votes in their lives, and I don't think anyone is quote-unquote disqualified because of a bad vote.
Mr. Topaz from Politico.
Yeah, Senator, I want to press you a little bit on, you talk a lot about health care as a right, and you often talk about the modest gains of the Affordable Care Act. There's obviously a lot of blood, sweat, and tears shed over passing that law. But I'm curious if I could press you a little bit specifically on what you would actually do if you became president on the Affordable Care Act. Would you expand it in some way? Would you actually get rid of it and start from scratch? What would you actually do to make sure that health care is a right, and what does that mean for
Well, the end goal for me, let me say just thank you for the question. Again, looking at other countries around the world, for a start, as you know, among major industrialized countries, we are the only major country that doesn't guarantee health care as a right. I live 100 miles away from Canada. They have a system where the people feel pretty strongly about it. They like it, which guarantees health care to all of their people. In the United States today, we have 35 million uninsured and even more underinsured. Our health care outcomes in terms of longevity, infant mortality, and how we treat a variety of diseases is not necessarily better than other countries. And yet, in the midst of all that, we are spending almost twice as much per capita on health care as do the people of any other country. Is that an issue that we should take a look at? Of course we should. So the goal is to guarantee health care to all Americans as a right, as virtually every other major country does, and then do it in a cost-effective way. A lot of ways you can guarantee health care to people. Do it in a cost-effective way. The best approach, to my mind, the end result would be, in my mind, a Medicare for all single-payer program administered at the statewide level. Kind of a variation of what goes on in Canada.
Last question. Sure, quick.
And you would pay for that how? With a tax increase?
Yes. But here's the point. I mean, this is where, because I've been the subject of these ads. Yes, of course, taxes would go up to pay for health care, but you know what would go down? private insurance. You would not be paying private insurance. So if I said to you, well, you're not going to pay, Blue Cross $12,000 a year, but you're going to pay $10,000 more in taxes, are you going to be crying? No, that's a positive for you. What distinguishes us, all of the healthcare systems around the world are different. They really are. Canadians, very different than the British, different than the Scandinavian model. But the one distinguishing factor in our country is that we allow private, for-profit health insurance companies to play a major role. That distinguishes us from every other country. And I think it explains why we spend so much for relatively little value.
But then specifically in terms of the future of the Affordable Care Act, obviously private insurance companies play a huge part.
Yes.
If you became president, I understand.
The effort would be to move away from the ACA toward a Medicare for all single payer. If you ask me exactly the route that we go, there are a lot of ways that you can do it. But that would be the direction that we would go.
Last question, Alan Rappaport from the Times, New York Times.
Yeah, thanks very much. Can you just talk a little bit more specifically about how much you would be raising taxes and on whom to pay for health care as well as your education plan and some of the other ideas?
We start off with the proposition, I start off with the proposition that we have massive income and wealth inequality, that 99% of all new income today goes to the top 1%, massive wealth inequality. And I just want to mention one figure which to me is mind-blowing. I don't know if it is mind-blowing to anybody else, Alan. In the last 2 years, Forbes magazine, a month or so ago, published this. Forbes magazine follows billionaires very closely. And what they said, this is really quite extraordinary, that in a 2-year period, the last 2 years, the wealthiest 14 people in this country, Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, Koch brothers, those guys, saw a $157 billion increase in their wealth in a 2-year period. That increase in wealth is more wealth than is owned by bottom 130 million Americans. That is the level of income and wealth inequality that we're looking at. Meanwhile, corporations collectively are paying a significantly smaller percentage of tax revenue than they did 50 years ago. Meanwhile, corporations are stashing their profits in the Cayman Islands and Bermuda and other tax havens, costing us $100 billion a year. Meanwhile, the effective tax rate for hedge fund managers is lower than it is for truck drivers in many cases. So what do we need to do? We essentially need to say to the top 1%, sorry, you gain the benefits of being Americans, you're going to have to accept your responsibilities. This country has a very large deficit. We have huge unmet needs in this country. And sorry, you are going to have to start paying your fair share of taxes. What I will be doing and unveiling during this campaign is a comprehensive tax plan, which will call for a speculation tax on Wall Street, which will end the loopholes that allow corporations to stash their profits in the Cayman Islands and other tax havens, which will call for a progressive individual income tax. That is something we're working on now, and I hope that in the not too distant future, we will have it out.
I want to thank you for doing this, sir. I want to thank Michael Briggs from his staff for helping us set it up. Hope you'll come back. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you all very much.
Tom in St. Paul, Minnesota. You are on the air with Senator Sanders.
Okay, hi. Senator Sanders, great to speak with you. I wanted to ask you a question and get your take. And the question's regarding messaging, packaging, and framing the debate. I saw you on George Stephanopoulos' show, and of course the corporate media immediately is trying to tag you with the awful word socialist, because Americans, they understand the ignorance of the American public. They don't understand that word. And I'd like to get your take on what you can do to change this into being an American message. Good. And what I want to say to you is when they ask you, Bernie, are you a socialist? What you can do is say, well, they called FDR a socialist, and his New Deal progressive policies rescued us from the Republican Great Depression, and he's now ranked next to Lincoln as one of our greatest American presidents. And then you could say, I'm an FDR liberal, and if that means I'm a socialist, and I stand proudly next to one of our great American leaders, FDR. Next question, Mr. Stephanopoulos.
Well, Tom, let me take it a bit further. And I didn't think that Stephanopoulos was attempting to be unfair. Because if people say, are you a democratic socialist? I say, yes, I do. And then the question is, and I happen to think FDR, as you've indicated, Tom, was a very great American president who led this country out of the worst depression that we've ever had, with a whole lot of innovative programs that are still in existence, and many of which our Republican friends want to repeal today. But also, we have to ask ourselves, what does it mean to be a democratic socialist? What is that about? And what I do is look at countries around the world, often countries like Denmark, Norway, Finland, Scandinavia, Germany occasionally. And what I say is, look, the United States and our country, we do a lot of very good things. But you got to be really dumb not to look around the world to take advantage of what other countries do better than we do. Other countries should look to us to see what we do well. And when I look at social democratic countries, countries which have had labor governments, social democratic governments, democratic socialist governments, this is what I see. I see in every major country on earth, not just Scandinavia, healthcare is a right of all people. That's no longer a debate. The conservative parties in Denmark and Sweden, no one argues that healthcare is a right. All people have healthcare. And it turns out that in virtually all other countries, their healthcare system is not just universal, it is much more cost-effective than our system, whose primary function is to enable the private insurance companies and the drug companies to make enormous profits. So, you want to call me a democratic socialist because I believe that healthcare is a right and that it is absurd for the United States of America to be spending almost double what any other country on earth spends per person. Fine, call me a socialist. I accept it. Next issue. What is more fundamental and important for a nation than education? Education is what we do as human beings. Hopefully all of us try to learn and learn until the day that we die. It's part of what being human is about. We'll continue that discussion after the break.
Okay. Senator Sanders, Tom from Minnesota just called and suggested that when asked about being a democratic socialist, instead of invoking Sweden, perhaps you should invoke FDR. You were talking about
this.
I
think, I happen to think that FDR was one of the great presidents of our country, but I also think that it is absolutely imperative that we look around the world and we see what other countries do better than we did. And I was mentioning that in terms of healthcare, we have essentially a dysfunctional system. We're the only major country on earth without a national healthcare system. But it's not just healthcare as a right. You look at education in a highly competitive global economy. The idea that the United States is slipping further and further behind other countries in terms of the percentage of our people who have college degrees is absurd, is wrong. So if you look at countries like Germany and, again, Scandinavia, Austria, other countries, Tom, do you know how much they charge for tuition in their public colleges and universities?
I know in Denmark they actually pay you to go to college. We had a caller from Denmark last week, and he said he got $900 a month.
Right. I mean, so the point is this good public policy? Well, you know what? In America today, you have large numbers of lower income and working class families where their young people are bright, they're eager, they want to go to college, but they are saying, I'm not going to go to college and come out $50,000, $80,000 in debt. Not going to do it. So we lose all of the intellectual potential of those young people in a highly competitive global economy where we need the best educated workforce. Does that make any sense? I don't think so. So yes, if democratic socialism means that every person in this country should be able to get a higher education regardless of the income of their family, yeah, I'm a democratic socialist. I think it makes a lot more sense to be investing in our young people, or all working people, by the way, so they can get the education they need rather than giving tax breaks to billionaires. People want to criticize me for that? Go for it. That's fine. I accept it. That's what I believe. I believe that it is totally crazy when every psychologist in this world understands that the most formative years of a human being's life are 0 to 4. And yet today in this country, where we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of any major country, working class parents all over America finding it almost impossible to acquire good quality, affordable child care. So again, call me a democratic socialist. I believe that all of our young people deserve high quality child care, that we need to pay child care workers a living wage, that they need to have the education and the training that should be requisite in order to take care of the young kids, the very youngest kids in this country. That's a crime, fine. It's a crime. That's what I believe. Call that democratic socialism.
Madam President, as I think most Americans know, about 4 years ago, the Supreme Court rendered a decision which I happen to believe is one of the worst in the history of the Supreme Court, and that is their decision regarding Citizens United. And as a result of that decision, what they said is that corporations are people, and that individuals could spend an unlimited sum of money in elections. And by unlimited, I mean hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars, quite as much as they want through independent expenditures. And I think many Americans observed the repercussions of that decision. Just last month, a gentleman named Sheldon Adelson, one of the wealthiest people in this country, worth many billions, held what was called the Adelson primary in Nevada. And what he did is invited prospective Republican candidates for president to come to Nevada to chat with him, to tell him their views. And if he decides to support one of those candidates, they will end up receiving, in all likelihood, hundreds of millions of dollars. But it is not just Sheldon Adelson. Probably even more significantly, when we talk about the impact of Citizens United and we talk about the flood of money coming in from the billionaire class into the political process, it's important to talk about the Koch brothers. Now, I understand there has been a lot of criticism of Majority Leader Reid because he has talked about the Koch brothers. But I think the Majority Leader is exactly right. And the issue here is not personal. I don't know if the Koch brothers are nice guys or not nice guys. That's not the issue. The issue is the impact that this billionaire family, the second wealthiest family in America, is having on the political process. And second of all, and even more importantly, what do they stand for? Who are they? Why are they pouring hundreds of millions of dollars into the political process? Now, I have a problem, to tell you the truth. Whether somebody is a right-winger or a left-winger, I have a real problem with these rich guys spending huge sums of money. But at the end of the day, what is important to understand is, what do they want? Why are they spending so much money in politics? Why are they supporting candidates throughout this country, running for the Senate, running for the House? Clearly, they'll be heavily involved in the next presidential election. What do they stand for? That's the issue. And it disturbs me very much, by the way, that the media hasn't been talking about that. What do these guys stand for? What do they want? Now, many Americans know that the Koch brothers provided the main source of funding for the creation of the Tea Party. That's fine. And many Americans know that the Koch brothers want to repeal the Affordable Care Act. They've run a lot of ads supporting candidates who want to repeal the Affordable Care Act, and that's their view, and that's fine as well. But what I think most Americans don't know is that the Koch brothers want to repeal virtually every major piece of legislation that has been passed in the last 80 years to help the middle class, to help working families, to help the elderly, to help the children, to help low-income people. Their view, their ideological view, is that we should eliminate or substantially cut back on all of those programs. Now, in 1980, Madam President, David Koch, one of the Koch brothers, was the vice presidential candidate of the Libertarian Party. And in fact, he helped fund the Libertarian Party in that year. And I want to read to you and discuss with you just a few of the excerpts from the 1980 Libertarian Party platform that David Koch ran on. And people may say, well, you know, that was back in 1980, but you know what? It is my impression that their views haven't changed one iota, that they are funding many, many organizations all over this country who essentially espouse those very same views that David Koch ran on in 1980. And now here's the first quote that was in the 1980 Libertarian Party platform that David Koch ran on as vice presidential candidate and helped fund. He said, we favor the repeal, this is right up here, we favor the repeal of the fraudulent, virtually bankrupt, and increasingly oppressive Social Security system. That's their view. And that shouldn't surprise anybody. These guys do not believe that government should be involved in health care and retirement security. It is totally consistent with what they believe. But when Americans see ads on television paid for by David Koch, I hope they understand that these guys eventually want to see, probably not tomorrow, the repeal of Social Security. And they want to privatize it. They don't want it to exist. Now, what is the reality? The reality is that the overwhelming majority of the American people disagree with the Koch brothers. The reality is that Social Security is probably the most successful federal program in the history of our country. For more than 78 years, in good times and bad, Social Security has provided every single benefit owed to every eligible American without delay. That's in good times, bad times, recession, boom, whatever it was. Before Social Security was created, nearly half of seniors lived in poverty. Today, while still too high, that number is 9.1%. We've gone from over 50% down to 9.1%, largely because of Social Security. And here is the main point. According to virtually every poll that I have seen, including the latest National Journal poll on the subject, 76% of the American people do not want to cut Social Security at all, something, an issue that you and I were involved in, do not want to cut Social Security. They sure as heck do not want to repeal Social Security. So when you see the ads on television being paid for by the Koch brothers, understand where they are coming from in terms of Social Security. Now, let me give you another quote, and this is an exact quote from the 1980 platform of the Libertarian Party, David Koch, vice presidential candidate. Quote, we favor the abolition of Medicare and Medicaid. Abolition. What does that mean? It means that if you are a senior citizen, 70 years of age, you're not feeling well, you go to the doctor diagnoses you with cancer, you're not going to have Medicare there for you. And if you don't have a lot of money, how are you going to get the health care that you need? Well, you know what? You may not. Because according to the Koch brothers, the federal government should not be involved in public health insurance programs like Medicare and Medicaid. And what happens if you're a low-income person? What happens if your kid is on the Children's Health Insurance Program? It's called Dr. Dinosaur in Vermont. I don't know what it's called in Hawaii, but it covers all the states of this country. Millions of kids getting their health insurance through the Children's Health Insurance Program. What's the Koch brothers' view? We should eliminate it. Federal government should not be involved in health insurance. Now, according to the latest polls that I have seen on this subject, 81% of the American people do not want to cut Medicare benefits at all, and 60% of the American people don't want to cut Medicaid benefits at all because they understand that in these tough times, it is terribly important that we have guaranteed health care programs for our people. And yet, the view of the Koch brothers is that we should end Medicare and Medicaid. So again, when you see ads on television, understand who is paying for that. Now, Madam President, as you know, we have been discussing the minimum wage bill. And you and I agree that it is absolutely imperative that we raise the minimum wage. I think $10.10, the bill that we had on the floor last week, is a start. I would go further. But I think most Americans understand that a family, breadwinner in a family who's making all of $7.25 an hour or $14,000, $15,000 a year, that is no wage upon which anyone can live. And yet,
when you read the platform that David Koch ran on, and again, their success is that where their ideas were thought to be pretty crazy and kooky back in 1980, he got 1% of the vote and ran because they thought Ronald Reagan was much too liberal, 1980. Today, these ideas are increasingly becoming mainstream. They're in the Ryan budget, passed by the Republican House. They are reflected by many actions right here by my Republican Senate colleagues. And one example is that when we talk about the minimum wage, some of us think we got to raise it. Their view, what the Koch brothers said in 1980, and I believe it is their view today, quote, "We support repeal of all laws which impede the ability of any person to find employment, such as minimum wage laws." So this is not a debate about whether you raise the minimum wage to $10.10, you do what they're doing in Seattle, Washington, over a period of time, raising it to $15 an hour, whether you raise it to $9 an hour. That's not their debate. Their debate is we should repeal the concept of the minimum wage. And what does that mean in real terms? It means that in high unemployment areas in this country, where workers are desperate for jobs, if an employer says, "I'm going to give you $3 an hour," and you say, "I can't live on $3, the employer says, "Well, I got 20 other people who are prepared to take that job." That's their goal. That's their goal. They do not believe the federal government should be involved in providing at least a minimum wage for the workers of this country. They believe, among other things, that we should abolish the United States Postal Service. And I don't want to get into that very much, but their view is, again, Postal Service, a federal government program, not a question we're having a debate. How do you strengthen the Postal Service? What do you do? What do you not do? They want to abolish the United States Postal Service. Let me go to another quote from David Koch, which I think is maybe the most interesting of them all. This is where they're coming from. This is their philosophy. Quote, "We oppose all government welfare, relief projects, and aid to the poor programs. All these government programs are privacy invading, paternalistic, demeaning, and inefficient. The proper source of help for such persons is the voluntary efforts of private groups and individuals," end of quote. All right, I want to put into English what they say. What they are saying is they want to get rid of food stamps. They want to get rid of all nutrition programs, all affordable housing programs, Meals on Wheels programs, which help vulnerable seniors, congregate meal programs, Head Start, which obviously is important to millions of working families and their children. So you ask, well, what happens if I am hungry? And there is no food stamp program, because they want to get rid of all of these programs, because they think the federal government should not be involved in these issues. What do we do when people are hungry, when they can't find jobs? Well, they can go to their local church, they can go to their local charity, and maybe they'll get some help, maybe they won't. In other words, we are back to the days of Charles Dickens. We are back to the days of Charles Dickens, where ordinary people and lower income people have no rights and no benefits. And the only way they get help is if some charity is there to dole out some money to them. I don't believe that that is where the American people are, and I don't believe that is what the American people want. Back in 1980, the Libertarian Party had a rather bold proposal, and they said, and I quote, "We support the eventual repeal of all taxation." Essentially what they're saying is no more government. That's it. No more government. Now, Madam President, there's going to be a vote in a few minutes, so I'm going to cease. I will be back on this issue. But I just wanted to point out to what degree
these folks who are worth at least $80 billion, whose wealth increased last year by $12 billion, who have indicated that they are prepared to spend as much as it takes to elect people who, to some degree or another, I'm sure that not all of the candidates they support agree with everything they say, but they know what they're doing. They're smart. So they are spending huge sums of money to create an America in which the wealthiest people will get huge tax breaks while working families, the middle class, the elderly, the children, and the sick will be left out on the street all by themselves. That is not the vision of America that the American people believe in. I doubt that there are 5 or 10% of the American people who believe in that vision. It may be less than that. But when you have $80 billion and you're worth that much, and when you can spend unlimited sums of money, you will have a huge impact on the political process. And you will have candidates who talk about this perspective, who defend this point of view, because that's where their money for campaigns comes from, rather than talking about the needs of working families or ordinary Americans. So, Madam President, I hope very much, and let me actually, maybe the last point that I want to make on this is that 34 years ago, Koch brothers said, "We urge the repeal of federal campaign finance laws and the immediate abolition of the despotic Federal Election Commission," end of quote. They have come so far in 34 years that that is now the position of a number of Republicans, including, as I understand it, the chairman of the National Republican Party. And what does that mean? It means that if you repeal all campaign finance laws, the Koch brothers and other billionaires will not just be able to spend as much as they want on independent campaign expenditures, they will be able to give money directly to the candidates of
all time for debate has expired.
So let me conclude by saying I hope everybody pays attention to what the Koch brothers stand for. And with that, I would yield the floor. This morning I wanted to say a few words on an issue that many of my Republican colleagues talk about, and that is family values. But I wanted to talk about it in a slightly different manner. When my Republican colleagues talk about family values, what they are talking about is opposition to a woman's right to choose, opposition to contraception, opposition to gay rights. Let me give a somewhat different perspective on family values, on what real family values are about. It seems to me that there is no family value stronger than a mother having a baby and having the right to spend weeks and months with her baby. Every psychologist who has studied the issue understands that the most important years of a human being's life are the first weeks and months and years. And mothers want to spend time with their babies, fathers want to spend time with their babies, and yet the United States of America is the only major wealthy industrialized country that does not guarantee that right to a mom with the kids. That is a family value. If there's anything that's a family value, that is one, and that has got to change. The United States has got to join the rest of the industrialized world, and that is why I strongly support legislation introduced by Senator Gillibrand, which would allow a 12 weeks for parental leave so that moms can spend time with their babies and for other health care needs. Second area where the United States falls far behind other countries in a rather absurd way is that we have a situation where people in this country, by the millions, have no guaranteed sick leave. So what that means is that today a worker here in Washington, D.C. or any place around this country is going to work at McDonald's who should not be at work. and especially in areas like the food industry, sick people are handling our food, and the reason for that is that they do not have any paid sick leave. And what we understand is that while larger companies will provide paid sick leave to workers, many low-income workers do not have that benefit. The United States must join the rest of the world in guaranteeing at least a certain amount of time for paid sick leave, which is why I'm supporting Senator Patty Murray's bill, which does just that. But last but not least, I want to talk about a bill that I'm going to be introducing today, and it's on an issue that gets almost no discussion at all. And that is that in America today, our people, the American worker, is working longer hours than are the people of any other major industrialized country. As some of you may remember or have read about, 100 years ago, there were workers in the street, took to the streets, demanding a 40-hour work week, 100 years ago. And here we are today, living in a country which has seen an explosion of technology, an explosion of productivity, and we still do not have the 40-hour work week. In fact, incredibly, 85% of men and 60% of working women are working more than 40 hours a week. What we have in my state and around this country are people not working one job, they're working two jobs, occasionally they're working 3 or 4 jobs in order to cobble together an income and some health care. And the fact of the matter is that Americans now work by far the longest hours of any major country on earth, 137 hours a year more than workers in Japan, who are also very hard workers, 260 hours more than the British, and almost 500 hours a year more than French workers. So we have a situation where, one, because of the disappearing middle class, because wages have gone down, people have got to work longer hours in order to put bread on the table for their families, and yet we are the only major country on earth that does not guarantee paid vacation time. And that is the legislation that I am introducing today. And that legislation would require employers to provide at least 10 days of paid vacation to workers in this country. Clearly, this is already done in almost every country in the world and is one way to demonstrate a serious commitment to family values. Think about what it means to a family when a wife and a husband do not have a block of time, a week, 2 weeks, to spend with their kids. So I think we have got to address this issue. As I go around the country, what I notice is that we are a stressed out nation. People are tired, people are exhausted, people are overworked, people need vacation time. And it is absolutely absurd that nearly 1 in 4 workers in this country get no paid vacation time. And while we have seen some companies do a really good job in understanding the need for paid vacation for their workers, that increases morale, increases productivity, that certainly is by no means universal. So when we compare ourselves to wealthier countries in Europe, Australia, Canada, Japan, New Zealand, we discover that the United States is the only country that does not require employers to provide at least 10 days of paid vacation time, and that has got to be remedied, that has got to be addressed, and that is exactly what our legislation does. So bottom line here is we need in this country a serious discussion of family values, real family values. And family values are about the ability of a mom to be able to spend time with a newborn baby and not be forced back into the workplace because she doesn't have enough money. Family values are about a mom being able to take care of a sick child and not forcing that kid to go to school when he or she should not be going to school. And lastly, family values are about the ability of a family to spend some leisure time together in a relaxed environment. So we lag behind many, many other countries, virtually every major country on earth in all of these areas. And we've got to turn that around. We've got to start standing up for real family values and protect the working families of this country. Thank you very much. Any questions? Yes, sir. Well, in terms of the Family and Medical Leave Act, that will be paid for by a 0.2% increase in the Social Security tax on both worker and the employer. Yes, sir.
So Republicans have been have said they don't want mandates on vacation and sick leave. They prefer incentives like some sort of tax incentives or something like that. Do you see a path forward where you could get some bipartisan support for something?
I think the American people do want these programs, and the American people increasingly understand that there is something wrong when every other major country is guaranteeing sick time, the parental leave time, paid vacation time. And I think the American people are going to be speaking out clearly on this, and I think the Republicans at some point will begin to listen to the American people. Yeah.
Senator, you talk about family values
Yes.
as the sort of basis of this, and as we all know, it's the Republicans who tended to use that language for a very long time.
Yes.
How did progressives lead the debate on that, and are you trying to reappropriate that?
Yeah, that's exactly what we're trying to do. All right? You know, I understand there are people, I happen to have a lifetime voting record of 100% pro-choice, and I happen to believe in gay marriage and gay rights. That's my view. Other people disagree. I understand that. But if you really talk about family values, what does family values mean? Can you honestly tell me that it is a family value when a woman is forced back to work after giving birth 1 week after that birth? Is that a family value? Is it a family value when a parent cannot take care of a sick child and doesn't have the guarantee and the right to do that? Is it a family value? Talk about family values. When people think back about their lives, you know, what do you think about? You think about the vacation time you spent, moms and dads spent with their kids. And yet you got millions of workers who have no paid vacation time at all. Those are real family values, and you're right. I intend to appropriate that language to really talk about the family values that matter to the American people.
I want to talk about your stance on guns. Slate had a headline, Bernie Sanders, gun nut. They go through your record. They talk about how you voted against the Brady Act, how you voted to allow guns on check bags on Amtrak, how you've actually gotten fairly high scores from the NRA. Are you, in fact, Senator, a gun nut?
Well, actually, if you check it out, the last rating I got from the NRA, to the best of my knowledge, was an F. That doesn't quite make me a gun nut. In my state of Vermont, we're a very rural state. What guns are about are hunting, target practice, antique guns, and we have a pretty low crime rate. But I do believe, obviously, that nationally, guns in Baltimore and guns in Los Angeles are very different. I have voted against the importation of assault weapons, and I understand that not every part of America is the state of Vermont.
We have the highest rate of childhood poverty, and we have more billionaires. I don't think that's what America is supposed to be about. The problem here is if you have nothing real to say, how are you going to get votes? Are you going to see a 30-second ad which says, vote for me so I can give tax breaks to billionaires?
Right.
Probably not. Are you going to say, vote for me because I don't think global warming is a real problem? Probably not going to get too many votes.
That's a bad campaign.
So what do? It's the same. It's racism. It's homophobia. Government is going to take away every gun in America and all of that. There is hate out there, and it's often among white guys. And you know why they're angry? They're angry because they're working really hard and their standard of living is going down. They're working really hard and the world is passing them by, and they don't understand why. And instead of getting angry at the big money interests who are sending their jobs abroad or taking away their health insurance or giving tax breaks to people who don't need it, what the Republicans have successfully done is taken that anger and turned it on gay people, turned it on the abortion issue.
Right.
And what our job is to bring people together, in my view, around a progressive agenda, which is let's all work together. If you're a working person, let's work together.
Now let me conclude by saying this, and I say this to the media. I've never run a negative ad in my life. I've been in many campaigns, and you ask the people of Vermont, they will tell you Bernie Sanders has never run a negative ad. I hate and detest these 30-second ugly negative ads. I believe that in a democracy, what elections are about are serious debates over serious issues, not political gossip, not making campaigns into soap operas. This is not the Red Sox versus the Yankees. This is the debate over major issues facing the American people. Honest people. My conservative friends differ with me, and that's fine. That's called democracy. That's a good thing. But I would hope, and I ask the media's help on this, allow us to discuss the important issues facing the American people, and let's not get hung up on political gossip or all the other soap opera aspects of modern campaigns. Yeah.
But does that mean that you will not distinguish yourself from other Democratic candidates?
Absolutely not. No, that's a fair question. And let's be clear. To say that people disagree on issues and to point out those issues, that's what a debate is about. That's what democracy is about. So no, certainly I will be doing that. What I'm saying is, you know this better than I do, turn on these ugly 30-second ads and vicious personal attacks against other candidates. I think the American people are sick and tired of that. I've never done that in my life, but let me tell you, I run vigorous campaigns.
I just want to begin by thanking all of you for your courage in standing up and fighting for justice, and it is an honor for me to be with you this morning. Here's the simple truth, that in America we have millions and millions of working people who are working hard but are not making enough money to put bread on the table or to take care of their kids, and that has got to end. If people work 40 hours a week, they should not be living in poverty. That's right. If people work 40 hours a week, they have a right to have a union to represent their interests. If people work 40 hours a week, they have a right to join with the rest of the industrialized world and have health care for themselves and their kids. Now, what's going on in America today is we're living in a country where the middle class is disappearing. We are living in a country where the people on top have never had it so good. And what we are saying today to the head of McDonald's and to the United States government is that the wealthy cannot have it all. Working people deserve a fair shake. That's right. So we're going to say to the president, thank you for your initial steps. That's right. But we have got to go further. The federal government cannot and will not be the largest employer of low-wage workers in this country. So what we are seeing is an understanding that you here, we here, are not alone. In 150 cities from one end of this country to another, people are saying enough is enough. Workers deserve decent wages and decent benefits. Let's continue the struggle. Thank you very much. The issue that we're talking about today is about fundamental rights, and it is about ending the disgrace, the national disgrace, that the United States of America remains the only major country on earth that does not guarantee health care to our people as a right of citizenship. Healthcare is absolutely a human right, whether you're rich or whether you're poor or whether you are in the middle class. Every person in this country has a right to know that when he or she gets sick, they're not going to face bankruptcy. They're not going to delay going to the doctor because they can't afford the deductible. That they know that they go to the doctor, they go to the hospital when they need to because they are a human being entitled to health care. That's point number one. Point number two, and what we say to our conservative friends who talk about waste every single day, there is no healthcare system in the world that comes close to being as wasteful and bureaucratic as our system. Why are we spending 30% of every healthcare dollar on administration and bureaucracy? We should be putting that money into doctors, into nurses, into disease prevention, into keeping our people healthy. That's right. We recently, a couple of months ago, I had the ambassador from Denmark visiting the state of Vermont. They provide health care to all of their people without out-of-pocket expense at 50% of what we are spending when we end up having tens of millions of people uninsured, people paying large co-payments and deductibles. So to our conservative friends, if you want to stop wasting money, let's pass the cost-effective way to provide universal health care to all of our people, and that is through a single-payer system.
Now let me conclude by saying this. And I say this to the media. I've never run a negative ad in my life. I've been in many campaigns, and you ask the people of Vermont, they will tell you Bernie Sanders has never run a negative ad. I hate and detest these 30-second ugly negative ads. I believe that in a democracy, what elections are about are serious debates over serious issues, not political gossip, not making campaigns into soap operas. This is not the Red Sox versus the Yankees. This is the debate over major issues facing the American people. Honest people. My conservative friends differ with me, and that's fine. That's called democracy. That's a good thing. But I would hope, and I ask the media's help on this, allow us to discuss the important issues facing the American people, and let's not get hung up on political gossip or all the other soap opera aspects of modern campaigns. Yeah.
But does that mean that you will not distinguish yourself from other Democratic candidates?
Absolutely not. No, that's a fair question. And let's be clear. To say that people disagree on issues and to point out those issues, that's what a debate is about. That's what democracy is about. So no, certainly I will be doing that. What I'm saying is, you know this better than I do, turn on these ugly 30-second ads and vicious personal attacks against other candidates. I think the American people are sick and tired of that. I've never done that in my life, but let me tell you, I run vigorous campaigns.
I just want to begin by thanking all of you for your courage in standing up and fighting for justice, and it is an honor for me to be with you this morning. Here's the simple truth, that in America we have millions and millions of working people who are working hard but are not making enough money to put bread on the table or to take care of their kids, and that has got to end. If people work 40 hours a week, they should not be living in poverty. That's right. If people work 40 hours a week, they have a right to have a union to represent their interests. If people work 40 hours a week, they have a right to join with the rest of the industrialized world and have health care for themselves and their kids. Now, what's going on in America today is we're living in a country where the middle class is disappearing. We are living in a country where the people on top have never had it so good. And what we are saying today to the head of McDonald's and to the United States government is that the wealthy cannot have it all. Working people deserve a fair shake.
That's right.
So we're going to say to the president, thank you for your initial steps, but we have got to go further. The federal government cannot and will not be the largest employer of low-wage workers in this country. So what we are seeing is an understanding that you here, we here, are not alone. In 150 cities from one end of this country to another, people are saying enough is enough. Workers deserve decent wages and decent benefits. Let's continue the struggle. Thank you very much. The issue that we're talking about today is about fundamental rights, and it is about ending the disgrace, the national disgrace, that the United States of America remains the only major country on earth that does not guarantee health care to our people as a right of citizenship. Health care is absolutely a human right, whether you're rich or whether you're poor or whether you are in the middle class. Every person in this country has a right to know that when he or she gets sick, they're not going to face bankruptcy. They're not going to delay going to the doctor because they can't afford the deductible, that they know that they go to the doctor, they go to the hospital when they need to because they are a human being entitled to health care. That's point number one. Point number two, and what we say to our conservative friends who talk about waste every single day, there is no health care system in the world that comes close to being as wasteful and bureaucratic as our system. Why are we spending 30% of every health care dollar on administration and bureaucracy? We should be putting that money into doctors, into nurses, into disease prevention, into keeping our people healthy. That's right. We recently, a couple of months ago, I had the ambassador from Denmark visiting the state of Vermont. They provide health care to all of their people without out-of-pocket expense at 50% of what we are spending, when we end up having tens of millions of people uninsured, people paying large co-payments and deductibles. So to our conservative friends, if you want to stop wasting money, let's pass the cost-effective way to provide universal health care to all of our people, and that is through a single-payer system.
I would tell everybody to sit down, but there aren't enough seats, so you can't sit down. Let me begin by introducing my wife. We just celebrated our 27th wedding anniversary. And Jane and I were just driving in here and we saw this long, long line. We couldn't believe it. So Minneapolis, thank you so much for coming out here today. And let me also apologize. We didn't have enough food. This is about 10 days ago, we said we're going to be in northern Iowa. Let's go to Minnesota. We'll have a few people show up. We asked the SEIU if we could use their hall. Say, fine, 200 people. That wasn't going to work. We came here. This is not big enough. We ran out of food. Our apologies. Next time we'll have enough food for everybody. But thanks very much for being here. Let me just tell you about the kind of week that we've had, which is pretty crazy. On Tuesday, we started off by formally kicking off the campaign in my hometown of Burlington, Vermont, and we had over 5,000 people coming out. Then we went to New Hampshire, standing room only, and event after event after event. Last couple of days, we've been in Iowa, just an extraordinary response. And look at what we're doing here today in Minneapolis. So I think it is fair to say that we are off to a strong start in this campaign, a campaign which is calling for a political revolution in this country. Now, what I want to say, and this is what I mean from the bottom of my heart, and also it's everything that I believe intellectually. I heard the chants, Bernie, 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 and I appreciate that, but this is not about Bernie. It really is about you. And when I talk about a political revolution, what everybody here has got to understand is that the billionaire class and their representatives in Washington are so powerful that the best president in the world cannot defeat them alone. We need a mass movement of millions of people. A movement of people which stands up and says loudly and clearly that this great nation of ours and our government belong to all of the people and not just a handful of billionaires. This country today faces more serious problems than at any time since the Great Depression. And if you add to that the planetary crisis of climate change, the problems today may be even more serious. And here is my promise to you for this campaign. Not only will I fight to protect the working families of this country, but we are going to build a permanent movement in this country in which we are going to stand up and fight back. And we're going to do that not necessarily with millions of 30-second TV ads. We're going to go directly to the people in meetings like that. And with your help, we're going to be knocking on doors all over Minnesota, all over America. And we're going to be doing our very best to tell working families in this country that they cannot continue to vote for people who are working night and day against their own best interest. I don't mind it, and I expect it, that the Koch brothers and Wall Street and ExxonMobil and all of the big money interests will be against us. That I expect. But it breaks my heart to see working class people, middle class people, voting for folks who are taking away their health care, sending their jobs abroad. And together, that's our challenge. Massive education, massive organizing, and when we stand together, understanding, yes, there'll be a different point of view on this issue or on that issue. Nobody is going to be 100% on every issue. But when we bring working families together to say, we want our kids to be able to get a good education, decent jobs, decent health care, nobody will stop us. Let me just very briefly give you an overview of some of the issues that we are going to be campaigning on. To my mind, the most significant issue we face is the grotesque level of income and wealth inequality in America today. In America today, we have more income and wealth inequality than any other major industrialized country on earth, and it is worse today than at any time since 1929. The issue of wealth and income inequality is the great moral issue of our time. It is the great economic issue of our time. It is the great political issue of our time, and we are going to deal with that issue. And let me be very clear about this, and let me tell this to the billionaire class that today has it all. There is something profoundly wrong when the top 1/10 of 1%, not 1%, 1/10 of 1%, owns almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%. There is something profoundly wrong when 99% of all new income generated today goes to the top 1%. There is something profoundly wrong when in recent years we have seen a proliferation of millionaires and billionaires while the average American is working longer hours for lower wages, and we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of any major country on earth.
There is something profoundly wrong when one family in this country owns as much wealth as the bottom 130 million Americans. This grotesque level of income and wealth inequality is bad economics, it is unsustainable, and this is the type of rigged economy which America is not supposed to be about. This has got to change. And working with you together, it is going to change, because we are going to create an economy that works for all the people and not just a handful of people on the top. But it is not just income and wealth inequality, it's more than that. Today in America, what we are seeing is that over the last 40 years, the great middle class of this country, once the envy of the entire world, has been disappearing. Today, despite expanded technology, an explosion of technology, and a huge increase in worker productivity, median family income is almost $5,000 less than it was in 1999. In my state of Vermont, and I'm sure in Minnesota, we have people who are working not just one job, 2 jobs, 3 jobs, trying to cobble together an income and some health care. That is not what this economy is supposed to be about. The truth is that unemployment in America is not 5.4%. That's the official statistic that you see when you pick up the paper. If you include those people who have given up looking for work and those people who are working part-time, real unemployment in America today is close to 11%. Youth unemployment is 17%. African American youth unemployment is off the charts. Today, shamefully, we have 45 million people who are living in poverty, and many of them are working 40 or 50 hours a week. Today, we are living in a nation which has more wealth than any nation in the history of the world. But the problem is that almost all of that wealth is going to a handful of people. The truth is that in the last 30 years, there has been a huge redistribution of wealth. It has gone from the middle class to the very rich. And what we are saying today is enough is enough. We want that wealth to come back to the working families of this country. Now let me touch on another issue that is of huge consequence for our country. And let me be as blunt as I can be in telling you what many of you already know. And that is, as a result of the disastrous Supreme Court decision on Citizens United, the American political system has been totally corrupted, and the foundations of American democracy are being undermined. What the Supreme Court essentially said to the wealthiest people in this country, to the billionaire class,
What they said is, all right, you guys already own much of the economy. Now we're going to give you the opportunity to own the United States government and state governments all over this country. And that is precisely what these people are now trying to do. American democracy is not about billionaires being able to buy candidates and elections. It is not about the Koch brothers, Sheldon Adelson, and other incredibly wealthy individuals spending billions and billions of dollars to elect candidates who will make the rich richer and everybody else poorer. There was recently a media report which suggests that the Koch brothers themselves, one family, second wealthiest in America, one family will spend more money in this election cycle than either the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. Brothers and sisters, that is not democracy, that is a movement toward oligarchy. And when we talk about the major issues facing our country, and in fact facing the world, when we talk about our responsibilities as human beings and as parents, and I've got 4 kids and 7 grandchildren, there is nothing more important than leaving this country and this planet in a way that is habitable for our kids and our grandchildren. The debate is over. The scientific community is virtually unanimous. Climate change is real. Climate change is caused by human activity. Climate change is already causing devastating problems in our country and around the world. And if we do not get our act together in years to come, the situation will be substantially worse. What the scientists are telling us, if we allow business to go on as usual, by the end of this century, the planet Earth could be 5 to 10 degrees Fahrenheit warmer, more drought, more floods, more extreme weather disturbances, more rising sea levels, more ocean acidification, more famine, more disease, more human suffering. We must not allow that to happen. Exxon Mobil and all the big oil companies and the Koch brothers who make a lot of their money in fossil fuel, they want us not to address this issue. But we understand that as caretakers of our environment, as people who enjoy the beauty of our country and the planet, we are not going to allow them to destroy this planet for their short-term profits. Now, one of the challenges that we face, and it is a huge challenge, is that the American people are very disillusioned with the political process. They are very demoralized. In the last midterm elections, 63% of our people didn't vote. 80% of young people did not vote. And all over this country, people are hurting. They're worried about their kids. They're worried about their parents. They're worried about what happens to them when they get old. And they look to Washington and they say, hey, those people, they're not dealing with the realities of my life. And they listen to the media and the television talk all about political gossip and all kinds of crap. and not talking about the realities facing ordinary Americans. Media looking at politics as if it were a baseball game or a soap opera, rather than addressing issues as to how we transform America. What we need to do, in my view, and I'll do it with your help, and we have a website which is going to get better and better. It's called Bernie2016tv. We want your ideas, we want your feedback. So we got to go forward together. But essentially what we need to do is create an agenda, a very clear agenda, that makes sense to working families all over this country as to what the government should be doing to transform our country and improve lives for our people. What I want to do now in a few minutes, you'll forgive me, I'll be pretty brief and move pretty quickly here. I want to touch upon what I think should be an essential part of a progressive agenda. And the first issue out there is when you talk to people, and you go up to people, or you do polls, what people always say when you ask them what is the most important thing on their minds, it's a four-letter word called jobs. Jobs. And the reason they say that is they know that unemployment is much too high. They worry about their kids being able to get a decent job. They worry that at the age of 50 they're going to be laid off and not be able to get a job that pays them half the wages they're currently earning. So in my view, we need a major federal jobs program that creates millions of decent paying jobs. And at a time when our infrastructure is crumbling, when our roads, our bridges, our water systems, our wastewater plants, our airports, our rail, our levees and our dam need an enormous amount of work. We have got to invest heavily in rebuilding this infrastructure, and when we do that, we make this country more efficient, more productive, and safer, and we can create, with a $1 trillion investment, which I have proposed, up to 13 million decent paying jobs. Furthermore, it is not only a question of creating jobs, which we have to do, it is a question of saving and preserving jobs. You are looking at a United States Senator who has voted against trade agreements like NAFTA. I voted against NAFTA and CAFTA and permanent normal trade relations with China, and I'm going to help lead this opposition against the Trans-Pacific Partnership. The truth is that since 2001, in Vermont, in Minnesota, and all over this country, we have lost almost 60,000 factories and millions of decent paying jobs. We all know who wrote these trade agreements, that every corporation in America and the drug companies and Wall Street write them. And what their goal is to create a situation where they can shut down in America and move to low-wage countries. And our job is to tell them that we want trade agreements that are fair for American workers and workers abroad, and we want them to start creating jobs in America, not just in other countries around the world. And when we talk about the economy, let's also be clear that millions of American workers are working at wages which are much, much too low. The current federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour is a starvation wage. We have got to raise it to a living wage. As some of you may know, the city of Los Angeles recently raised the minimum wage there to $15 an hour over a period of a few years. They did exactly the right thing. Further, we must establish pay equity for women workers. It is indefensible. It is unacceptable that women doing the same work as men make 78 cents on the dollar. That's got to change. And we have got to respect the working people of this country and know that every worker in America has paid sick leave and guaranteed vacation time. Now, when we deal with income and wealth inequality, what we have to understand is not just that the wealthiest people in this country and the largest corporations are doing phenomenally well. What we also have to understand is that we have a tax system which is written by these very same people and is grossly unfair. So let me be very clear, and let me tell all of the billionaires who are watching that TV, if I'm elected president, you're going to start paying your fair share of taxes. We have today, if you could believe this, we have a tax system which allows huge and profitable corporations to stash their money in the Cayman Islands, Bermuda, Luxembourg, and other tax havens. And in a given year, some of these large, profitable corporations pay zero in federal income tax, and we are losing well over $100 billion every year because of this tax loophole. Warren Buffett, one of the richest guys in the world, reminds us often that he, a multi-billionaire, pays an effective, i.e. real tax rate, which is lower than his secretaries, lower than truck drivers, and lower than nurses. At a time when the wealthiest people are doing phenomenally well, when we have massive income and wealth inequality, when we have huge unmet social needs, these people will start paying their fair share of taxes. And getting back to campaign finance reform and this disastrous Supreme Court decision, let me just say this. I've said it before and I say it again. If elected president, there will be a litmus test for my nominees to the United States Supreme Court, and that is they will overturn this disastrous Citizens United decision. Now, some of you may know and some of you may not know that shamefully, the United States of America today is the only major country on earth that does not guarantee health care to all people as a right. And together, we're going to end that disgrace. Despite the modest gains of the Affordable Care Act, today 35 million Americans still lack any health insurance and millions more are underinsured with large copayment and large deductibles. Our healthcare outcomes in this dysfunctional and wasteful healthcare system in many ways, in terms of longevity, how long we live, in terms of infant mortality, is much lower than other countries around the world. And then on top of all of that, we end up spending almost twice as much per capita on a dysfunctional healthcare system, which charges us the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. Enough is enough. It is my view, and something that I believed from my first day in politics decades ago, that health care must be a right for all of our people, and we must move toward a Medicare for all single-payer program. We are living, as all of you know, in a highly competitive global economy. And in an economy like that, it goes without saying, no one can deny that we need the best educated workforce that we can have. And furthermore, as human beings, we all understand that education and learning and intellectual growth is an essential part of what a human being is. And yet, in America today, we have the totally absurd and insane situation that when we need more and more qualified, well-educated workers, today, tragically, hundreds of thousands of bright, capable young people are giving up the dream of a higher education because their families do not have enough money. And on top of that, we have the insanity of millions of people, not just young people, now middle-aged people, who are oppressed with these outrageous student debts which go on decade after decade. Now, what kind of sense is that? What our job is to encourage people to get the best education possible, to say that in a civilized, democratic society, education is at the top of our priorities, not to put impediments in the way of working class kids. I have recently proposed and will fight to implement, as President of the United States, legislation which provides free tuition at every public college and university in America. And think of what it will mean, not just to young people who are going to college, to know that they'll be able to think about what it means to kids who are in the 6th grade or in the 1st year of high school, because they will know that if they study hard, if they take their academics seriously, they will in fact be able to make it into the middle class. They will in fact be able to get the jobs that they have dreamt about. And on top of that, in this legislation, what we have also done is to say that we are going to substantially lower interest rates on student debt. Let me touch on one other issue. I am the ranking member of the Budget Committee, which means the leader of the opposition. And I want to tell you something. Media kind of forgot to report this, so I will mention it to you. At a time when our middle class is disappearing, at a time when families in Minneapolis and in Vermont are having a hard time feeding their kids, at a time when elderly people are forced to choose between heating their homes in the winter or buying medicine or getting the food that they need, at a time when working class families cannot afford to send their kids to college, here's what the Republican budget that passed Congress last month does. It throws 27 million people off of health insurance. Throws them off. It ends the Affordable Care Act. It makes a $400 billion plus cut in Medicaid, which will heavily impact families whose parents are in nursing homes and take away health care from low-income families. So instead of figuring out how we provide health care to all, they throw 27 million people off of health insurance. The Republican budget cuts Pell Grants by $90 billion over a 10-year period, making it harder for young people to afford college. The Republican budget, at a time when families are having a hard time feeding their kids, cuts food stamps, the WIC program, nutrition programs by billions and billions of dollars. And to add insult to injury, the Republican budget gives huge tax breaks to the top 0.2% by repealing completely the estate tax. Now, this may be the priorities of the Koch brothers and the other billionaires who control the Republican Party. That is not our morality. Those are not our priorities. And for those people who say that we've got to cut Social Security, that we've got to cut benefits for disabled veterans, we say, over our dead bodies. The truth is that not only should we not be cutting Social Security or Medicare or Medicaid, but in terms of Social Security specifically, you know and I know that there are a lot of seniors and people with disabilities out there who are trying to get by on $12,000, $13,000, $14,000 a year, barely do it. Instead of talking about cutting Social Security, we're going to be expanding Social Security benefits. Instead of talking about cutting Head Start and child care, we're going to be talking about universal, affordable pre-K education. Now, I think some people out there may say, well, you know, what Bernie's talking about is kind of expensive and it's kind of radical. But let me tell you, really, it is not. And what I hope very much, you do not get caught up in the mindset that is so pervasive around our country today. And the mindset is, well, we have a deficit. Should we cut education by $5 billion or $20 billion? And the liberals say, only cut it by $5 billion. Should we throw this many people off of health care or that many people off of health care? Should we give this big a tax break to the corporations or only a little bit of a tax break to the corporations? We have got to change that mindset and that worldview. In the wealthiest country in the history of the world, in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, we have got to think big and have a different vision for what this country can be. And that vision, we have seen trillions of dollars over the last 30 years transferred from working families and the middle class upward. And that is the premise under which we begin this discussion. Can we afford as a nation to provide free tuition in colleges? Of course we can. Can we have a high quality, excellent child care system which is affordable to working families? Of course we can. Can we join the rest of the industrialized world and have a national health care program guaranteeing health care to all of our people? Of course we can. Do we need to have the highest rate of childhood poverty of any major country on earth? No, we don't. Do we need to have an economic situation where 99% of income goes to the top 1%? No, we don't. So what my hope is twofold. First of all, to repeat, Bernie Sanders can't do it alone. We have got to do it together through a strong grassroots movement. And second of all, we have got to think big, not small. We have got to, in our own minds and our own hearts, imagine a nation and a government which works for all of us, not a government dominated by a handful of billionaires and campaign contributors and well-paid lobbyists. We can create that America, because when we stand together, there are a heck of a lot more of us than them. So let's go forward together. Thank you very, very much. Crisis already. Okay. Okay, can people hear? Okay. This is an incredible turnout, and I want to thank all of you for being here and for the organizers of this event for their help in making this possible, and to all of the folks on the outside, thanks very much for being here as well. Let me begin by just telling you a little bit about what's been going on in the last week. About a week ago, we had, well, less than that, my goodness, it was Tuesday. In my hometown of Burlington, Vermont, on Lake Champlain, we had over 5,000 people coming out to formally kick off the campaign. And then we went to 3 events in New Hampshire in which there were overflow crowds, and in Portsmouth we had about 700 people out. And then we came to Iowa. Unbelievable. In Davenport we had, I don't know, it was 700 or 800 people out. And this morning we were in Iowa City. I mean, the place was mobbed. And look at what's going on here. So thank you very much all for being here. All right, what I want to do is do what a lot of politicians don't do and what the media doesn't do, and that is actually talk about the real issues impacting people's lives. How's that? I know that that's a radical idea, but that's what we're going to do. And then, as best we can, we're going to try to do some questions and answers after I'm finished. But I think the first point that I want to make, I'm going to start off by telling you, but I think in your heart of hearts, many of you know, but I think there are very few elected officials who will tell you this. And here's the simple truth. We need a political revolution in this country. Now, what do I mean by that? What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is we can have the best president possible in the White House, but that president cannot accomplish anything
unless there is a mass movement of people who stand up loudly and clearly in support of that president and say enough is enough. The billionaires who own this country cannot have it all. We need a country and a government which works for all of us and not just a handful of wealthy individuals. And the point to be made is that nothing happens unless millions of people make it clear that it must happen. That government must respond to our needs and not the needs of the few. So let me just touch on a few of the issues that are out there. In my view, the issue of income and wealth inequality is the moral issue of today. It is the economic issue of today. It is the political issue of today. We are living in a nation which has more income and wealth inequality than any other major industrialized nation on earth, that has more income and wealth inequality than any time since 1929, just before the Great Depression. We are living in a country, if you can believe this, where the top 1/10 of 1% owns almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%. We are living in a country where 99% of all new income is going to the top 1%. We are living in a country where one family, the Walton family, owns more wealth than the bottom 130 million Americans. We are living in a family where in the last 2 years, the wealthiest 14 people saw their wealth increase by $157 billion, which is more wealth than is owned by the bottom 40% of the American people. This type of income and wealth inequality will destroy this country if we do not begin to turn it around. But it's not only income and wealth inequality, it is the state of the economy in terms of what's happening to ordinary people. And here's the truth, and many of you know this, that for the last 40 years in this country, not the last 7 years, the last 40 years, we have seen a middle class in this country, which was once the envy of the world. We have seen that middle class year after year after year disappear. In my state of Vermont, and I'm sure it is not dissimilar here in Iowa, we have people who work not just one job, they're working 2 jobs, they're working 3 jobs, trying to cobble together an income and some health insurance. That's the reality. And in America today, real unemployment is not the 5.4% you read in the papers. Real unemployment is close to 11% if you include those people who have given up looking for work and those people who are working part-time. Because many of the new jobs that are being created are part-time jobs. Today's economy allows 17% of our young people to be unemployed. And for African American youth, the numbers are off the charts. All of this is taking place despite a huge increase in technology and a huge increase in productivity. So the simple question is, why is it that people work longer hours for lower wages despite the fact that they are producing more? We need an economy which works for all of our people and not just a handful on the top. income and wealth inequality is an evil unto itself, but it spills over to another enormous issue. And let me be as blunt as I can and tell you what you already know. As a result of the disastrous Supreme Court decision on Citizens United, the American political system has been totally corrupted. Has been totally corrupted, and the foundations of American democracy are being undermined. What the Supreme Court has said to our people is what they have said is, okay, the billionaires already own much of the economy. We are now going to give them the opportunity to buy the United States government and state governments all over our country, and that is not what democracy is supposed to be about. There are media reports out there, which say that the Koch brothers alone, just one family, in this campaign cycle will spend more money than either the Democratic or Republican parties. One family spending almost $1 billion, maybe more, to elect candidates who will make the rich richer and everybody else poorer. Brothers and sisters, this is not democracy. This is a movement toward oligarchy. And that is why we must overturn through a constitutional amendment this disastrous Citizens United. And in years to come, we have got to move this country to public funding of elections so people can run for office without having to worry about being beholden to the wealthy and the powerful. Now I want to touch on another issue, which is of enormous consequence, not just to our country, but to the world. And that is, we have got to understand that what the scientists are telling us in overwhelming numbers is true. Climate change is real. Climate change is caused by human activity. Climate change is tragically already causing very serious problems, as you all know, in our country and around the world. And what the scientists are telling us is that we have a short window of opportunity to transform our energy system. And if we are not successful in doing that, the planet, in many ways that we are going to be leaving our kids and our grandchildren, will become increasingly uninhabitable. And that means more drought, more flooding, more extreme weather disturbances, more acidification of the ocean and all that that means to mammal life. It will mean more famine in those countries where people cannot grow the food that they need. And it will mean more disease and human suffering. We have the moral responsibilities as keepers of this planet to make sure that we do not destroy it for our kids and our grandchildren. And interestingly, needless to say, as perhaps the most progressive member of the Senate, I have my disagreements with Republicans. But on this issue, I want to say two things about this issue. First of all, it is an intellectual embarrassment that you have the major political party in the United States Congress rejecting what the overwhelming number of scientists are saying. You cannot run a government, you cannot run a country, you cannot do serious public policy if it's not based on the foundations of science. So to reject that is extremely scary stuff. And the second point that I would make is, and I know, virtually all of the Republicans here, if you think that this is just that they're not smart enough to understand science, you would be mistaken. This gets back to the issue we talked about a moment ago about money in politics. The Koch brothers, ExxonMobil, and all of these big energy companies, they are making billions in the fossil fuel energy business right now. And it seems to me it's hard to understand, and I really don't, because I'm sure all these executives have kids and they have grandchildren. But apparently they are more concerned about their short-term profits today than they are about the planet they're going to leave their grandchildren. So this is where money in politics intertwines. Because the Koch brothers and the big energy companies that fund many of the Republicans have made it clear that they are not allowed to stand up and tell us the truth about climate change. And that is another reason why we have to end this tyranny of money in the political process. One wouldn't know it by the crowd that we have here today, and especially a lot of young people, and we're so delighted to see you all. But throughout this country, what a very serious problem is that there's a lot of demoralization, right, with regard to the political process. A lot of people are throwing up their hands and giving up in despair, but we cannot allow that to happen. Despair is not an option. That is exactly what these guys want us to feel, what they want us to say, what they are saying in so many words. You really think you can make a difference in changing this country? You can't. We've got all the money, we've got all the power, you can vote or you don't vote, it doesn't matter. We will continue to control this country. And what this meeting is about, when we talk about a political revolution, we say the very opposite. And that is that we say this country belongs to all of us, not just to you. And you know what? We are going to change this country. And one way that we do that is that we have a simple and straightforward agenda. We break through all of the crap, we break through all of the political gossip and everything else. And we try to come up with some ideas, very concrete ideas, that will resonate with working families all over this country. Because one of the reasons that people have given up on the political process, they turn on the TV, they see these people babbling about, and when they look at the TV, they say, it's not relevant to my life. I can't afford childcare, my kid can't go to college, I don't have any health care. What are these people talking about? And our job is to come forward with an agenda. It's going to be an evolving agenda. We want your input into that agenda. But an agenda of a number of key points that make sense to the American people. Let me begin a very brief overview of what that agenda should look like. Number one, when you go out and you talk to the American people and you say, what is uppermost on your mind? Usually the response is a four-letter word called J-O-B-S, jobs. All right? People understand that we have unemployment rates which are much, much too high, and youth unemployment rates off the charts. We need a federal jobs program which puts millions of people back to work. All of you understand, it's true in Vermont, I know it's true in Iowa, and it's true all over this country, that we have an infrastructure, roads, bridges, water systems, wastewater plants, levees, dams, airports, a rail system falling further and further behind the rest of the world. Our infrastructure is collapsing. We need to rebuild it, and we can create millions of jobs doing that. And when you talk about jobs, we have to talk about an issue that the media largely ignores, and that is trade policy. Trade policy. You're looking at a United States Senator and former Congressman who voted against NAFTA, against CAFTA, against permanent trade relations with China. and is currently leading the opposition to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. The bottom line here is we need trade policies not developed by corporate America and Wall Street and the drug companies. We need trade policies that work for the middle class and the working families of this country. So as president, we're going to rethink our entire trade policy. We're going to tell corporate America that maybe the time is now to start reinvesting in Iowa and Vermont and California, not just in China. Now, when you talk about wealth and power and recklessness and greed and dishonesty, those are just other words for Wall Street. In my view, it is time to break up the major financial institutions in this country. We have 6 financial institutions, most of them larger today than they were before we bailed them out, who have assets equivalent to some 60% of the GDP of the United States of America. They issue most of the credit cards and a lot of the mortgages that we have. They have shown themselves to have a business model which is based on fraud. Every week, with very weak regulation. It's not that we have a regulatory system which is really watching these guys closely. But they are so outrageous here in America and around the world that every other week you're seeing articles about a $5 billion fine here for this or a $1 billion fine here for that. So in my view, we need a financial system in which money goes into the productive economy, into those businesses which are actually producing something and creating jobs, rather than the gambling casino that is Wall Street. So bottom line, if a financial institution is too big to fail, it is too big to exist. We're going to break them up. Some of you may know, and some of you may not know, that shamefully the United States of America is the only major country on earth that does not guarantee health care to all people as a right. And that's a shame we have got to end. Today, despite the gains of the Affordable Care Act, we have some 35 million Americans who continue to have no health insurance, and we have millions more who have inadequate insurance with high deductibles and high co-payments, and I expect some of you are in that boat, right? All right. Yes. Furthermore, our healthcare results are not particularly good compared to other countries. Our longevity is not as good as many other countries. We die earlier, our infant mortality rate is higher, and in a number of diseases, we are not doing as well as other countries in terms of treating them. So what we have got to do, and again, this is not quite a new idea because it exists all over the world, is what we have got to say are 2 fundamental things, 2 major points. Number one, in the United States of America, if you're rich, you're poor, you're black, you're white, you're old, you're young, health care is a right for all people. Number two, we need a cost-effective mechanism, approach, in order to provide quality, universal health care. And in my view, the best way forward is a Medicare for all, single-payer program. And what that will mean, I want you to appreciate, sometimes we don't fully appreciate what public policy is about, what, say, Social Security or Medicare mean to people. But I want you all to think what a universal health care system will mean in this country. It means that if you get ill, you can go to the doctor and not worry about a deductible or a copayment. It will mean that if you're in a job today that you don't like, but you're in that job because you're getting decent health care, you don't have to stay in that job. And I remember, there are a million of these stories. This one pops into my mind. A couple of years ago I read there was a guy, I don't know how old he is, older than one would think, who decided to re-enter the military. I guess he had been in the military. Why did he re-enter the military? Because his wife had breast cancer, and that was the only way that he could find employment that would pay for her health care. That's a little bit absurd in the United States of America, okay? Now there's another issue I want to touch on, which is needlessly, I think, an important issue here in Ames, Iowa. And here's the story. We all know that we live in a very competitive global economy. And we all know that if our country is going to create the kinds of jobs and have the quality of life we want, we need to have the best educated workforce in the world. Everybody understands this. And yet today, in this great country, we have hundreds of thousands of bright, qualified, young people who want to go to college, who want to get a higher education, but can't get that education because their family doesn't have enough money to pay for it. What kind of insanity is that? What that means is we are denying a ladder to the middle class, to millions and millions of people, but even worse, we are slowing down what this country can and should become. We are saying to all of these young people, we don't want your intellectual energy, your capabilities. We don't want you to get the education you can get in order to become doctors and scientists and engineers and teachers and do all of the things that our country needs. We're pushing you aside. We want to encourage people to get the best education possible, not discourage them. And then on top of that, you got another disaster, which, if you think it through, makes no sense at all. We have millions and millions of people, not just young people, but middle-aged people, who did go to college and came out of school hugely in debt. And they have this debt of $50,000 or $100,000 or more around their necks year after year, decade after decade. There are people who are out of school 20 years. They're paying 8–9% interest rates on their debt. This makes no sense at all. So we have introduced legislation which I will fight to implement as president, which does two things. First of all, it says that in the United States of America, for public colleges and public universities, tuition will be free. To some people, this may think it's a radical idea. It is not a radical idea. Germany has tuition-free higher education. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Chile has tuition-free higher education. And you know what's even more ironic? 45, 50 years ago in the United States of America, we used to have tuition-free higher education. 45 years ago, people could go to great public universities like the University of California or the City University of New York and public colleges all over America. They got into those schools regardless of the income of their families. If we could do that 50 years ago, we surely can do it today. Secondly, in terms of student debt, here's the absurdity of where we are right now. If one of you went out to a car dealership today and you wanted to buy a new car, you could buy that car with 1 or 2% interest rates. Millions of people refinance their homes and their other debt when interest rates go down. But graduates of college are stuck with high interest rates. Guy in my office paying 9% interest on his student debt. So we're going to allow people with student debt to refinance their loans at lower interest rates. And second of all, the federal government today makes a pretty hefty profit on these student loans. Well, in my view, the government should not be making profit off of the backs of low-income and working families who are trying to send their kids to college. So if we do those two things, we can go a long, long way in lowering student debt. Let me just conclude, and there's a lot more to talk about, but I want to hear your questions and your thoughts. Let me go back to the original point that I made. What the Republicans and what the Koch brothers want is a demoralized American public, where people feel helpless and don't believe that change can take place, where billionaires buy elections, where voter turnout is extremely low. That is their idea of democracy, it really is. And our idea is a very, very different one. Our idea is that there's something fundamentally wrong in this country when in the last election, 63% of the American people didn't vote, 80% of young people didn't vote. So what a political revolution is about is to make sure that all of our friends and our neighbors and our family understand that we understand what the Koch brothers understand. When people tell you that politics is crap, why are you coming to meetings to hear from a senator that no one has ever heard of, from a state that nobody knows about? Why are you so dumb to waste your afternoon at a meeting like this? Tell them that if the Koch brothers, the second wealthiest family in America, are prepared to spend $1 billion on the election, if they believe that politics is important, maybe folks who are trying to afford to go to college or pay for their health care bills, they might understand that politics is important as well. In the last number of years, a lot has happened in our country that we should be very, very proud of. And by the way, Iowa has played a disproportionately important role in some of those developments. And I'll tell you how. Everybody in this room knows that we have a very tragic history of racism in America, and we know that that still exists today. But we also know that if we were standing here 30 or 40 years ago, and somebody said, you know, I think America is becoming mature enough that we will elect an African-American president in the year 2008. If somebody said that 30 years ago, people would have said, you're crazy, that will never happen that soon. And that that guy would be reelected 4 years later with a very big vote, nobody would have believed it. But Iowa helped lead that effort. And this is what Iowa did, no secret. Iowa is largely a white state. But what you said is that we're going to look at a candidate based on his ideas and his qualities, not the color of his skin, and you made history for doing that. And there's no question, we still have a lot of racial issues, very serious problem. We should be proud that as a nation we have made some real advances. Women's rights. I remember when I was mayor of the city of Burlington in the 1980s, we appointed the first police officer who was a woman. Oh, what a big deal it was. But in recent years, as a result of the struggle of millions of women and their male allies, we have knocked down barrier after barrier after barrier, and we've got to knock them all down. All down. Which, among many other things, among many other things, means pay equity for women workers. And I want you to make another point, which we now take for granted, but we shouldn't. 50 years ago in this country, 60 years ago, 100 years ago, when a couple had a baby who had a disability, you know what happened to those babies in those days? People were embarrassed, they were ashamed that they had a child who was disabled. The child would be institutionalized, nobody would know about that baby. That child would be kept out of sight. As a result of a lot of work on the part of the people in the disability community, and by the way, your former Senator Tom Harkin helped me out. America's attitude and
let me ask you this, in a sense, philosophical question. We've gone a little bit into philosophy today. I believe, many people in my own state believe, that health care is a right, R-I-G-H-T, regardless of income, that every American has the right to the best quality health care that the system can offer regardless of income, that if you're a low-income kid, you're a wealthy kid, you have the same opportunity to access the health care system. Do you believe that?
I believe that every person ought to get good health care, and the Hippocratic Oath says that I would provide health care regardless of whether the person pays me or not. So I definitely believe that people need health care.
Give the mic over to Senator Paul.
Thank you very much. With regard to the idea of whether or not you have a right to a health care, you have to realize what that implies. It's not an abstraction. I'm a physician. That means you have a right to come to my house and conscript me. It means you believe in slavery. It means that you're going to enslave not only me, but the janitor at my hospital, the person who cleans my office, the assistants who work in my office, the nurses. If you have a right to their services, basically, once you imply a belief in a right to someone's services, do you have a right to plumbing? Do you have a right to water? Do you have a right to food? You're basically saying that you believe in slavery. You're saying you believe in taking and extracting from another person. Our founding documents were very clear about this. You have a right to pursue happiness, but there's no guarantee of physical comfort. There's no guarantee of concrete items. In order to give something concrete or someone service, you got to take it from someone. So there's an implied threat of force. If I'm a physician in your community and you say you have a right to health care, do you have a right to beat down my door with the police, escort me away, and force me to take care of you? That's ultimately what the right to free health care would be. If you believe in a right to health care, you're believing in basically the use of force to conscript someone to do your bidding. Now, just because it's a noble thing to believe that we are obligated as Christians, we are obligated through the Hippocratic Oath, we have always done this. Since the beginning of modern medicine, we have always provided 100% access. I do it in exchange for privileges. I do it because I believe in the Hippocratic Oath, but my hospital also says to me, you can only operate in this hospital if you agree to see everyone coming through the emergency room. I always have. We have always treated. We have always had 100% access through our emergency room. Those were for emergencies. They're not the best place for primary care. We all agree with that. But we've always had 100% free access.
I think it's fair to say that Senator Paul and I have some slight philosophical differences. My profound question to Dr. Krause is, do you, as an employee at a federally qualified health center, consider yourself as a slave?
I love my job. I chose to work there. I do not feel like a slave. Thank you.
Ms. Draper, the implication, again, from my friend Senator Paul, is that we have kind of solved the problem of health care access in America, that any place in the country, I guess, anybody who has a problem, if you're on Medicaid, if you have no health insurance, maybe if you have health insurance, you just walk in the door tomorrow and find a doctor to treat you. Is that true, in your judgment?
Well, there's a huge body of literature that discusses the difficulties, particularly Medicaid beneficiaries have to finding a physician. There are many physicians who are unwilling to accept Medicaid patients, and also for those who are uninsured, face equally challenging or maybe more so challenging access issues.
All right, my last question is for Dr. Krause. Again, picking up on Senator Paul's comment.
As you know, Vermont is moving toward a Medicare for all single-payer approach. Are you worried that if we consider healthcare as a right in the state of Vermont, that the St. Johnsbury Police Department in the middle of the night is going to break down your door and force you to treat a patient? Is this an immediate concern of yours?
No.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank Senator Paul for being here, and it was a provocative, interesting discussion. I want to thank mostly the panelists for being here. I think we're discussing an issue of great importance, and again, thank you all for your participation. We are in a remarkable moment in American history, and in fact in world history. And that is that for the first time, to the best of my knowledge, we have a major political party which by and large is rejecting what the scientific community is saying. Now, we can disagree about funding for education or healthcare and all that stuff. But if we cannot accept what the overwhelming majority of scientists are taking, and there is no more debate, the overwhelming majority of scientists are saying, A, climate change is real, climate change is caused by human activity, climate change is already causing devastating problems in the United States and around the world, and if we do not get our act together by significantly reducing carbon and methane emissions, that situation will only get worse. That is not really a debate anymore, and that we have a major political party that is rejecting that is extremely frightening. Now, the evidence is overwhelming. According to the U.S. National Climate Assessment released in May, the average global temperature has increased by more than 1.5 degrees Fahrenheit between 1880 and 2012, and temperatures in my state of Vermont and in New England have increased at least 2.5 degrees Fahrenheit just in the last 30 years. By 2100, New England could be as much as 10 degrees hotter. That is extraordinary. The debate that we should be having, and it would be an important debate because nobody has all the answers, is how do you deal with this crisis? How do we work with countries around the world to reduce carbon, to transform our energy system? How do you do that? That's tough stuff. Nobody has any magical answer. But that should be the debate. The idea that we're still debating whether or not this is a real issue when the scientific community tells us this is the planetary crisis of our time is extremely distressing. Planetary warming is causing sea levels to rise. National Ocean, NOAA reported that global average sea level has increased 8 inches since 1880. Several locations along the East Coast and the Gulf of Mexico have experienced more than 8 inches of local sea level rise in only the past 50 years. What we are talking about, if we do not get our act together, is major cities in the United States and countries around the world, parts of countries around the world being underwater. Being underwater. As a result of rising sea levels and increasingly intense storms, catastrophic storm surges have been rising as well. You know, people talk about financial issues. I will remind my colleagues that Hurricane Sandy cost this government alone over $60 billion. And all over the world, there are projections that we will be spending trillions of dollars in order to deal with rising sea levels, extreme weather disturbances, and other manifestations of climate change. I would remind my colleagues that in a certain sense, this debate that's taking place today is very similar to a debate that took place 50 or 60 years ago right here in Congress. And that is, we had tobacco industry lobbyists coming in here and heads of the tobacco industry saying, tobacco causing cancer? Oh no, that can't be the case. And they brought doctors in here, guys who were smoking cools and putting ads on television. And they were spending huge amounts of money trying to convince the American people that tobacco had nothing to do with cancer, emphysema, and other serious illnesses. Finally, the truth won out. And the truth will win out on this debate as well. Our job is to transform our energy system, work with countries around the world to reduce carbon and to help save the planet so that these young people will have a habitable nation and a habitable world in the years to come. If people were sitting in this room, not decades ago, but 10 years ago, and if somebody jumped up and said, you know, I think in some of the conservative states in America, they're going to be supporting gay marriage, people in the room would have said, you are crazy. And yet, again, because of the struggle of people in the gay community and their allies, we have radically transformed that culture in America. I go out to high schools all over the state of Vermont. I go to the conservative parts of the state, and I ask the kids, I said, raise your hand. Tell me what you think about gay marriage. And kids kind of shrug their shoulders, and they say, what are you talking about? What is the big deal? Which is exactly what we've always wanted in the first place. What is the big deal? All right. The ruling of the Supreme Court today is a common sense decision that affirms what most of us already knew. And that is that when we passed the Affordable Care Act in 2010, we intended to expand access to affordable comprehensive health insurance. As Chief Justice Roberts notes in his opinion, and I quote, Congress passed the ACA to improve health insurance markets, not to destroy them, end of quote. You know, we are the only major country on earth that doesn't guarantee health care to all of our people as a right. Today, 35 million Americans have no health insurance. More are underinsured. The idea that we would simply throw another 6.4 million people off of health insurance and totally disrupt the Affordable Care Act makes no sense to me, and I'm glad that the Supreme Court ruled in the way that it did.
Good to have you with us tonight.
Great to be with you.
Congratulations on this announcement. Certainly it is a big challenge for you, but I want to go right to today's news, Senator. You're now President of the United States. You see what's unfolding on American streets. What's the problem as you see it? What's the solution?
Well, the problem is that for many years, police brutality and the killing of innocent people has not been dealt with. That's a fact. The good news, Ed, is that the American people, not just the African-American community, are saying enough is enough. You can't hold people in custody and suddenly find out that they're dead. You can't shoot people in the back. You know, in South Carolina, a conservative southern state, a police officer was charged with murder. I'm a former mayor. I know that being a cop is not an easy job. But when police officers misbehave, they have got to be held accountable. The other good news is that all over this country, when people are beginning to stand up and say enough is enough, change is taking about. You ask me what I would do as president. Number one, we would fight hard for police reform, for body cameras, for the training that police officers need to know how to treat people who are in captivity with respect. But the underlying issue in terms of Freddie Gray's community, as I understand it, do you know what the unemployment rate there is?
It's extremely high.
It's over
higher there, and they've lost so many manufacturing jobs over the last 15 years. The city, the community has not felt a way or found a way to deal with it.
And you know, you can have every police officer in America being a Harvard Law School graduate, and you're not going to address this issue unless we give people some hope, unless we give people some opportunity. That means jobs, that means education. You can't turn your back on neglected parts of America.
So what would you do if you're president when it comes to revitalizing communities like this that are having socioeconomic problems?
Well, I'll tell you what, we've already introduced legislation. For a start, we would invest $1 trillion in our infrastructure, creating 13 million new jobs, rebuilding our roads and bridges and water systems and wastewater plants. That would create a whole lot of jobs. I introduced with Congressman John Conyers of Michigan a $5.5 billion job training and job creating program for young people. Youth unemployment in America is 17%. African-American youth unemployment is totally off the charts. We've got to put young people to work. We've got to give them an education rather than putting them in jail.
What did you think of the riots the other night? I want to know, I mean, has the social structure gotten to the point where this is the only outlet these people had at that particular time? I've heard a lot of officials say, well, this is in Baltimore. You know, they were peaceful for a week until the cameras showed up. But it did happen. The riots did happen. And it was in Baltimore. So what's the solution?
This is what I think. I think there is a massive amount of anger and discontent. And I think it has more than just what happened to Freddie Gray. I think it is people are saying, how come we are living in the richest country in the history of the world? Our kids can't go to college. We don't have child care for our kids. We don't have any jobs. I think that's significantly what it's about.
All right, Senator, why are you running? Why are you doing this?
I'll tell you why I'm doing it. And I feel, you know, it's my first day out there and I'm feeling good about it. This country today, Ed, faces more crises than we have faced since the Great Depression. And if you throw in climate change, which the scientists are telling us is the major global crisis that we face, was probably worse off than we were in the Great Depression. I don't see people talking about this issue. I don't see politicians working on this issue. And I think it's time that we addressed it. And getting back to your point, the only way that change takes place, in my view, is when millions of people stand up and say, enough is enough. And it's not just with police brutality. Enough is enough when the great middle class of this country is disappearing. How does it happen that we have more technology and increased productivity and people are working longer hours for low wages and we have more people living in poverty than almost any time in the history of America? How does that happen? How does it happen that 99% of all new income in this country goes to the top 1%? How does it happen that the top 1/10 of 1% owns almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%? These are the central issues facing this country. And then on top of that, as a result of this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision, we are at a moment where billionaires are about to buy the United States government and undermine American democracy.
So why would you be a better president, a better nominee than Hillary Clinton?
Well, I'm going to let Hillary Clinton speak for herself.
Well, let's talk about how she's handled a big issue, and that is trade. Today, her communications team released an excerpt from her book saying that she stands with Elizabeth Warren when it comes to trade, and did an excerpt. I think the American people are looking more for a direct answer, which you have been very direct on this. You are against Trade Promotional Authority and you are against the TPP because that's the TPA would lead to a bad trade
Absolutely.
deal.
Look, Ed.
So where do you stand on this? And right after President Obama, after the midterms took place and the Republicans took over the Senate, this is the first thing that Mitch McConnell talked about the day after press conference, saying that there's areas that they can work on with the president. One of them is trade. That was supposed to be a slam dunk. We're now almost at May 1st, and they don't have the votes in the House. Does that give you any confidence that the grassroots run can help you?
I have been going around the country. I've been talking about the trade issue. I don't have to talk about it. People increasingly know about it, and they are saying, look, NAFTA was a disaster. CAFTA was a disaster. Permanent normal trade relations with China was a disaster. Why do we want to continue down a path where the previous agreements have led to the loss of millions of decent paying jobs? So if you're asking me, should the American worker be forced to compete against somebody in Vietnam who has a minimum wage of 56 cents an hour? You know what the answer is? No. We've got to demand that corporate America start reinvesting in the United States of America, not China. It is a huge issue. I voted against all of these agreements. I will help lead the opposition against the TPP.
What about the money? Can you raise enough money to run a competitive campaign?
One of the hesitancies I had about going forward was just that. Clearly, I'm not going to have anywhere near the same amount of money as the other candidates who are going to be probably raising over $1 billion. But you know what? I think that we can raise a lot of small donations today. We opened up our website. We announced our candidacy, BernieSanders.com. I believe in the first few hours we've raised already $500,000. So I think there is a lot of potential out there from people who say, Bernie, I can't give you $1 million, can't give you $1,000, I can give you $50. I think we can raise the money we need to run a strong campaign.
So to run a campaign, so there's an admission here that you certainly won't have the television presence that the Hillary Clinton's campaign will have, and I have to keep bringing up Hillary Clinton because she's the only one in the race besides you, and it might turn out to be that's just it. So what do you think it takes to run a competitive campaign to organize?
I'll tell you what it takes. What it requires is, and what I have always done in Vermont, is run strong grassroots campaigns. You know what, last campaign that I ran, I didn't put a nickel, not a nickel on TV ads. We put all of our money into grassroots organizing. I got 71% of the vote. So I think what we have to do is go out there, get good organizers, build a strong volunteer base, work with the labor movement, work with the environmental community, work with the women's community, and mobilize people in all across this country to stand up and fight back to the billionaire class.
Do you expect the support of labor?
I think we will have certainly some labor support, absolutely.
Some?
It's hard to say at this point. I have talked